All right, all right, all right. I think I'm live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Wednesday to you. Home day. Hope you're having a great week. I can't believe it's Wednesday already. It's just flying by. But hello, I got some good rest. I hope you guys have enjoyed your week, and I'm ready for more messages from Spirit this evening. So before we get into all that, though, we like to come back to the center. We like to take a big, deep breath. If you'd like to join me, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and then slow exhale out, coming back to the now, out of the chaos of the outside world, out of the future, out of the past, and come back to the now, this beautiful bubble of love that we have. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl for more energy here in a moment, too. So if you want to join me in that big, deep breath, let's do it. Here we go. Big, deep breath. Beautiful, beautiful. And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times as we do, and, as we're doing that, we can just let that amazing energy just vibrate out within us to our minds, into our hearts, into our energetic fields, into our physical bodies, filling up our entire life, flowing to the outside world, letting it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. You can even, if you wanna focus on spreading this beautiful light into every like position of authority across the planet, just filling it up, not asking it to do anything, just fill it up because it automatically, whatever individuals that hold positions, if they aren't willing to align to that light, they can't stand being in that light. And then they'll ching ching and they'll run, in a different direction. They will determine what they're gonna do with that. But if you wanna do that, that can help. That's something we can do for our collective just to help spread the love all over the world. And then for us, we can just focus on one thing that we're grateful for in the moment that immediately begins to raise our love vibration to a higher vibration, attracts a more energy regarding whatever we're grateful for toward us, and of course opens us up for messages from spirit as well. So we will do that after the third one, and we'll bring in a feather. You'll see me moving energy of the mind, clearing our mind, mental energy. If you want to join in that, I'll move into the heart. If you have any heart energy you want to move, and then I'll do the physical body. If you have anything in the body that you're wanting to move that energy of lower vibration, allowing that higher vibration to come in, you can do that. And then energetic field too. If you have anything in your energy that you just want to release, so you can go higher, you can dive into that as I'm doing that as well. So that is what we're going to do. So let us begin. Remember, gratitude. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. I tell you, I look forward to that all the time. Beautiful, beautiful energy. So thank you guys for joining me in doing that. Let me just put her back here. A little area over here. So hello, everyone. Hope you are enjoying your amazing, amazing adventures. And wow, we definitely have some great, great energies that are happening in the world. Uh, and we can look at it from whatever perception we want, right? Do we want to experience high vibration? We can find it if we look for it, right? Same thing with lower vibration. Whatever we want, we'll find. So I'm excited. So hello, everyone. Welcome to my channel. If you're new to my channel or these readings, welcome. I'm your bruddaZEN. We are here to spill the tea. So welcome, welcome. We do have a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. Thank goodness, because I'd love to laugh. I like to have a good time. So thank you guys for being that. And there's always a room for more Zen friends. So welcome, welcome, welcome. We try to have like a nice safe space full of love and support. And I hardly ever, ever, ever have to ever kind of maneuver some energy in the chat. And so I'm so grateful that you guys are so supportive and loving. It's just refreshing. So thank you. If you want to know how the whole process works, all the information's down in the description area of the video. So, donations do get first priority. You can make a donation by using the super chat at the bottom or in the description area. I do have my Venmo, CashApp, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. I don't have any set dollar amounts currently. So whatever you give will get you at least prioritized, and we will dive accordingly into. I'm going to come up with something like we go ankle deep, shin deep, maybe knee deep, waist deep, or deep dive, right? So depending, we will do that. Um, Oh, and then also, if your donation is $5 or more, you do get this fortune cookie. I almost cussed. The Whisper of Healing there. And then other donations tonight that are under that, you'll get the Law of Attraction Oracle. These are a little smaller sayings, but we dive a little deeper for the higher donation amounts there. So I knock stuff around here. I think that's it. Oh, the tarot deck we're going to be using this evening is the Wildwood Tarot. It's a very earthy feeling kind of energy. So we'll be using that this evening. So if you're interested in what that was, you can see where they came from there. So I think that's the main thing there. We do get to free readings eventually. Some nights I was on 8 hours a couple nights last week, and I didn't get to any free readings, or not all of them. And then I just come in the next morning after I'm refreshed and finish those out. So I always get to them at some point at this point. Uh, but I always do a pinned comment listing all the readings I did complete with timestamps. And if I didn't get to everyone, I do mention that in the pinned comment, as well as the list that I'll follow up the next day if that is what I end up doing. So there you go. That's the skinny on it all. I do also have a podcast, and I'm so late on the second one. I mean, the next one coming out. It's supposed to be coming out tomorrow, and I don't think it's going to come out tomorrow either. Well, it was supposed to come out last Thursday, but uh, I'm just enjoying all these readings and catching up on other things. So thanks for your patience in the podcast series. But if you want to catch up, now's the chance. Here's the link to the most recent one. And then if you want to look at the playlist, that is down in the description area. Or if you click on my name, it'll take you to my main page on YouTube, and it'll be at the top, linked up there as well. So a lot of fun things that we go on in those as well. And I did gather a lot of notes while I was out on my 5.2 mile walk today. And I know that's like, I think it's not a record. I think I've gone a little longer than that at one point, but I think that's definitely the highest lately. But But I have to take my little phone, do my little recorder app on there, and just when Spirit is just bringing a lot of information. So I'm excited to get it scripted and recorded and get it out because phase 2 is all about clearing the emotional pipeline to open up our spiritual gifts. So I'm excited for that. All right. So I think that's the skinny on a lot of the things. We will do some shout outs here. Make sure I got a ton of donations that came in here. So I will catch up on all these, get everyone on the list, and then we'll get started. So we'll do some shout outs here, see what we got going on here. And yeah. So hello, hello. We got Debbie O, my tech Zen friend who is mobile. She's airborne. So we're sending wonderful, smooth energies for your flight. Yeah, you're on an airplane. That is awesome. So technology these days, right? All right. So we got you, Debbie. Oh, we will put you on the list here. Absolutely. All right. Very good. And we got Leslie in the house. Hey, Leslie. Good to see you. Much love to you. And I do have your donation from earlier up on the top up there. And let me Let me go through these. I'll wait until I get to the, well, maybe how am I gonna do this here? Well, I'll do the, what's in the chat here because I think I was pretty much cut up, and then I'll do the emails. That way I'll be able to focus. Maybe, you never know. All right, and we got Sean G in the house. Hey, Sean G, good to see you. All right, very good. I see that, and I did see we did get your, I did get a Cash App from you, at least one, so I got you on the list here. I'll get make sure you're in the right spot once I get there. So hello, hello. And we got Lauren of Light. Hello. Thank you so much. I did get your Cash App as well, so we'll get you on the list here. Hello, hello. Let me see. Yeah, I think that came in before. We'll just put you here for now, and then we'll make sure we're all on the same timeline here. So hello, hello. We got Chelsea LeBeau. Hey, Chelsea. Good to see you. I got your two on the list. So I do have your donations from earlier. So good to see you. All right. And then we have Maria P. So I think we are up to date on the list here. So got Maria P. So hello. You might have a email here. I will check those PayPal and everything here in a sec. But I got you on the free list for that. And we got Kat Mia in the house. So Kat Mia, good to see you. We got you on the free reading list here as well. And Amber DeWitt from earlier. Do got you on the list here too. Then we have Jojo. Good to see you. Don't see a question yet for you, but you might be asleep. So, of course, we might be here when you wake up. All right. And then we got Lauren Smith as well. Yep, I sure do. Another spicy pick question. Yay! So, Lauren, I do have you on the free list. We have Ashish Balkran on the free list, as well as Lotus of Serendipity. So, hello, hello, you guys. Good to see you. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 from Sudeshna. So, thank you. We got you on the list as well. You might be working or asleep, one of the two, because you're on the other side of the planet. Okay, we got all those. And then, of course, we got Butterfly. I got you on the free list. Thank you, thank you, and thank you for all your assistance in the chat. I'm so grateful for that, of course. Then Leslie, we got yours. I think I mentioned that already. We got you up on the donation list, so we have you there. And then I think all those are Butterfly. And then we got Swerroot Bobby, right? We sure do. All right. So that was up to that point. And then I did see we've got Camila in. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Oh, Katie. Sorry, Katie. I saw that just 2 seconds too late. So I'll put on here Katie. So I'll remember that. for this time anyway. You never know, but I'll give that a love and a like. I do have you on the donation list. We've got JV in the house. Hey, hey, and Deb. Hey, Deb. Good to see you. All right. And then let me get into the donations that came through on the PayPal. All right. So, Maria, that is you there. Let's grab that. You'll be up to JoJo there for that one. And then that's when Lauren, I see yours in there. So we got you on there, Lauren. And then another one for Maria. So we'll squeeze you in there. Very good. And then that's when Shanji, I see your Cash App. So boom, boom, boom. Oh, and Chelsea, you saw the email I sent. All right, and then another one for Maria there. Okay, I think I've got everyone from the emails there. All right, so I think we are all caught up there. I'm glad you enjoyed that. I was trying to find something funny to send, so I'm glad you thought it was funny. It's funny to me. That's what mattered. But I'm glad you have a good sense of humor too. All right. And then we did have JV. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you on the list here too for donations. Give that a love and a like. All right. I think I'm all caught up. Thank you guys for your patience. I just got a ton of them all at once. And so I'm so grateful for that. No complaining at all. Just needed to catch up here. And I'll give you a breakdown on the donation list, and then we'll dive in here. That's right. So you're gonna head off tomorrow from above. I hope you are. That means that you are coming. I know you're flying via plane and not planning on being abducted by aliens or other things. Yep, exactly. All right. So I'll feel your energy moving up, going over because you'll probably be headed over. Well, probably out east. I don't think they come over top of Colorado Springs. All right. So we'll start off with Chelsea, and then we'll jump to Leslie, and then 5 for Sudeshna, then 1 for Crystal Ray, and then back to Chelsea. And then we got JoJo. If she's awake and does a question. If not, I'll just push her off to the end. She'll usually wakes up sometime and pops in if you're not here right now. Nope, she's not here now. And then we go to Maria P, and then Lauren of Light, and then back to Maria P, and then to Shanji, and then back to Maria P, and then to Katie. I'm just going to say Katie, and then JV, and then back to Maria P. That's where we're at right now. So we will dive into these here. Hey, Content, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I'll get you on the free list here as well while we have you there. All right. So I think we are ready to dive in. I'm finishing up my little beet juice mixture that has 2 tablespoons of lemon juice along with 1 teaspoon. Well, I think it's like 2 teaspoons because it's in a little bottle. That's hard to measure. You kind of go, whoops. But we've got that, apple cider vinegar in here too with beet juice powder. So cheers, everybody. Thank you so much for being here, for all your love and all your support. And a big thumbs up out to you for doing all the thumbs up and being part of the Love Tsunami, all the comments you guys make and all the sharing and the, watching the videos and all that is so helpful. And you're part of that Love Tsunami. So cheers. I'm so grateful that you're part of that. All right. Yum. It's not as gross as you'd think would be. The lemon juice and the apple cider vinegar with the beet juice at all sour, kind of just, it's not bitter. It just it's kind of soothing, smooth. I know it's a little bit long. I'm gonna anything like if there's like dollar donations in those, I've been usually diving deep in those. I'm gonna lighten up a little more on those, just out of, fairness. So if you want deeper dives, then I'm gonna probably put together more of a just because when it's getting to 8 hours, I might need to be a little more, like I said, ankle deep on free readings and, like, knee deep on, lower amount donations, and higher amount donations is when we go up to the waist, or up to the neck, depending. But I will always follow spirit. If spirit wants to say more, I'm not gonna stop them. That is for sure. All right, so thank you guys again for all your patience and getting to your readings, and let's dive in. So we got with my glass over here, we got Chelsea up first, 2152. So thank you for your donation. Boom, boom. All right. And then, yeah, you made a post about social media behavior and how uh, intentionality in men is incredibly attractive to you. You're curious about his reaction to it, any deeper significance surrounding it. Ooh, I like that. Oh, yeah. When hate is loud, love must be louder. Thank you, Deb. I know. You wanna know what else is there? I have to sit up. Love must be louder. And love is louder, right? All right. So you want to know here first? Yeah. And then you also added to it. Um, when they go low, you go lower to hell. That's fun. All right. So you wanted to see here. You said you added more onto. So you had more than 7 questions? I know you got another donation later, but did I miss you added an extra question? Oh, okay, I get you, I get you. I gotcha, okay. So number 1, how did he perceive or interpret your post? Alright, let's take a look here. So what what were his interpretations of the post? So we'll look at that here first. Yeah, the bottom of the deck, we have the mirror, which this happens to be the Hanged Man. I think that's the Hanged Man. Nope, that's the moon card, duh. I mean, here's the moon. So there is this mirror, this reflection energy here. So I like that we chose this deck. So this is the moon card here. Um, and it's all about, looking at the reflective mirroring image on the actual waters. So I feel like it did have them kind of look at that. Let's see what these other cards are here too. Yeah, we got the Fool card, which is a wandering card. There is this energy with this of, freedom, um, to be oneself without expectations, with, a world of possibilities, not being locked in kind of energy. What suit these other 3 are that came in here? Yeah, we get the King of Bows, which is the King of Wands. Again, this energy of them deciding. We've got the Strength card, which they call number 11 here. So again, this Leo energy to be seen, and 10 of Pentacles, which is this fullness of life energy. And I'm getting this overall energy here that they're not a lot influenced by others, right? Yeah, it wasn't totally directed at him, right? There is this that I don't feel like they get a lot of, like, even though it's mirroring, they don't have this insecurity. I feel like they have a big confidence energy where they're like, "Yeah." I get it, um, that's a good information. They look at it as information, but I feel like they're in a place in their life that they are self-reflective, but they're like, they got this confidence, so I'm gonna be who I am, and, I'm gonna just see what adventure holds. They don't wanna be a caged lion where someone is telling them, "You need to do this and be this and should be this and blah, 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 blah," they're like, "That's middle school." That's funny that they would say that. That's middle school. I'm an adult. I don't need to try to, live up to what everyone is want me to do, right? Yeah. Yeah. And that's alright, this is about themselves. They can do that. They can, let other people go and not have energy in their life that doesn't match up to what they wanna be, and that's their thing. They don't wanna be caged, but they can cage others. That's the thing is this is all about them and how did they perceive or interpret it, and where are they coming from, right? So, I don't feel like they took it as at them, like they didn't say like, "Oh, this is something, you know, that you're, um, pointing at me. It's a post you're putting out there," kind of energy, but I get it. I get the mirroring. They're like, "Okay," you know, um, I feel like there's that kind of because they're so in this confidence energy right now of being true to themselves, they'll just look at it as information and good to know that that's what you like, but I don't feel like they will will take it that you're trying to tell them to be something. So I feel like that's what they have for number 1. Did it prompt him to reflect on his own social media habits or behavior? Well, we got the mirroring, so I feel like he takes everything as, "Is this something that I wanna recognize or anything that I wanna deal with," kind of stuff? Um, so I feel like that's why the mirroring kicks in, but what about his own social media? Did that change anything about that or anything else they wanna add here? Oh, again, King of Bows coming in. I put that in the middle of the deck, came out again. He's in charge of his own kingdom. It's my life, and I'll live how I wanna live kind of energy. 5 of Arrows, which is the 5 of Swords, which is it's about conflict, external conflict, and the Ace of Vessels, the Ace of Cups, of course, the water of life. There's this they're not afraid of conflict, and this is why I feel like they're good about being true to who they are, and, um, and they're like, "It's okay if not I don't not everyone has to like me." And they have that kind of it's almost like a lion courage kind of confidence energy. I don't feel like it's arrogance, the energy I'm picking up, it's confidence. Like, arrogance is, "I'm better than everybody else." Confidence is, "I know who I am," kind of energy. So I kind of feel like that is what, um I don't feel like other external things will prompt them to do it. I feel like they're in this space of, "I've gotta wanna do it," you know? Yeah. Yeah. You know, and there can be a difference, right, between when we're looking at the mind versus the heart, right? Because a lot of what we're talking about now is mindset, and it is about their thoughts and beliefs. And that's what keeps their heart kind of in check, but insecurity can come from the heart of feeling not good enough, not being loved, that kind of energy. So when we're talking about when it comes to emotional interactions, that's a different being, right? A different, energy center. So I feel like this is the heart doesn't worry about social media and behaviors, because behaviors are rules and those are of the mind. That's interesting. I never would have split those out, but I understand spirit. Like, oh, wow, I learned something new every day. Right. And then for number 3, does he want to come off as more of husband material because of that? Or just in general? Let's see here. Yeah, I feel like, with the bottom energy being the 10 of swords, which is an energy of like, I don't wanna expectations, again, going back to that Leo energy of the strength card, um, and even the King of Wands fire of I decide. The 10 of swords is like, I'm tired of trying to live up to expectations and trying to be what everyone else wants me to be kind of energy. Um, and we've got the 2 of bows, which is the 2 of wands, which they're kind of at a crossroads with that energy, the 2 of wands about what they're wanting, because there is a portion of the King of Wands where they're trying to get out of their head and into their heart, then to make plans, which is the 2 of bows, the 2 of wands, and then they take action, but I feel like they're in that crossroads of, "I don't know what I want," kind of energy from their heart. The mind, I feel like they know what they wanna be, and they don't want other people to tell them who they are supposed to be. I feel like they had enough of that from a lot of different people, because you got the 4 of swords on the bottom and then the ace of swords too. So, they're open-minded and they can seek clarity in things, but I don't feel again, you know, um, I don't feel like they're trying to become something and they don't want to try to fit into a box. So husband material sounds like a list to them, and they would be like, "No, I'm gonna be me, and I'm gonna find out, who I'm interested in, what both of us want," kind of energy. But if they feel like someone's trying to cage them in, that's where I feel like they're, like, resistant to that. Interesting. So, number 4 is how much weight or significance does he place on your opinions and your standards? Okay, well, maybe what we're saying here, I mean, we'll take a look here and see how much he, um, values it. He's still gonna make his own, decisions kind of energy. Yeah, we got the World card, which is a victory card, but it is an ending of a cycle, a beginning of new adventures, free of expectations kind of energy. Under that, we do have the 3 of vessels, the 3 of cups, which is joy and celebration energy. And again, the King of wands, the King of bows coming out with the 10 of cups. So, with all this joy energy and this ending and beginning energy of victory and movement, I feel like like when they look at your opinions and your standards, they look at what is going to bring joy. And I feel like this is the energy, um, this is this energy of um, seeking seeking joy and pleasure is what we as humans want to do. And we'll look at and even here this we got the balance here of temperance, which is I almost feel like it's weighing the scales, cost benefit analysis. It's like everyone has opinions, everyone has standards, but where's the happy medium between what I want and what someone else wants that brings joy? So I feel like it is important and they understand, that there's people who, everyone has what they want and then we have what we want, and not anyone can be 100%. And it's like, where's the happiness? Where's the happy medium? I feel like with all this joy is, you know, seeking more like what's the path of least resistance where we both can enjoy life and not have conflict, right? So you met husband materials and how he appears to others because image is so important to him. I don't mean it as a list that makes you feel bad. Yeah. So, do they want to be seen as husband material? Well, but I feel like they want, to be seen as desirable and want love, right? And this is feel fits into what we were just saying just now, and like they look at what's the how can I get what I want to feel in my life while the other person can get what they want, and where's the balance in between? Because I feel like they get it that um well somewhat that because they don't want to tell have someone tell them who they're supposed to be, but they have in their mind, well, this is what, you know, people should be, and this is what I'm striving for. And with other people disagree with that, that's where the disappointments come in, both for other people and for him, right? So hopefully that makes sense. You want to know, does he see your perspective as reasonable or overly particular or critical? Okay, let's take a look here. You really want to know, right? All right. All right. Okay. It's not so bad, at least so far. Because the bottom, you have the Queen of Swords, which is a balance between head and heart. So, I love that. So that seems reasonable, right? So far, at least. We have the Queen of Bows, the Queen of Wands. So, you have that as well. The Two of Bows and the Four of Bows. Yeah. So we got the Four of Wands, um, energy, which is actually it is joyful celebration. It's a marriage energy, and the Two of Bows again is that trying to decide, um, and I do feel like they do see a difference because I feel like there's two wands. They know that yours is very different, not very different, but different from theirs. But not. I don't feel like it's critical here. Yeah, because even got the Ace of Cups. And I feel like they just, you know, they focus in on love a lot and um and they understand that everyone has desires and it almost feels like that he gets it that and not that he's sexist, but he kind of has a generality that women usually like this and but men usually like this and I understand there's a difference and we have to we have to have a like again going back to that happy medium that men generally usually have kind of this kind of um goal and then women generally have this so he's got like that kind of energy that's there but with that Queen of Swords, I do feel like he sees it as reasonable and normal for, um, most women. Like the big things, like the big standards, which is like, "This is normal. It's normal stuff," you know? It's not like anything that's, "Oh my god, you're weird," he's like, "It's expected," kind of thing, right? So did the post influence how he views himself or how he believes you might view him? Let's take a look here. I don't think I think we've kind of beat that first one in the ground, that it doesn't change how he views himself, but how he believes that you might view him might be different here. Yeah. It looks like the 3 of swords on the bottom, which is the expectations equal disappointment a bit there. Um, and then Queen of Bows, here's that again, the Queen of Wands energy. He understands I'm gonna say call it a strong personality that you have of, you know, desire. It's like, this huge, the Queen of Wands, and she wants something, she's gonna go for it, right? And it's like, it's not half-assed, it's full on, right? So I feel like they're like, if you're wanting 100% of everything that you're posting and all this, I feel like this might be like you're disappointed in them and that you don't think they're as wonderful as you used to kind of energy. Let's see what else. Yeah, we got the Hierophant energy coming in here. It's called the Ancestor in this one. And this is, an energy of change and growth that comes in, that's there. We have the Devil card too, so the shaking and rattling of long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, with the Page of Stones, the Page of Pentacles, beneath that. So there is this, the with the Devil card and the Page of Pentacles, it's like uh, having my worth shaken and rattled a little bit, which is all right, um, sounds challenging, and it's all right because, if, um, you know, just imagine putting yourself in their shoes if they posted something about that they, you know, like, you know, women who wear, like Little House on the Prairie, dresses and don't wear makeup. If he said something like that, you'd be like, "Oh, wow, that's gonna be sad for them." That's how you would look at it. But when you put it in the other shoes, it would be like, "Hmm, you know, okay, so they have that." And I wonder how important that is, how important this thing is, and what does that look like? So more inquisitive, kind of energy, and where's the wiggle room and kind of energy, but I do feel like it is like, oh, you might be thinking like, I don't know if I'm gonna match up to the expectations that you have, right? Going back to the other expectation question, comments, right? And then number 7, is there any indication that it motivated him to reconsider or adjust his behavior moving forward? Well, let's take a look here. See, is it changing his intentions at all? His motivations? It just doesn't feel like he's one to be pushed, you know? But got the King of Arrows, the King of Swords on the bottom. So, um there is this energy. Well, there's a slight little difference in the perspective of the question, so I get it here. But I understand the intent, behind them, but the King of Swords is 2 times the sword, so they're definitely in their head, you know, um, you know, that there's this, um he's thinking about things. But again, I don't know if it's necessarily them. That's the bottom of the deck. Let's see. Yeah, we have the Ace of Cups. So the focusing on their self-love. What else do we have? We have the Page of Stones. Here's the Page of Pentacles again, which they're bringing back up, which does have to do with looking at their worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. You got the Three of Stones, Three of Pentacles. While underneath it, the kind of this desire to be true to their authentic selves. They do have a little bit of hermit energy that's coming in here, and the Stag too, which is justice, which is Ace of Swords energy. So there is this trying to balance, trying to understand, but I feel like this energy, um, is more along the lines of, I need to understand who I am. Well, this energy of Ace of Cups and a lot of this other stuff is, who am I and what do I want? And how does that match up to what you're wanting? So it's more, doesn't feel like action energy as much as it's taken him off into his kind of thinkingness energy. So hopefully that helps there. We do on the bottom of the deck, we do have the Lovers card. So it's not a I don't feel like a decision has been made or a deal breaker, but here's that full card again underneath that, which is I just wanna be able to go on an adventure and be myself and not have to be something because that's where expectations kick in, where then, disappointment kinda comes in, right? Does he find you less attractive because of those thoughts? I don't feel like he finds you less attractive as much as I feel like it brings up a little fear inside of not as much as you I don't match as much to what you want as I thought I did maybe. So I feel it created some doubt in him. That's where that insecurity comes in, right? Having to do with relationship. So that's interesting. Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, not good enough. Yeah, yeah. So that's definitely as I'm reading your next statement, I'm like, yeah, it's that, and maybe not good enough. Well, I mean, it kind of is, but it's not with his confidence that he has towards himself because it doesn't impact him enough to make anyone any internal changes. It feels like, but it feels like more. I see how this might impact our interactions. Like you might be less interested in me because I'm not matching these things and I'm not doing these things of what you're wanting, right? Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. And then we'll touch base on your other one, which kind of, alludes to the other one that we'll look at as well about the pictures and that. I think we'll find out more specifically, but it kind of feels like oh, there's another thing that I do wrong, according to how they feel you are looking at it. It's oh, I'm less attractive to you now, So right. Well, let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here. Because of your donation amount, you do get one of these whispers of healing cards. So let's take a look here. Oops, I guess I need the book down here. See what we get here. Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to do so. Let me this. This is the one I want. All right. Yeah, we got ruminate, which is kind of a good energy. I mean, a good word like we were talking about here. Card number 18. They are ruminating, right? It's pondering. They got their mind working here. So take note of how you take on the energy around you. Do you tend to immerse yourself in unconstructive energy? Are you taking responsibility for a situation that really has nothing to do with you? Do you hold yourself in reproach for circumstances you have no control over? This might include feeling somehow responsible for inclement weather or someone else's bad mood. It makes no sense, yet you feel you played a role in it. Are you spending an unwarranted amount of time thinking about other people's situations? Self examination is one way of identifying whether you're engaged in negative thinking. Negative thinking can manifest in harmful self talk or viewing yourself disapprovingly. You may do this without being aware of it. It can be done through self deprecating humor that invites others to laugh at your expense. You may put others above you. You might give a place, an opportunity, or something you rightfully earned to someone else. You may apologize constantly, which lowers your energy. It may seem that you are ashamed of your presence in certain situations. You might be addicted to negative situations or participate in gossip. Be honest as you reflect on where you may be taking on negative energy and decide to make changes for the better. A flutist, right, plays as her thoughts encircle her. Oh, and this card. The card depicts the thoughts and situations that are crowding your psyche. The people reflect the drama you have allowed yourself to become absorbed in. The green above and behind the flautist's head denotes an ability to heal your thoughts. The birds, stars, and flowers portray growth, healing, love, blessings, and connection to self. If you find you're overthinking something, find a distraction to help you move forward. Music is a wonderful way to quiet your mind. So I like that. I feel like that this is kind of focusing in on, realize that you, kind of what some of his cards were, which is be true to your authentic self and be who you are, and whatever comes up, we can't control other people's stories and opinions about what's going on or their emotions or their choices and all that. So we spend, if we spend our energy focusing on how do I feel around this? Why am I wanting to put this out there? Am I doing this because I want to try to control someone to have them be who I want them to be? And why is that important? You know, so, there is that energy of understanding my intentions. Like, I'm like, what are their intentions? Oop, three fingers, right? What are my intentions? Why am I doing the things I'm doing? And I like that. So, hopefully that helps a little bit. And then we will dive in to your second one, and I'll alter your question accordingly to whatever you want to change it to, of course. All right, let's see. And we had some other people come in here. Hey, Leslie, you said you love that. Oh, very good. And we got Ruby Camellia in. Hello, Ruby. Good to see you. I will get you on the free list here. And we've got Silver Pony. Hey, I'm doing good. Sure, you can ask a question. I love reading. Absolutely. I got you. Your question down here. We'll get you on the free list here. Free readings are going to be a long while, just so you know. We got quite a list of donations up, and then those do get priority. So if you want to make a donation to move up on the free reading list, you can make a donation of any kind, super chat, and then down in the description area, it does have all my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay, and all that. So if you're interested. All right. So let me take a quick let me drink the last of my little beet juice here. Slurp, slurp. Cheers, cheers. Then I'll move on to my coffee now. All right. So we got Leslie up next. Leslie. So here is your timestamp. Good to see you. Thank you. All your wonderful little emojis. So you'd like a message from your dad? Oh, yeah. I feel like we've got some of these Talking to Heaven oracle from Mr. James Von Prague. So let's take a look here. I feel like he wanted to talk about a couple things here, and then we'll pull Tara if he has anything he wants to add on. Oh, your first one is I watch over you every single day. It's reminding me of a story about, I won't go into the whole story now, but a friend of mine, when I did a reading for her, and when I first channeled people on the other side through tarot, and she was talking about how her son saw his, in the sky, a giant heart in the clouds, that was brokenhearted, and he was talking about um, his uncle who had passed, and which was my friend's brother, and as they were talking, the cloud came together and formed a heart cloud. And then at the same time that was going on, um, his wife was walking around with a friend around a little lake, and they found 7 heart-shaped stones. And so I'm feeling like he's saying that he's gonna show you a lot of hearts. That's how he's gonna communicate to you, because he's touching all those memories in my brain, saying, "Yeah, this, that, this, that." So you're gonna see hearts in all sorts of fun places all over. Like, if you're walking somewhere, you see someone drew a heart on the ground, or there's a leaf in the form of a heart, or, this is gonna be everywhere, and that's gonna be a way that he tells you that he's there and he's watching over you. So I love that. And then he says, "Believe me, believe," he wants to say it like, "Believe me when I tell you that I hear every one of your thoughts and know all of your life's desires, goals, and accomplishments. We have such a strong soul connection that part of my desire here is to watch over you there. And even though I can't take your tests for you or interfere with your free will, I am sharing your space and I'm always influencing you to do the best that I know you can do. I help bring into your life those important learning opportunities your soul needs in order to grow. Think of me as one of your guardian angels. We share life together. I am the light that goes before you, holds your hand, and shows you the way. So don't be surprised if a thought about me suddenly comes into your mind, seemingly at random. That's me standing next to you, letting you know that I'm still with you, kid." He wanted to add in kid. That doesn't say kid here, but I feel like he wanted to say, "I'm still with you, kid." So that is what they have for that one there. And then the other one he had here is, "Yeah, I'm with the rest of the family. We're all hanging out." And we all are around you because he's with them. And so, uh, so they're all together here. Let me see. Oh, yeah, here it is. He goes, "Please don't worry that I'm alone or lonely because," he goes, "because God, no, I'm surrounded by all the family." It's funny. Because I'm surrounded by all of our loved ones. They met me when I traveled here, and it's been like one sweet family reunion ever since, without any drama. Every relative and friend you think about is here with me, and they send you their love. Family relationships are quite different here in that there's pure love and no ego competition. So all of the annoying habits have dropped away. Thank God. And our memories of our human quirks are handled with a compassionate sense of humor. Everyone is in a constant good mood and no one is in a rush. Defenses have all washed away and our hearts are all open to one another. So, from a relationship perspective, this truly is heaven. I like that. So, those are your messages from him. And let me get you a fortune cookie here, too. Yeah, I did want these here. So let's take a look here and see what we have here. He's a hoot. He is a hoot. All right. Then you have here, yeah, receiving. What a great card. So it says, to manifest, you must be open to receiving as much as you give. So practice saying yes to support, love, and opportunities without hesitation. So they are definitely, wanting to help and give to you. On the flip side, it says resistance to help may be limiting your growth. Allow yourself to be supported. That's right. Don't be such an overgiver. Allow us to give to you. Open up and ask them for things, and they're able to bring things to you as well. So I feel like that's one big thing they want you to know. I know, right? What great cards. So look out for the hearts everywhere. Because it was interesting is my friend told me all that about the clouds and the stones and everything, and then when I went back before I was leaving, because she lived out of town, I went to Drove, and when I was gonna leave to go back, go, "Hey, you want a reading?" And I'd been talking about that I felt a nudge to channel people from the other side. I hadn't channeled people who had passed, just spirit. And, so the first card that came out when I was started to do a reading, and it was, um, people coming through that wanted to talk to her, the first card was a huge heart, which meant that was her brother. It was like, boom, we're like, well, there it is. So I feel like you're gonna see hearts all over the place as, messages for him from him. Right, absolutely, my pleasure. Thank you again for your donation, my friend. Good to see you. All right, and then we have Ateshi. Hey, Ateshi, good to see you. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list here. Boop, boop. And then we've got Livier Vagara in the house. Hey, Livier. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well. Blessed midweek for you as well. I think your question is down here. We got Brenda Globy too. Hey, Brenda. Good to see you. Get you on the free list. Okay, and then Livier, here's your question. Get that on the list here as well. And Rahul, hey, good to see you, my friend. Get you on the free list as well. Cheers. All right, and then Crystal Ray. No, you did not miss your reading. I have 5 up next from Sudeshna, and then you'll be up right after that. So you're almost right on time. You're a little early, and that's all right. Sudeshna's won't be severely long, even though there's 5 of them. So hang in. All right, I think I got everyone else on the list here. So we will dive into these. So cheers, everyone. I'm gonna take a sip of this coffee. Yum. All right. So let us dive in. So Sudeshna 10245 is for the first one here. And as your new manager has been assigned at the cogwheel company, how is he? And what changes will happen? How will he treat us? So let's see here. What are kind of his energies? How what changes will happen? And then how, based on current energies, how will he treat you guys? All right. So, how is he in general here? We got the 2 of vessels. All right, that's good. And the 10 of vessels. Well, that's not bad at all. So, um, 2 of cups is relationship, like they like building relationships, and the 10 of vessels, 10 of cups. They have a big heart, it feels like here with the 10 of cups. It's funny, both of these are relationship cards. He tends to hit on people trying to form relationships. No, that's just a joke. But there is this energy here of he likes to build relationships, and he kind of takes into consideration heart energy because that's a fullness of emotion. So they might be a bit on the emotional side. That might be a water sign, so maybe influenced by the moon as well. So around a full moon, try to make him as happy as you can. Bring him a special treat, like a little dessert or something. Then that'll put him in a really good mood. But I feel like emotional energy there. What changes will they bring in here? We got the 6 of Pentacles, 6 of Cups energy. I feel like a lot of balance, actually. Both of this feels, I mean, 6 and 6 are flow energies. It's a solid foundation of Pentacles in the solid world, so it's a good giving and receiving energy. And the 6 of Vessels, 6 of Cups is even, you know, that there's a good flow back and forth. So it feels like it's a positive kind of energy that comes there. How will he treat us? You got the 2 of Bows. Depends on your energy with the 2 of Wands and also the King of Wands. So both of those, what's underneath there too? Let's see here. Yeah, the 3 of Pentacles. So that's a good sign. Creativity. They like people to be true to their authentic selves. They don't want people walking on eggshells and stuff around them. So I feel like he treats everyone, I feel like they're a bit different type of a manager, than others that you've had. But this how other people treat us is how what energy we put out, right? This 2 of Wands and King of Wands is it's up to you. So if you are focusing on what they're not doing and what blah, 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 then we're going to get more of that. If we're focused on what we're grateful for and who they are, what they're doing, find the positives because everyone has high vibration, low vibration expressions and characteristics, right? And if we focus on what we like, we get more of that. If we focus in on what we hate, we get more of that. So he's going to treat, we'll put it this way, everyone's going to experience them according to their own energy, which is how we experience the world, right? Interesting, right? So that's kind of the information there on that one. And let's take a look here and see what the fortune cookie says for this one here, which is synchronicity. Yep, TikTok. It's almost like the Wheel of Fortune. But it says the universe is constantly sending you signs and confirmations. Pay attention to repeated patterns. Stay mindful of recurring numbers, symbols, and events. They're guiding you towards alignment with your desires. On the flip side, you may be missing signs or dismissing guidance. Slow down and open yourself to synchronicity. So you can even be asking yourself, why did this particular person come into this position in my life? Why did I want this? What's in this? What gift is in this for me, right? That can change things, right? All right, so that's for number one. And then for number two, we're at 10721. So we got those here. And will your new manager or the higher authority in the cogwheel force you to go to the office 3 days in a week mandatory? Anything else? Office is too far, right? More of an encouragement to look for a new job, right? Well, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, are they going to force you to go to the office 3 days a week mandatory? Let's see here. We got the archer, actually. That's the chariot. So that's the power of choice. Um, I don't feel like they're going to force you, but that also brings back our power of choice, right? Again, if I'm focusing on, oh God, I hope they don't make me go back to the office. I fear that it will. Oh my God, what's going to happen, right? Come here, coming into the office 3 days a week versus I'm so grateful of that I'm able to work from home or work remote and that I don't have to go into the office. I'm so grateful for this and grateful for that. Then that can, continue, right? Um, because it is a victory, it is a movement energy, so we like that. Um, so it feels like they're gonna still make it your choice, but it depends on your choice of your energy where you're investing it, whether you're gonna draw it in or maintain being able to be grateful of working remotely, right? Anything else that we have here? You got the 7 of stones and the 7 of arrows, so you got 7, 7 coming in here. And the 7 of Pentacles is a little bit of slowness happening, because that's the 7 of Pentacles, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, right? And the 7 of Arrows, the 7 of Swords, it's giving you time to look at your thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make you feel, blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small and powerless. And I feel like, that this is, um it's allowing you to see, how they're like, let's it's something about timing that how their inconsistency in communicating the timing of things and how things it seems like everything's going slower than they said it would. And it's giving you the time to kind of look at it and go, all right, what is it that I want? How am I limiting myself? How am I cheating myself out of opportunities, right? How am I keeping myself stuck? So I feel like that's the big thing. I don't feel like there's anything like significant else coming in right now. I feel like they're just gonna try to balance things out and let's get work done. I don't feel like they're trying to rock the boat right away. I feel like they're kind of just let's keep everyone happy for now. So I like these. And then we've got efficiency. So you had a clock, now you have a compass. There was something that said the reason compasses were created before clocks is because Destination is more important than timing. Isn't that cool? They just brought that back. So work smarter, not harder. Efficiency. Align effort with strategy for maximum impact. Optimize your approach today and ways to simplify your efforts. So I feel like they're going to be looking at efficiency because this feels very corporate. And then on the flip side, overworking or wasted energy may be slowing progress. Refocus on what matters, right? I like that. All right. So that was for number two. Thank you again for your multiple donations. And then number three is 11126. There you go. Oh, hey, Lauren. Thank you so much. I know, right? I like these. All right. And then for number three, you said you have applied to multiple job openings the last 2 days. Will you get anything positive? Any progress? What else? All right. So, will you get any uh, positive responses on those? All right. You got the 10 of Cups, which is happy, happy, joy, joy energy. So, I do feel like there's possibilities of receiving positive results. Any progress? You do have the Four of Stones, the Four of Pentacles. It feels like something homebound. Could be something remote where you can work from home or something in the city where you're at. And anything else around these results here. See, you do have the Death and Rebirth energy and the King of Cups. So I do feel like there is something, this ending and beginning energy of the journey, right? Um, so I do feel like there is, uh, even with the 10 of Cups, this ending and beginning energy of the tens. So I do feel like there is going to be something coming in that where you can, move to something new uh, but I feel like I know all of that. You're like, I'm excited about that. And then I have to throw a button there. Uh, but the King of Vessels, King of Cups is about the heart thing. We always go back to the heart. It's a good reminder that there's all this stuff happening that we're pursuing all the regular stuff. But that heart thing that your heart is pulling you and wants to go in a different direction, they're just reminding that don't let that go because that's going to be part of the blocks you get and you're just hopping from one frying pan into another. You go to another company, it's going to kind of feel like, well, at least I don't have to travel because it's in my town or, it's remote, but I'm still not happy because your heart's like, I'm not happy kind of energy. So remember, still your heart, but it feels like there is some positive, um, at least one positive outcome from the ones that you've applied at. But don't forget your heart. Then your fortune cookie for this one is discipline. Oh my. There's a gun show. And it says commitment and routine create lasting success. Stay consistent with your efforts. Well, there you go. So keep going. Develop a habit today that aligns with your goal because consistency is key. So keep applying, keep going. Lack of focus and on the flip side, lack of focus or distraction may be slowing you down. Recommit to your path and maybe even recommit to your heart's path and see where it's wanting to take you there. So I feel like that's what they have for that one. And then for number 4, we're at 11447. So there's your timestamp for that. And then should you buy the AI powered data analyzed course by Code with Harry? Is that Harry Potter? Will it help you get better jobs or should you look for any other paid course? All right, let's take a look here. Only if it's a course from Harry Potter. That's what I say. Let's see what Spirit says. So, is it in your best interest to buy the AI-powered data analyst course? All right, and then will it help you get better jobs or anything to look for here? So, what we have here, you got the Four of Bows, the Four of Wands. It can help you. It can assist you in getting better jobs than you've had. Um, well, I mean, it feels like it brings you joy and it's a solid energy in purchasing that. Does it get you better jobs? You got the 4 of vessels, the 4 of cups. Well, it gets you jobs, and I feel like they're clarifying here because the 4 of cups is like a stagnation. Boring, and it's like the heart saying, "Yeah, it helps you get more of those jobs that your mind wants," like, kind of in that direction, but if that's what you mean by better, it's not gonna be jobs you enjoy any more than those others, because that's just existing energy, but I will show you living energy if you will, follow the heart kind of energy, right? And so there is this, you know, this kind of, uh, mixed mixed emotions, right? When it says better. So, I feel like you'll have different jobs than you do now, but like I said, I don't feel like you're gonna be any happier with them. Um, any other paid courses? Got the king, I think like there are, but we've got the hermit card, which is kinda stepping back and seeking, um, guidance, like, from spirit. The king of stones, the king of pentacles, is an abundance energy. I like it that he's kinda howling at the moon, though, and I feel like this is talking about there's other paid courses that you could take because there's no should from spirit, right? But I feel like those, again, are more focusing in on the heart, the moon, that emotional energy. They're like, "Yeah, you can be doing these courses, you can be doing these things to get into, more of this area, but that's just gonna take you on a path further, on away from your heart and more into the mind, mental, desires." So, can kinda take that as you will, and again, that hermit almost encourages you to step back, connect, upward and inward and go, "What is it that I really wanna do?" Not what I think I'm supposed to do with what everyone else has told me I'm supposed to do with my life, but what do I want to do? What would be make my heart sing? Not make me feel like I'm living up to everyone's expectations, and that makes me feel safe, but what makes me feel like I'm living, not just checking the boxes, right? So, hopefully that helps. Do you hear my little wheeze? We've got 4 out of 4 with grass pollens today, and I was out walking, and, 3 out of 4 for tree, and the wind was blowing, so we know that my body's telling me, there was pollen outside today?" And I'm like, "Thank you. I'm grateful for that because it brings us awareness, right? Here's the awareness. Recognizing your patterns gives you the power to change them. Self awareness leads to mastery. So observe your thoughts today. Which ones support your desires and which ones limit you? Wow. On the flip side, unconscious blocks may be interfering with your progress. Bring them to light and transform them. Yeah, I know. And I wish I could just tell you what that is that your heart is trying to lead you to, but part of it is learning how to communicate and connect with your heart. Otherwise, if they just told you, you'd be like, "Can you talk to my heart and ask me what it wants?" It's like the heart wants to talk to you. It wants you to get to have this relationship with them, and I feel like that's what happens, right? Because I feel like you were pulled into your mind at a very early age, and so you've been in your mind, and your heart's been like, "Why won't anyone listen to me?" So, hopefully that helps. Right, and then for number 5, Sudeshna, we're at 1:20:16, and there is that one. And okay, deployment. Your deployment has shifted again 1 week. Oh, as we predicted, right? Oh my gosh, I love it. Thank you for sharing that. Client has suggested Wednesday, the June 24th. Should we do it on the 23rd or the 24th? All right, let's see here. The energies for both. Perfect. So let's see, what are the energies of the 23rd? I feel like those two. And then what about, that's at the 24th, and that's the 24th. All right, we'll see those. And will your old manager help you in it as he told previously? Okay, and then will he help you based on his current energies? Okay, we'll look at that. All right, so the energy of the 23rd got the moon and the judgment card. I feel like that's pulling you somewhere else. And I wonder why the moon energy. Where's my, oh, here's my moon book. I think I cleaned my desk. I remember where I put it. Let me see here, because they're telling me something about moon energy. Yeah, the 24th, the moon enters Scorpio. Interesting. Okay. Well, I guess they'll tell me what that means here in a minute. But it does feel like they're pulling you not on the 23rd, because it feels like, because that's like 11 p.m. at night, at least Eastern Standard Time. So there's something about the moon moving into that. It doesn't feel like that is a good thing coming in there. For the 24th, what kind of energy? Yeah, we got the victory. That's the chariot normally. You got the 5 of arrows and the 4 of vessels. Yeah, because I feel like there are issues, the 5 of arrows, but we solve them with the 4 of cups, because we have frustration that turns to boredom. So it's something that's like, oh, we hit this little thing, but then it's solved with a chariot and the 4 of vessels here. But it feels like there's some unseen things for the 23rd that pop up, that that judgment card allows us to see things from a different, but it's from a different perspective. But there's this calling energy, like pulling you away from the 23rd. So I feel like the 23rd might be, ooh. So I feel like if the 24th, and that's what the client has suggested, I feel like that's good, because it feels like the 23rd feels like there's something going on that reveals itself, and we're like, "Oh, thank God we didn't do it yet, because we needed to adjust something." Something else comes up, and we're like, "Oh, wow. Had we been doing that at the same time, kablooey," right? But the next day, there's just a little bit of, I feel like it's not huge conflict, because it's a minor arcana, just a little bit of conflict, but it gets resolved, and victory comes in. And then, will your old manager help you, as he said previously? Yeah, we got the master teacher energy of the, like, the ancestor, which is the Hierophant. So I do feel like they are that, you know, master student, energy, and they will help. They will guide you as a good master does to grasshopper. So that is what they have for you for that. And then see what your fortune cookie brings in too. All right. We have wisdom, which says, the answers you seek are already within you. Look inward for guidance and clarity. Spend time in stillness or seek counsel from a mentor to uncover deeper truths. That's interesting, all that Scorpio energy. Scorpio does allow us to see deeper truths, and they're deep truth seekers. So it's interesting that late on, which might be early on the 23rd, but things come to light, secrets come to light, or the unseen comes to light. On the flip side, doubt or external noise may be clouding your wisdom. Return to inner knowing and trust your intuition. So I like that. All right, so that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you so much again for your donations. I greatly appreciate those. So many, many blessings. All right. Let me just take a quick gander here. So, Crystal, you will be up next. And I think I got another donation came in here, I believe. Let me just update it here. Here it comes. All right. Oh, Chelsea. Got your email that just came through too. So thank you. I'll get you added on to the list here. All right. And this is your revised question too? Oh, um, okay. So the email's the revised one, and then you sent me a donation for an additional question? Oh, for the revised one? So are you upping the it to be okay, additional for the same one. I gotcha. Okay. So not an additional question, just changing that one. So that would be a total of that. And then I'll just put on here new question in email. All right. I gotcha. We are on the same page now, I hope. And then we got Betty Joe in the house. Hey, Betty Joe, good to see you. Hello, hello. We will get you onto the free list as well. All right. So let me take a quick sip here. We will dive back in. So Crystal will be up next, and then Chelsea, your questions right after that. All right. So Crystal, we're at 1:27:10. Here is your timestamp. Boop, boop, boop. Don't think I missed anyone. Nope. Okay. So Crystal, thank you so much for your donation and for your patience in getting to your reading as well. All right. What do we got going on here? Okay. So question number one. Oh my. So you and Justin and had a really good time. Some one of the best times you've ever had. I love that. And what are Justin's thoughts? All right. Let's see what was on little not little. Definitely not little, right? Justin's mind here. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so this is for your first question. All right. So, yeah, it's interesting that it's the temperance card, but the energy around it with these two intertwined dragons. Whoa. I'm getting a this is temperance, but it's Sagittarius energy, fire energy, and I feel like because this is like alchemy, and it's like 2 cups with magic that are intertwining, like these 2 dragons, right? And then it's like the magic builds and builds and builds and then gold. And I feel like it does feel golden. So I like that. Good energy. What else? Yep, the magician, magic. So there is this, kind of uh reflection kind of energy in here around this is like it was magical, like it was golden. These are all positive things, right? We also have oh yeah, this is the justice card with the 2 of arrows. Look at all this justice, all this balancing energy, the temperance balancing. It feels like it was very I feel like it what you felt, they felt with all this energy. And then, of course, we have the sun too, which is, of course, a blazing fire energy and victory energy. So I definitely feel like they were on the same page as you with because it feels like it's mutual with all this balancing scales energy. And then also you've got the strength card again, 2 Leo energies and the 10 of vessels too. So 10 of cups, great amounts of joy and emotional flow and fire with the Leo. This is the strength card. Um, and the sun card is the other Leo energy. So there is this great fire energy and yeah, so I definitely feel that their thoughts are the same as yours that "What the hell was that? Wow," kind of energy. So I feel like they really enjoyed your special, time that you guys had. So that's for number 1, which is the what we like. So it's almost like a mirror. You can just kinda go, "I felt this, yeah, they felt that too," kind of energy. Right? And then number 2, you wanna know what are, Corey's thoughts of you, Corey's company. Oh, they never left. You think it's a serious relationship. So what are Corey's thoughts for you? And then we'll see if it's a serious relationship. Yeah. I feel like here, as I say that, we get the 10 of cups on the bottom. So here is this happy, happy energy, which is relationship energy. That wasn't for years yet. But this is like they are so into that relationship. Let's see here. We got the 8 of arrows, got the 8 of swords. So I feel like they are working through, they're struggling with that. They showed up and never left, right? Which is maybe they're tied up because the 8 of swords is usually someone who's blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. Are you sure they're not being held hostage, Corey or the other person? But it is about letting go of mindsets and thoughts and beliefs that don't serve us, freedom energy. Let's see here. What are his thoughts towards you? I do feel like that, they're very happy with what's going on there, but they also kind of feel a bit working through feeling restricted over there. Yeah, King of Vessels. We got the King of Cups. So they still think that you are very compatible with each other. That's the balance between the head and the heart. And so I don't feel like they're feeling anything that was here. Oh wow. Yeah. And in fact, with the disagreement that you guys had, you know, 5 of swords. And disagreement, it doesn't mean it doesn't have to be an argument. It just means that you were wanting something that they weren't ready for, or that they weren't wanting to go in that direction. But the Wheel of Fortune is that that worked out for the best. So I feel like they're not upset. I feel like they're kinda going, "Yeah, if you hadn't done that, I wouldn't have met this one." And I'm really happy with this one. Maybe they're just a more energetic match for them as well as you are with Justin, right? So I don't feel anything um, nefarious or extreme from them. In fact, they're kind of like a blessing in disguise kind of energy. And then the third one, you wanted to know your neighbor's thoughts of you. So let's take a look here. Who are all these strange men coming into your house? No, I'm just kidding. Is that what you're worried about? Who is that? Yeah, get the bottom of the deck, the 5 of swords, kind of conflicted. They're kind of, between their head and their hearts. I just feel like the neighbors are conflicted. I don't know if you're talking about specific neighbors, like, one neighbor or all of your neighbors, but, let's see what we got here. I got 2 sets. We got 3 of stones, 4 of stones. Yeah. I feel like one of the neighbors is all about the 3 of stones is, girl, you be true to your authentic self. You go. And the 4 of stones is your house. It's your house. You do what you want. You go. This is someone, that they're just like, you're living your life. And I want to live my life. You live your life. We're all good. The other one, yeah, I feel the other one is a bit more mixed emotions, 7 of vessels and the 10 of vessels, because I feel like they have this idea of relationships, and I feel like whoever this other person is, that they've been through a lot of breakups and a lot of, sad, and they're wanting a relationship, and I feel like there might be a little bit of jealousy. They're happy for you, but they're also jealous of you because they're like, "Why did you get to have, like," you know, I don't know if they feel like they see people come and go and they're like, "Why do you get," I get 0 and you get, more than 1? What the hell? But I feel like for the most part, the people are happy around you. outside of their I feel like this is more their internal conflict between their heads and their heart, not, anything to do with you, which is what is a good reminder when we're asking about other people. We don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are, so we don't see things clearly, so our little thoughts and beliefs about, all that stuff in the outside world, it's about us. Our opinions about what all these people are and what they're doing is a reflection of what we're feeling on the inside and how we grew up in our filters. So when we go, how do they think about us? One of my favorite Instagram posts or what I ever saw was other people's opinion of us. It's none of our business because it really has nothing to do with us. It's all about their opinion of themselves and the mood they're in at the moment and the energy they're surrounded with, right? So interesting, right? All right. And so since your donation was $5 or more, you did get one of these Whisper of Healing cards for your fortune cookie. So thank you again for your donation. And your fortune cookie is Replenish. Girl, that's probably you, right? Oh, wow. Card 31. You're like, I am wiped out. All right. So it is not possible to be happy or at your best all the time. Having depleted energy or off days is a natural part of everyday life. However, it is how you manage those times when you're energetically low that is important. It is imperative to take care of your emotional energy just as you take care of your physical well being. This means addressing depression, fear, mood swings, anger, or feeling drained of energy. Have strategies for coping and replenishing yourself, such as an exercise program. Identify ways of regrouping and gaining control of your energy. There are benefits to scheduling a day each month that is just for you. This day can be whatever you would like it to be. Sleep in, watch a favorite movie while enjoying a favorite treat, make a dinner date with a friend, or just catch up for a chat. Doing something that makes you feel good will help revitalize your energy. When you are in a healing process, depression can be a challenge. Make sure you take steps to address depression early on. Talk to people about how you're feeling, and if you need, get help organizing time for something you enjoy. In this card, a beautiful woman unwinds in satin sheets while a bustle of activity goes on around her. Take care of yourself. It's up to you to replenish your energy. The color lilac represents the future, your imagination, and your dreams. Lilac is grounding. It also inspires and enhances psychic ability and spiritual enlightenment. You are resilient. You will overcome anything that comes your way. A difficult period is diminishing and moving into your past. You're letting it go. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. So Chelsea will be up here in a second. Let me just do a couple quick shout outs here. We do have Phoenix Oracle Healing. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And thank you for your dual donations. And let's grab your questions here. Very good. And very good. Maybe. There we go. All right. And I'll give those both loves and likes since I can. I got them on the list. All right. So, zoom, zoom. Oh, what am I going up there for? Get back here. Old habits. All right. So let me just take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Thank you so much for all the thumbs up, all your love, all your support, your patience in getting to your readings. I'm so grateful. I love you guys. Hope you're having a good day. And if you're not, enjoy that. Or if you want to change it, you can do that too, right? Boom, boom. All right. So, Chelsea, you're up for number 2. Thank you again for your additional donations here. Here's both your timestamps and here's the revised question, which I must not share. I get it. So let's go over here. All right. So should you initiate? Let's take a look here. So what if you do? Oh, yeah, this is what if you do and what if you don't. So we'll start there. So if you initiate the conversation, you have the nine of arrows, the nine of swords, which is nightmare and insomnia energy. I feel like you get to face your fears with this here. And then if you don't initiate it, I feel like you eventually will anyway, with the three of bows, the three of wands, and the knight of wands, which is movement of you know. So I feel like the three of wands is like you're wondering, should I do this? Um, well, if you don't, you'll just end up taking the next exit, down the road and end up going that direction anyway. So if you don't do it now, you will do it later, is what they're saying here. Oh, just share both. Okay. Yeah, but no. Okay, and so would they have? Okay, so what's their response? Would they? If you reached out, let's see here. We got the Six of Cups reunion energy, so that feels like a yes that they would. Yeah. Let's take a look here. Let's see what their response would be, and then we can kind of see what else here as well. Um, yeah, you got the. It's interesting because this is the Justice card. Number 8, number 11. The original tarot had like this, where the Strength card was number 11 and the Justice card is number 8, and then later, and I can't remember, I get this mental block, I don't know why they switched it, but they switched it when, sometime in the tarot creation processes, and that's why some decks will have those, but this is like a it's like a I feel like the response would be a good understanding of why things were reversed, why were things changed. So, yeah. Let's see here, if you do reach out, now, and let me see, I'm gonna use these timing cards. If you reach out now and they, uh, say, "Yeah," when would they be able to? Okay. Yeah. Well, you're on the money there. It's not the right time right now, so I feel like it would be later. And then later, this 3 of bows and knight of bows, yeah, whoops, and then I feel like it comes out of nowhere. They're like, "Alright, I'm ready." Rushing in. Let's see what else they tell us here. Yeah. Yeah, it feels very confusing because 'cause I've got, like, I don't know what the January has to do with it, but I feel like it's more fall time, which would be September 20th September 20th to, what, December 20th. So it kind of feels like it would be more in the fall that they were like, "I can't right now," and, but, I feel like it would be more that period of time there. Um, but let me see here because I feel like they're wanting to say there's a delay for a reason, and is it necessary for you to interact with the person in order to resolve this feeling within you, right? So let's see here. No. We got the moon energy, Mother Moon and the mirror energy coming in here. And so I feel like it's important to look, this is about not about what happened out there, but what about happened in here about what happened or didn't happen out here, right? Um, okay, yeah, that made sense. Because I figured like January wasn't the actual thing, so that makes sense. Um, oh, what is 12? Maybe okay, well, I got the moon anyway. I was like, "Why does that look like?" I was like, "It does look like the moon." They call it the mirror, but that makes sense that this is actually the hangman. It's still about seeing things from a different perspective, and that makes sense with the hangman coming in there, and, so but I feel like this is about the emotions below the surface. This is important to let me hang upside down from the tree, right? Let me see this from a different place, and let me look at what's hidden below in my emotions, because this is about me, not about not me of the outside world, right? You got the King of Stones and the Two of Vessels, yeah. So the King of Pentacles and the Two of Cups. And this combo brings in an energy about looking at how we were defining ourself by a relationship with someone, whether that is, um, you know, romantic friends, family, whoever. That's one of the things the King of Pentacles teaches us because they learned it through the Four of Pentacles, which is I define myself by the three buckets of the outside world. We're taught that. It's not true, but we're taught define yourself by, you know, um, what's going on in this relationship, but it's our story that we create about it that brings our angst and our stuff within us, not what's really, going on out there, right? Um, and and the 5 of stones, yeah, the 5 of pentacles, our fear of lack of not being enough, not having enough, of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold kind of energy that, come in there, right? Um So part of the difficulty with is a very empathic and understanding and willing to accompany other people. Oh yeah, at your expense, right? Oh, from their point of view and empathize, right? Instead of go, I can't. And this two of cups, the two of cups is also, real control other people's emotional choices. Um, I can only control my stories, my emotions, my actions, and then so I feel like they're kinda saying that it takes a while because it's important for you to understand that your feelings aren't happening out there, your feelings are happening in here because of what's happening in here, and the feeling of being out of control, the feeling of, again, what other people think, how do they feel, um and so I feel like this is an important period. So if you reached out, it would be delayed, but the delay is for you to do your inner quest and not, the external quest, that's out there. I know, fun, fun. Childhood wins. Yay. Oh, yeah. So that makes sense of, the looking inward and realizing that, you know, an external conversation with someone will will bring a lot of stuff up, and sometimes it does help us process, our emotions, but we don't need to be with, a person to discuss it, right? Oh, oh, that's mighty, that's mighty, generous of you. I feel like this would be better for their interests. See, "Oh, I'm doing this for them." Nah, you know, um, do you appreciate when you don't ask for, uh what do I used to call it? I used to always give uninvited I called it what? It's something, but it's uninvited, um, opinion, to people, you know? Yeah. You think it would. I think it would be beneficial for them, but, and you never sent, yeah. But it's because it almost feels like because you're trying to solve someone else and getting to the root of us. Part of it is, releasing that person doesn't need to change. And with us still feeling like this is something they need to be different, like they need to be different. And I feel like I can give them the information so they can be better and more right. That's judgment, right? That's saying that they're not being who they should be, and who are we to say, right? But the reflection is that you feel there's something inside of you that ain't right. I have a t-shirt that I wear, undiagnosed, but something ain't right. And it's great. There is this, awareness of, yeah, if I feel there's something, that wrong with someone, because that's what we're saying, really, right? There's something wrong with someone and they need to be right. It's like, oh, remember three fingers. Oh, what's not right in here is, and just right off the bat, it's my thought that they should be different. That's what's wrong with my mind. It's not wrong. It's just awareness. And when we're like, wow, yeah, they're perfect for who they are and the experiences they want. I only can focus on changing within me what I don't think is right, but I would challenge everyone to really look at, why do I think that I'm not right? Where do I think I'm not perfect? Because that means we have ourself under conditional love laws. We're in fear energy, not in unconditional love energy. Because when we're in the space of unconditional love, we realize that we are a perfect mountain. I'm just down here exploring, and I don't have to change or be better or, improve awareness. Because when I try to change, I resist. But when I accept myself, then I flow. Same thing with people, right? Yeah. So if this person will absolutely won't change, then what's the point? Because I feel like I need to do it. I don't know. But take all that, and of course, I do need to move on. But we got the whispers of healing for your fortune cookie. Let's see what else they have here for you. Oh, yeah, we got meditation. So yeah, that does kind of say about kind of reflecting the three, the energy of being true to one's authentic self energy. Let's see what this is coming in here. So, in meditation, we can find the space between thoughts and mind chatter. When you meditate, you allow your mind to be in a state of peace. So, this shift in thinking will help stop any limiting and negative thoughts you might have fallen prey to. When fearful thinking gains a foothold in your mind, it can take root and become habitual. Expecting the worst possible outcome can become your normal response. It can be hard to recognize and release fearful thinking. So take a moment or minute and silence your mind. Breathe in and imagine this breath traveling through your body. Take a second breath and ask your body to relax. You are creating a connection with your higher self, God, spirit, and your intuition. Just 1 minute a day of meditation can provide a mental reprieve from the thoughts connected with illness, loss, or low vibrational thoughts. This can go a long way toward healing. In this one, a sleeping woman is surrounded by wintry imagery. The different scenes indicate a connection with your true essence, your inner resources, and times when you felt happier. The snow suggests purity, cleansing, and discovering hidden thoughts and fears. The goose may signify a need for reorganizing your priorities and the importance of the many blessings you have in your life. As you hold these images in your mind, begin a meditation to see if any messages come to you. Don't worry or strain. Commit to meditating for a minute a day and increase it as you start to feel comfortable. Find soothing music that helps you relax. With practice, clarity and relief from stress may come more easily. So I like that. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Oh, absolutely. I'm glad it helped. And thank you for your donations. I know the journey, fun, right? All right. So many blessings, my dear. And yeah, enjoy your meditation if you choose I like that. A minute a day, I can do a minute. My mind can't sit still for too long. All right. And let me catch up here. We had some other individuals come in. Oh, Crystal, you said you listened to your reading. Oh, you guys are 40. Oh God, you are so old. I'm old enough to be your father. So Corey called saying, so 23, his daughter. Huh, interesting. Yeah. Maybe old enough to be his daughter. Too funny. But you're very welcome. And we got Lemon Lime Lulu. Hello, hello. Yeah, absolutely. We'll add you onto the free reading list here, Lulu. And then we've got Mama Sitia. Hey, good to see you. Hello, hello. Happy Wednesday. I Everything's well with me. I hope everything's well with you as well. And then we've got Ashvin. Hey, Ashvin, good to see you. We'll get you on the donation list here. All right. All right. Yeah, the never-ending story, right? Hey, we all meditate in our own little way, right? A glass of wine is meditation for many of my friends. Oh, good, mamacita. Oh, FMLA, July 10th. All right. I like it. A month from today. Boom, boom. Very good. All right. We'll catch up here in a sec. So let's see here. Jojo, if you're here, let me know. I'm going to put you at the bottom for now. I'm sure you're on the other side of the planet. You might have fallen asleep typing your question, which is all right. That's why we call you Sleeping Beauty. And I'll put you at the bottom for now. And as after you post your question, we'll get you there and have that. All right. So where we're at, we have Maria P up next for one, and then Lauren of Light, and then back to Maria P, and then Sean G, and then Maria P, and then Camilla, or Katie, sorry, and then JV, and then Maria P, and then Phoenix, Oracle Healing 2, and then Ashvin is where we're at after that. And then maybe Mama Sitya. Oh, fun. Decisions. All right. Well, we will see, right? All right. So that's and then if JoJo appears anytime, we'll move her up to being next since her seat is right now. So, cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So, Maria P, we're at 2 hours and 52 seconds for your first one. Let's find you down here. Think you are, oh, you'll be this one right here. All right. So, Maria, you want to know Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today? Oh, today's this big traveling day, right? All right. Got those two. So, his thoughts about Monday and Tuesday. What's coming for you guys next week? Does he want to continue? Is there something that he would like you to know? Whoops. Cards flying everywhere. Is there something that he would like you to know? And then message from Spirit. All right. So thoughts and feelings toward you today. Yep, I feel like today we got the sun card, beautiful, bright energy, victory energy, passionate energy. Got 3 of vessels, joy, joy, joy energy. So I feel like right now, you know, I feel like they're leaving on a good note. I feel like they're heading off on their all these business trips, feeling like things are good. Like I feel like they felt like they gave you, what you needed, um, what you wanted, what you expected. And I feel like they're feeling good and they're feeling joyful and full too. So I like that. And then when he saw you Monday, Tuesday, and today before driving out, ooh, yeah, I feel like now he's like, all right, I'm on my own. And now I'm herbending. Their thoughts are, all right, I'm in this. I don't know if they're driving alone, but I feel like they feel like I'm now pocketed away from everything in my life. And they're really in this energy of heading forward and now, you know, what's the next thing, with work and everything. So I feel like they kind of wrapped the relationship in a nice pretty bow, and it's a gift waiting for them when they get back, kind of energy. What's coming for you guys next week? Got the 5 of vessels, got the 5 of cups energy, which is this feeling of lower vibrational emotional energy. And it makes sense because isn't he like going to be gone for like 3 weeks? And this makes sense that it feels like next week there is this sadness, this low vibrational emotional energy. Maybe even, I don't, it doesn't, it's not the 5 of swords, so it's not fighting. It just feels like sadsies and I miss you and I'm feeling empty and not as, interactive because they're traveling. So they're not on their regular schedule. They're in meetings, they're doing this, they're doing that. There's not as much interaction, it feels like. So there's this feeling loss kind of energy, which makes sense, right? Does he want to continue? We got the 9 of bows, the 9 of wands. 9 of wands energy is um, a holding pattern. So I feel like it's keeping things where it's at right now, kind of energy. Um, it is like a pausing energy, right? Which makes sense with everything that you guys are kind of in a pause, physically apart from each other for a few weeks. But it feels like that, it's not a ending energy, it's a pausing kind of there's something in the way right now kind of energy. And he might feel like there's something energetically in the way, like he feels like there's something going on with you, which obviously you do, but it just feels like there's this block when I'm in their energy. Something that he would like you to know? Got the page of arrows, the page of swords, which it does talk about communication and there's this um what is this extended I mean, I want to get clarity. I want to communicate more. I want to, I want to talk more. I want to speak more clearly with each other, kind of energy coming in here, which I kind of feel like you guys have started to kind of walk on eggshells a little bit. And you're not like in the beginning, you guys just bleh, just shared everything. Now I feel like you guys kind of hold back a bit and don't talk about everything after because you guys have had arguments and things. And so now there's kind of areas we kind of avoid. And I feel like he would want to be able to go back to that, just being able to talk about everything, right? And then messages from spirit. And we got the Nine of Pentacles and the cocooning of the Hanged Man here. So there is this is a good time here, they're saying. Nine of Pentacles is like the Hermit energy, which is about, being, alone physically, giving you the time to reflect and to look at yourself and focus in on your transformation, and so it's good to use this time to go inward, not wander outward. You can do what you want, of course, but since you asked Spirit's message, they're saying it's time, and I'm plugging in my um, pad here. So it's time to recharge, to regenerate, to question and look at things. So I feel like that's what they have for you there, Maria. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. And you've got wholeness, the yin and the yang. And it says, true fulfillment comes when you embrace all parts of yourself. You are already complete. Recognize and honor both your light and shadow aspects. They make you whole. On the flip side, you may be seeking external validation. Return to self love and inner completion. That's exactly what I was just saying, right? The message from spirit. All right. So that's your first one there, Maria. We'll circle back around for your other ones intermittently here. So we'll get to those. All right. So Lauren of Light, you'll be up next. Let me just grab a couple little shout outs here and we will get going here. Oops, did I not? Oh, I didn't give that 11 a like. That was Ashvin. I already grabbed that one. All right. And then Mamacita, you've got yours for 4 questions. And I'll get you on the list here. And then, of course, when you put your questions out there, I'll grab those. Got a little bit of ways to go, so no super rush on those. And then, Crystal, thank you for your additional donation. We'll get you on here as well. And a love and a like for that one. All right. And no new ones on the emails, so we are good. All right. All right. What? Don't call the popo. Yeah. I think that's good that I think your other message was to let it go. I think it was last night. And not last night, but Sunday nights, right? Let go. All right. So let me get this set up here. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. All right. All right. Sorry, I just need to get this all in order. All right. Now I'm ready. So, Lauren of Light, 20947. Hey, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation via the Cash App. And I do have your, 5 questions. So let's take a look here. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, number 1 is, what is the next move Spirit wants you to make for where? All right, let's take a look here. Now, Spirit really doesn't have you know, a desire, a want, because Spirit doesn't have wants or needs, because they are, they're perfect. They're like, we're good. We're in heaven in a way, right? literally. But, so we'll bring the energy in is what advice do you have on what my next move can be to match the experience that I want for my highest expression is kind of what we'll ask. And that's just opinion. Like what advice? Like which path is the not the easiest, but the most beneficial for you because we know we don't want the easy path. We've had those before. Like, maybe for a little while we'd like one, right? Alright. Let's see here. So what advice does Spirit have here for you, about on the next move? Alright, got that, and this one here, and both of those as well. Alright. Alright, so, yep, you do have, well, absolutely a death and a rebirth, ending and a new beginning, free of expectations, full of possibilities with the full card. So you definitely have this, move. Now, the bottom of the deck will get more clarity on here too, which is the Two of Cups, right? So there is this, it's power of emotional choice energy. Um, but I do feel like there is this, you know, cutting doing a cut, of it's a significant ending, and this could be we'll get more with these other 4 cards here on what is this ending, looking like here. I'm wondering here, if it does have to do with ending something to go, if we're not together, then we're apart kind of energy. I don't know. Of course, I don't know what's been going on with you and Jake and that if it's repeating cycles, and if it is, then that would make sense with this energy of chop chop and go. It just needs to no more, going back and forth and back and forth. And I know that since we're asking spirit, it doesn't mean we have to take their advice, right? So, we've got that, kind of energy. Let's see what else we got here. We do have the blasted oak and the Page of Arrows. The Blasted Oak is the Tower card, and the Page of Arrows. And so the Tower card, of course, is something being suddenly removed out of our life to make space for something that's more in alignment with our energy and to clear the pathway for us to move forward. And the Page of Arrows would be, this clarity that comes in because of this. And so I feel like once once whatever this ending beginning energy feels like in the tower card is things will be removed out of our way or we can jump out of it early, but it's kind of like that, do I want the electric shock treatment of the lightning bolt or not, right? So I can leap out or go forward, right? We've got the King of Arrows and the Four of Stones. Yeah, we've got here the Four of Pentacles, the King of, you know, Swords. King of Swords is big thinking energy, but it's the changing of the story around where home is with the Four Pentacles that's coming in here. And there's something about the Kingfisher. I don't know if the Kingfisher, you know, is migratory or not, but it feels like they're changing their location, and it is about going somewhere. And it has something to do with the Kingfisher, because it's somewhere where I can think and somewhere I can reflect and where I can look at changing my story, where I can gain that clarity. But I do feel like this is about movement, physical movement and going to this place. Um, yeah, even under the Two of Vessels, Yeah, we've got the both the high priestess and the empress. So this is about going somewhere away where I can see things from a higher perspective, look into the back, dive deep into my emotions. A lot of mother nature, mother nurture energy that's coming in here. But I do feel like there is this um yeah, yeah, definitely this important ending and beginning about your emotional choices with the 2 of cups. So that can definitely be that. Yeah, and, the power of staying in that higher vibration in the lower here, but I do feel like there is this, um, changing of location for you to, you know, to do the reflection and do those things. So, I feel like that's kind of their guidance here. It's important for you to choose for you, and, like, you need to be where you need to be for you, not be somewhere for someone else kind of energies, right? Yeah, it's very good. Very glad. All right. So I feel like that is what they're saying here for the next move for you. And then for number two, you want to know what happens in general for you over the next week. All right, let's take a look here. So what happens here? And Camila, not yet. You're like, let's see, one, two, three. After I'm done with Laura, you're like four more away. So hang in there. All right. So Lauren, what happens in general for you over the next week? Get this and this. These two. Yeah. So we have the five of arrows, the five of swords. A little bit of conflict between the head and the heart. Let's see what that's about. You got three sets of two. Yep, you do have the guardian, which is the devil card, and the 10 of wands that's coming in here too, right? Ah, Virginia Beach. Ah, I like it. So we do have here this, this, um, you know, and I feel like this is the conflict between the head and the right. The mind, the devil card is all about the long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. Shaky bakey baby, right? It's shaking them up. And the 10 of bows, 10 of wands is about changing my energy to focusing in on expectations and all these stories of what needs to be and has to be and should be, and changing them into the gratitude, right? So I do feel like that's the battle between the head and the heart. So there is that little bit of, like this is what I think should happen versus let me get out of that and move into focusing on what I'm grateful for kind of energy, right? So I love that. You do have the Knight of Arrows and the Three of Vessels. So I like this. This is movement, this quest of seeking clarity around what does bring me joy, right? Oh, I love that. Yeah. What does bring me joy? And I like this clarity that you're getting on, and again, this focus, but it's also the clarity on what do I think I need to have joy? And I think there was something we had talked about before about asking ourselves, what do I feel I need out there that I don't already have in here to have joy, right? Yeah, you create your own joy, right? And, yeah, other people can make it easier or harder for us to choose our joy, but we're the ones that have to choose it, as you're saying, right? Yeah. Isn't that great? And then you have the King of Bows and the Four of Stones. Oh, yeah. So here we go. Again, the Four of Pentacles, the home, the King of Wands is deciding, where do I want to live? It's not, um, So I feel like that's the kind of the conflict next week too, is between your head and your heart is going, well, where does he wanna live if we move away together, right? If what I don't wanna ruin it by putting my opinion there. Yeah, there is so much to be happy about, right? So much that we can be grateful for. So I feel like this is, taking time to really sit with yourself and going, where would you like to live and why? Oh, you're in charge? I like it. So that would make sense with the King of Wands too. It's you get to choose, and you get to. I feel like this next week you get to come up with ideas and why do you want to live there, right? So I feel like that's kind of what your week looks like. And then number 3 is you want new clients soon? Question mark. How do I get them? Let's see here. So do you have new clients coming in soon based on your current energies? All right. Yes, yes. And then how do you get them? It looks like blood sacrifice. No, I'm just kidding. What? So do you get new clients soon? You do have um King of Stones, King of Pentacles, abundance, abundance energy, and Page of Arrows, which of course is Page of Swords. So it almost feels like a referral, but let's look at how with these other 4. Wow, even on the bottom of the deck, you've got the Queen of Swords. Becoming balanced in your head and your heart is important piece of this, right? Which that's what I feel like. Oh wow, you just closed one right after you asked that. Boom. I like it. I like it. Congratulations. So this is good energy. And let's see here. What else you have here? You got the 8 of arrows, the 8 of swords. Yeah. Yeah. It changes everything, doesn't it? And that's important. And the 8 of arrows with the queen of arrows is you getting out of your head around it as well. The supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, clearing away. And I feel like the 8 of swords does talk about the victory and the kind of acknowledging that you've been letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small, and you get those out of there, right? And I know that's when the sadness comes in. It impacts every area of your life because it has to do with your old emotions of, that lack, the fear of being abandoned or being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough. When we feel it in our heart towards a relationship or whatever, we feel it everywhere. It's not, it's like when people say, leave that at home, don't bring that to work. Whatever, it's your life. You can't just, compartmentalize. We think we can, but our emotional energy is flowing all over the place, right? So I like that coming in here. Yeah, I love that. And then yeah, and the Knight of Arrows, there's a lot of seeking clarity, seeing things from a different perspective. Yeah. And I do feel here how how you get them, you do with the seer, kind of as you're saying here, with the seer, the high priestess, and your home with the 4 of pentacles. This is about having you away in a space that you can connect and be at peace. And so you can turn inward and upward and listen and trust your gut, trust your instinct. And you get a lot of clarity, a lot of ideas. And I feel like this is even like asking spirit for ideas and how you can approach this, how you can go. Um, and And I feel like you'll just get ideas, creativity, but with that Page of Swords as well, I do feel like you will also get, referrals. Like, people are gonna be like, "Oh my god, you need to talk to Lauren." So, I like that. So, It is movement of communication. I don't know, that Knight of Swords, it just feels like seeking higher truth. In seeking that, then things just drop in, and I feel like it has to do with that Eight of Swords. You've been clearing away your mindsets, and so you're creating a new story with your mind, and that then the emotional soundtrack, the energy, and then that happens. So, um, I feel like you're just in the flow now, so much because you feel balanced, right? Very cool. And then you were wondering here, Jake's current feelings and thoughts towards you, and what are his next actions, right? All right. Jake's current feelings and his thoughts towards you, and what are his next actions based on current energies? Do you want to that one? Do I want these three too? Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, you got the Four of Pentacles is coming up like I think in every reading of yours. It's about the location, 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 right? All right. So what are his current feelings towards you? Yeah, we got the Eight of Stones, the Eight of Pentacles. That is an energy of putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears to get, the reward and transformational energies that are coming in there. So I do feel like he feels like things are different, like things have changed with this energy that's coming in here. And I feel like it's like, what is this? Emotions. I'm just going to say how it's coming through because emotions are more pure, if that resonates, because it just feels like the caterpillar is letting go of stuff that's not of them anymore. And they're just like, I'm keeping the butterfly part of me, but I'm letting, not I've let, because he has stuff to let go, right? But it's like there's this, I'm letting go of the caterpillar, and I'm becoming caterpillar soup, and I feel like he feels that, kind of change there too. Um, his thoughts towards you, you got the kingfisher. Yeah, king of swords, a lot of thoughts about it, but there you go, right? Oh, I love that. Because here is living in the head, right? Speaking of living in the head, he's in his head a little bit, as per usual, but I like that they got the Wheel of Fortune here, which, he's seen that this is for them, and they know that interacting and everything that's happened is for them. At least deep inside, they know. I don't feel like it's, has come up here, right? What are his next actions? We do have the shaman. Wow. So we have three cards, which I do feel like, with this shaman, this is taking action, right? It's the divine masculine action energy. And let's see what his actions are here. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So we've got the Five of Arrows with the Sun card. I feel like he's shining a big bright light here. Um, it's leaking up there. You're so funny. The Sun card. Shining a bright light on the conflict, right? The conflict between his head and his heart. And I feel here we've got the Star card. His next actions, it feels like a dream come true energy here. And I like that. It's like he's looking into the conflict, what has been going on inside. And I feel like that's what he's been doing. But I feel like his next actions are wanting to make this movement into something that is what is his dream come true, which who knows what's going on inside of his head. But I feel like that's what he's getting the clarity on is what is my dream come true, and then he takes action on that. I like that, at least owning his actions. Yeah. Perfect timing though, right? Finally, no, it's always perfect, right, Lauren? It's always perfect timing. You're like, "No, no, I can I bet I can guarantee he took too long." Alright. And then for your final one, what are you not seeing? And alright, we got those. What are you not seeing? And what, uh, uh, could be your next move that is for your highest movement? Wow. I tell you what, um, there's all this bird energy because you got the wren here, the page of arrows, which of course is clarity, seeking clarity, seeing things from a higher perspective. Continue to do that because that's what you're doing when you're stepping into that love and seeing from a place of gratitude. You see things clearly. When we slip into the other, we don't see clearly at all, right? So, what are you not seeing? Yeah, I like it. You've got the 4 of stones, the 4 of, pentacles, the place that you're being drawn to, and the 5 of cups. There is this energy, and just sit with this and see if it resonates, because I feel like you say it's up to you, you're in charge of where to move to, but a big piece I feel is under the surface there is that the fear of I choose the wrong place, and that somehow makes them not wanna be with me. I feel like that's below the surface, and I feel like if you sit with it, let's see what else is underneath here. Yeah, we got the 9 of stones, the 9 of pentacles. It's the fear of being alone, here with the 9 of pentacles. And so I feel like it's important here to, choose somewhere. If it's up to you, choose somewhere that you would wanna be, right? Yeah. And being happy alone, right? Yeah. I don't know what you meant about "That's not true, he will come." I'm saying that he would go, but if he choose the wrong place, he would end up being unhappy, and that unhappiness of being where you're at would be why he would leave you alone. Not that he wouldn't come to the place. This was like there's this worry below the surface that, "What if I choose wrong? And what if that ends up where things don't, come out right?" So, um, so I feel like that's just sitting with that and choosing, going, "Well, I can't, I'm gonna." If he says, "I don't care where we go," then you take it for, um, where, okay, well then I'm gonna choose where I feel would be best for my high priestess. I'm gonna do this, and then say, if you don't have any, well, what do you think of this? Or you have your 3 choices. I'm going, what do you think of these? And if he's like, I don't care, then it's like, why don't you care? Because I would like you to care, you know. I want you to be happy where we go too, but if he's like, I really don't care, like, all right, sign here. I've signed, write it out. I, you know, Jake, hereby do not care where we live, and sign and date here, please. Ooh, in writing, wait a minute. Alright, and then what should your next move be? You got the King of Stones, yep, King of Pentacles. This does have to do with the outside world. It does have to do with the physical world, the feeling of abundance. Let's see what these 3 cards underneath this are. Yep, the 2 of Arrows, the 2 of Swords. It's time to make a decision. You have the Knight of Stones and the 9 of Bows, the 9 of Wands. Wow. So you've got these two energies on either side. I feel like the next move is to change the story. And this is interesting because the 2 of swords is about I get to choose the story about what things mean. And the 9 of bows, the 9 of wands is an energy like I can have a story of I feel blocked, I feel like I've been held back. The knight of pentacles, of course, is things are taking too long, things take too long, things should have already happened, right? Because that energy is a story that we can have because when we have like expectation of, we should have been married a long time by now, or, I should be this place in my life, or I should have this or be this or whatever. We've got those mindsets that we've been having growing up. And sometimes we've got this underlying story of this means something's wrong and I'm behind when we can change the story, of course, and everything's happening perfectly in the perfect timing. It's given me, I mean, can you imagine if you would have gotten married like 6 months ago? You wouldn't be in the awareness that you are now, and your guys' relationship wouldn't be as pure, going back to that word they were using, as pure as it is now, and as pure as it's going to even continue to be if because things wouldn't have been dealt with, they would have just been buried, and then they'd keep on, "Rah," or like Alien, from the stomach, "Rah," you know, coming out and that. So I love this that the next action, like they're saying, is changing of the story. Um, it seems like a big piece of that here. So that combo there, along with that, where am I not seeing? Because I feel like that helps with the clarity of where are we moving, right? Because you feel like the atmosphere and environment he's in is not healthy because of the manipulation and everything, right? And that if you guys could get away into a life together, you feel like it would be healthier, right? And I feel like that's kind of the next action is deciding that and say, all right, are we going to go? And then we get to see. All right. And then because of your donation was $5 or more, you do get a Whispers of Healing Oracle. So let's see what comes in here for you there. All right. Nope, none of those. Oh, that one. Okay. And you have acceptance. Oh, I love this. You're writing butterfly fish. Card number 49. What a great card. So let's see what we've got here. Though not easy, it is important to start accepting how you feel. Pain, illness, discomfort, work, stress, miscommunication, and poor timing are all part of life. Accepting how you feel right now is the first step towards healing. Being in physical or emotional pain can put you on edge. You may be angry that you must face a challenge. You may feel down because you don't understand why something is happening to you. Accepting what is going on may help you identify the root cause of your disappointment. You can then explore your options and determine your preferred outcome. Accepting the situation does not mean agreeing with it, but it can help you come to a sense of peace. Consider your beliefs concerning a higher source or power. Acknowledging something is part of your spiritual development and it can help you move towards acceptance. Trust there is a divine plan in place that will guide you through each challenge. Reinforcing your spiritual beliefs will enable you to turn your problems over to the universe. Once you let go, the move into acceptance will happen with ease. The move? A fairy, so on this card, a fairy rides on two flying fish while a huge wave bears down on her. Her head is back, her eyes are closed, and she looks unworried and carefree. She is completely surrendered and at peace. Flying fish symbolize the ability to be emotionally free and uninhibited. How great would that be? This fairy is aware the wave could wash over her at any moment, yet she does not care. She is at peace with the situation as she accepts she cannot control what has or will happen. Likewise, you may choose to accept a situation. Ooh, I like that. There you are, riding the waves, riding the waves, riding the flying fish. I swear they have butterfly wings. Yeah, the flying fish have butterfly wings. Too funny. All right, so that is what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. Thank you again so much for your donation. I appreciate that. And let's take a look here. We've got some shout outs here. Let me just catch up here and we'll get back into the readings. All right. We got Cat Goddess came into the house. Hey, Cat Goddess. We'll get you on the free reading list here. Boom, boom, boom. And then we have Alice. Hey, Alice. Good to see you. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the donation list here, too. There we go. So thank you for that. And we've also got Krabby Loop. Hello. Good to see you. Thank you so much for your donation. I think I got it there. All right. And then we have Prathy. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And we'll get you on the free reading list here. All right. And just make sure no one else came in on the emails. We are good there, I do believe. All right. So let me take a quick sip. I'll give you a quick update on where we're at on the donations. Cheers, cheers. You're welcome, Lauren. All right, so up next we go Maria P. And we got Sean G. And then back to Maria P. And then Camilla. And then we've got JV. And then Maria P. And then, oh, I'm sorry, Camilla, it's Katie. I was like, where did Katie go? That's your name. So after JV, Maria P. And then 2 for Phoenix Oracle Healing. And then Ashvin. And then Mamacita, and then Crystal Ray, and then Alice, and then Krabby Loop, and sometime maybe JoJo will be in as soon as she wakes up sometime here. All right. All right, so let's dive in. We got Maria P for number 2, 2:43:53. There is your timestamp, and that will be here. Should be this one right here. There we go. All right, so Maria, let's dive into work for you. So Dr. Bob's thoughts. Oh, let me shuffle these up here, sorry. All right, so Dr. Bob's thoughts, Dr. Laura's thoughts, Dr. David, and then Melinda. That's Melinda. And then what's coming at work for you? What should you know about work for you? And anything else they can see. Okay. So we got Dr. Bob's thoughts. Queen of Arrows. Yeah, he's seeing you as someone who's balanced between your head and your heart here. So, the little white swan energy. So it feels very like their current thoughts of you, very compatible with the work and everything. I don't know. I feel like that's the kind of energy. They're just kind of like, yeah, everything's good. I don't feel like there's anything new coming in with them. Dr. Laura's thoughts. We've got the Page of Stones, Page of Pentacles. That's coming in here. Page of Pentacles does feel like there's an abundance energy, a fullness energy. So again, I feel like hers is more focused in on your productivity, whereas Dr. Bob's is more on your overall personality. Um, because I don't know if I just feel like they're so detached from the daily stuff. I feel like Dr. Laura is the one that kinda watches all the stats and the how things are going on. I don't know why, I just feel like she's, like, more of the people manager, at least she feels she is. So, I feel like but that's good energy there. Dr. David, we have the pole star, those are the star card. So they like this is like a dream come true, but it's a balanced energy as well, which is what I'm really getting from that is, you're just I feel like, all of them right now are kind of distracted away from a lot of stuff, and they're just kinda going, "Yeah," kinda just taking it down to simplification, it feels like, "Things are just fine. That's good." And not just fine, but things are fine, things are balanced, that's good. We like balanced, that's good. So, it's interesting, right? Melinda, we have the 6 of stones, the 6 of pentacles. There's this equal giving and receiving energy, but there's a little bit of codependent energy here, which would mean, you know, feeling like they give so much and they don't get a whole lot back. So, I don't know what that has to do with you, but it just feels like that codependent energy where overgiver, you know, and don't get a whole lot back. And so I feel like she's just in a state of feeling like she works so hard and does so much and doesn't get recognition. And so I feel like she's more focused in on herself rather than on you. Or if she does bring you into the picture, probably with a lot of other people, she's comparing herself with, well, look, do they what they get for doing what they're doing, and I'm not getting that for what I'm doing. I just feel like that's kind of their energy of, not being recognized kind of energy. What's coming up for you at work? Got a little nine of bows, nine of wands. Feels like things are kind of at a standstill, like you're hitting a block where you're kind of just being there kind of energy. Like things are not there's not progression, there's not movement, just kind of you're sitting doing your job kind of energy. What should you know about work for you? We got the seven of bows, seven of wands, which is just be true to yourself. Don't dim your light. Don't ask permission to shine. Don't need to defend who you are. Just be a bright light and just go in and shine bright. And don't worry about what other people are doing or not doing, saying or not saying. The seven of wands is just, I mean, yeah, seven of wands, seven of bows is just go in and, you know, um, to show yourself this uh, as a bright light, right? Because I feel like that's the important thing. Everyone's kind of in a weird place right now, and so the more bright light you can be, the more difference you make, and the more you stand out in a positive way, not a seven of wands burning and scorching people. All right. Anything else you can see about work? Got the seven of vessels, seven of cups. And I feel like that we're kind of talking about that a little bit just now. There's a lot of different emotions happening at work more than usual. And there's a lot of people that are going through a lot of different things. And I feel like it's a good reminder that other people's actions are based on their emotional state, not you. So if they say something or do something or don't say something or don't do something, it's not about you. This is about what's going on inside of them. So I feel like that's a good reminder. Your fortune cookie for this one is acceleration. Choo choo. Momentum is building. Your actions are creating rapid change. So ride the wave of progress today. Stay aligned and keep up the pace. So that nine of wands, I feel like things are accelerating behind this wall, you know, and when the wall opens up, then you'll be able to move forward. So it's about, focusing in on your energy of the moment, right? On the flip side, it says resistance or hesitation may be slowing momentum. Lean into the movement. So you might look at what do you feel you're resisting, you know? What kind of any lower vibrational energies that are going on? You're the one that's in charge of those, right? Alright, so that's what they have for that one. So, we'll be circling back around for your other 2 here eventually. We have Shanji next, and then we'll be to you. Alright. So, Shanji, hey! Hey! I gotta do it right. Thank you so much for your donation via Zcash app. So you got pushback on the contract for the book art. I wanted to ask, what is their feeling towards the contract and working with you? All right, let's take a look here. So, what is their feeling towards the contract? I do want this one for the feelings, um, and and then working with you, contract and working with you. Will they be open to keeping your price and breaking it into smaller payments? Right, based on current energies. What do they have here? All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Six of Swords, which is letting go some old ways of thinking and seeing things from higher place, which does allow some movement. But let's see what this is about. Um, so feelings towards the contract. We got the Ace of Bows and the Ten of Arrows. So, the Ten of Swords is about expectations and supposed to be and should be and need to be and all that, right? And the Ace of Bows is about the passion and the energy behind it here. There's an ending and new beginning energy with the 10 going to the ace. And I feel like there's just some things in the contract that aren't their norm, it feels like. It's like something that's in it that they don't normally do. And so it has to do something to do with wording and options that are in there that they're like, "Well, I'm not so sure, about that." So there's something to do with the wording and something being in the contract that doesn't seem to be their norm. It could be the norm or your norm, but not their norm because 'cause they're really emphasizing that. And what about working with you? Do they have anything here? We've got the 5 of Wands and the Knight of Arrows. Knight of Swords, Knight of Arrows is seeking clarity here. And the 5 of Wands, this is an interesting, like you can see the green dots on here. I had to, for YouTube, I had to edit this, and that's what it feels here. It's gaining clarity more on editing the actual art itself because in this case, it was inappropriate. There's, something that only males have on that, and so I had to put this on there so that YouTube wouldn't, like, get me in trouble. Yeah. You were out of budget? Yeah. Um, and so I feel like there's something that needs to needs to change here too. But I feel like, it's because they don't know, the arrows energy, it just feels like I'm getting this, I don't know you enough, and that's, like you're saying that it's out of budget, right? But there is this, if they knew you and they knew your capabilities and, um, I don't know if they saw your other like your portfolio or just the artwork that you submitted for the book. Um, I wonder if that would change it. Let's see what this other is here because you wanted to know, are they willing to break it into smaller pieces? We got the 7 of Vessels, 7 of Cups. There's some mixed emotions there with that. What else do we have here? Yeah, we have the 7 of Pentacles. The 7 of Pentacles is a, um, like the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, patience kind of energy. With the sun card here, it it might do you good here to kind of, um I don't know if you were able to, like, actually have a conversation and speak with them because it can be, "Do you guys wanna see my other work? I have a portfolio," and, because it feels like here if we have a to deal with the 7 of vessels, the mixed emotions, and figure out what their concerns are and how we can, work together, the willingness to edit, the willingness to change things, the willingness to work with the, splitting it out, kind of energies. I feel is all here, but I feel like a big important thing is, um the flexibility to work with them in all the areas. And I know it can be difficult because this is your baby, this your babies you're creating, right? But I feel like there's something to do with that about how flexible we come forward is very important here. But it feels like if you have a conversation that things uh, can go forward, it feels like. So I like that. But let's see what your fortune cookie says too. But yeah, I mean, it feels like I don't know. It's about the energy behind it too a bit, right? Um, if I'm truly open to it and I'm truly flexible, then that kind of changes the overall energies too. Um, doesn't mean that we have to accept a lower amount or do whatever if we don't want, but it's our willingness to be open to suggestions and what do you guys recommend and can we talk through this kind of energy, right? And maybe if you date, did I don't think it was you that we talked about. Someone asked him like, "Well, if you put out, maybe they'll accept it," but that was a joke for them, and it is a joke for you too. But it's almost like the Lover's card. It's the power of emotional choice energy. Deep emotional connection is built on trust and openness. True closeness is a gift. So be present, it says, with loved ones today. Share a moment of genuine emotional connection. And I feel like that's important because on the flip side, it says emotional distance or fear of closeness may be blocking connection. Open your heart to deeper bonds. And I don't know if there's a vulnerability piece of this that could come in, but I feel like that's kind of what it can take to go, "I'd love to work with you guys, and are you willing to talk about this?" But it's about being, I don't know, vulnerable in a way. Instead of all business, it's about building the emotional connection, kinda like art, right? So hopefully that helps, Sean. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And we had some more people come in. Hello, everybody. Good to see you. Hey, Picky Cat. We got you here. We'll get you on the free list. You're very welcome, Sean. And we have Minu as well. Hey, Minu. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here as well. And also, we've got Plate of Spaghetti. Hey, hey. Good to see you. We'll get you also on the free list here. All right. All righty, righty, righty. So I think let's see, this would be I think this is you right here. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So let me take a quick sip here. Whoops. And after this one, I'll give an update on where we're at on the donation list. Right. So cheers, cheers. How long we've been? We'll spend 3 hours. I might take a break after this too. Grab some more coffee. Hit I was gonna say ergonomic, but that's not the bio break, and get some blood moving through my buns again since I've been sitting here for 3 hours. So, probably take a quick break, and then I'll come back and we'll get back into the donations after. But we'll do Maria P here. We got 30044 for number 3 for you. So here is your timestamp. So thank you for your multiple donations. And now we're diving into the mysterious Jeff. All right, let's take a look here. So Jeff's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Right, got that there. And then after he helped you get your laptop working. Nope, none of those. What about after he helped get your laptop working? All right. So we have this one here. What would he like for you to know? Also at the work gathering today, why was Jeff staring and looking at me when he had a chance? Okay. So Jeff's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Yeah, we got the King of Vessels, the King of Cups, which is that energy, that compatibility energy, the feeling like we would be a good fit energy. So there is that connection that's growing there, because it feels like it's being welcomed, right? It's not being resisted like it was before. You're more open to not putting up the wall. It's more, well, it wasn't really a wall before. It was more like bars because you were still interacting with them between the bars, but now it's like the prison door is open or the gate is open. And so there's more movement. It feels like they're like, oh, the gate is open. After he helped you get your laptop working, yeah, he saw you as the Empress. So sensual energy, all that emotional energy, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, the divine feminine energy. So definitely uh, that that confirmation of this welcoming energy that they're picking up. They're like, I'm feeling at least from his perspective, he's feeling like there's something that you're open to here. You from his point, this is from his standpoint, right? That you were allowing more sensual energy to kind of be there. That he kind of felt the energy has shifted, he feels. What would he like for you to know? Yeah, we got the moon card. So here's all that emotional energy below the surface. So, he would like to let you know all these emotions, all these feelings that he's picking up from you and that he's feeling for you as well. So, he has all that here. And then, of course, why was he staring at you? Got the 9 of arrows, the 9 of swords. It's interesting that that's the nightmare and insomnia card. He was afraid. He was actually falling asleep. He wasn't staring at you. He was asleep with his eyes open. No, I'm just kidding. But this 9 of swords energy, um, it's an interesting energy because it does have to do with expectations, and it does have to do with, I feel like there's timing. It's like, I'm afraid I'm gonna lose my window of opportunity. 'Cause he knows Wally's gone. He knows Wally's off and that the hen house is left unguarded. It's an old farmer's way of saying, "When the cat's away, maybe the mouse will play?" And I feel like this is an opportunity since you're alone with that 9 energy of the hermit energy, that maybe this is the time to, so I feel like he had a lot of stuff going through his head, and then he was just kind of staring at you to see he could get if he could read you and see what you're open to kind of energy. So, interesting. All right. So I feel like we have there. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for that as well. We've got momentum. Uh-oh. Whoa. Why is the rocket firing? Jeffrey, things are moving forward quickly. Your energy is building towards success. Keep going, stay consistent with your actions, and maintain your high vibrational state. On the flip side, you may be feeling stuck. Shift your approach and regain momentum with small steps. Yeah. So you can take that how you will. All right. So that's what they have, my dear. Thank you again for your multiple donations. All right, everybody. So where we're at, Katie will be up next, and then JV, and then back to Maria P, and then two for Phoenix Oracle Healing, then Ashvin, and then Mama Sitya, and then Crystal Ray, and then Alice, and then Krabby Loop, and then if JoJo, and of course JoJo, she gives it at any time. She gets prioritized because hers was a while ago, but I think she fell asleep because she's on their side of the world. So when Sleeping Beauty wakes up, we will jump to her as well. But since I've been on for 3 hours, I'm going to take a quick break and refresh my coffee here and get some blood moving in my buns, like I said. But I'll be back here in a moment. So stream's going to continue to go, and then I'll be back and we'll jump back into the donation. So thank you guys for your patience. I'll be back. Cheers, cheers. Oh my gosh. All right. Thank you guys so much for your patience. Let's get this. There we go. All right. Let's get all situated. All right. So we will dive in here. So we have Katie. You are up next. 3, 10, 14. So Katie, here's your timestamp here. And let me just grab. Here we got Jamie G in the house. Hey, Jamie. Good to see you. We'll get you in the free reading list here. All right. So, Katie, you wanted to know, will PV Hospital reach out to you by the end of the week? All right. So, based on current energies, will PV Hospital reach out to you by the end of the week? And what else can you know here? All right. You do have the Seven of Bows, which is the Seven of Wands. It's a good energy. I feel like it's a positive energy. It's the energy of possibilities being the wand suit. On the bottom of the deck, you do have the Eight of Swords, which is a little bit about kind of in a way letting go of expectations. And we'll see what these other couple cards are here, but it there's an energy piece of this where if I'm focusing on what I fear isn't going to happen or something that should happen, that's a want and a need energy, which kind of brings in a lack energy, which can push things further away. When we release, which this clearance energy of the Seven of Bows is just going to be me. I'm just going to shine. I'm going to release the outcome, to the universe. And I'm going to focus on gratitude for what I do have and what I have had. And if you've had a hospital reach out to you before when you think it was a grateful thing, or any other kind of things that you were wanting communication and got in the past, you can focus in on those and go, I remember when I really needed to hear back from, this hospital or this person or this thing. And I'm so grateful that they did. I love that feeling of that. And when we have gratitude around those things, that makes it easier for it to happen instead of pushed away. So that kind of energy is what's coming in here. You also have this is the, oh, I love it. You got the Lover's card, which is the power of emotional choice. And you've got the Balance card, which is the card of temperance, which is patience. But I love they bring in the emotional energy, and that's the emotion of I can have gratitude or I can have fear. So both the mental picture and the emotions that go with it of seeing the the past of things that have you've been wanting with being contacted and having someone reach out. Think about those times when that has happened. That helps it here. Um, you have the Nine of Stones, the Nine of Pentacles, which is a abundance card in the outside world. So it does feel like there's a big possibility of it happening here with this energy, but they are kind of referencing here that if you can release the need and the want, any kind of desperation around it or feelings of lack, that helps it come towards you instead of us blocking it from coming our way. So I feel like big possibilities there. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah, you got a beautiful, look at this card unfolding. So it says your path doesn't need to be fully visible. It reveals itself moment by moment. I know, right? Let go of the pressure to know everything now. Stay present and allow each step to emerge naturally. There's kind of that surrender energy, right? On the flip side, it says trying to rush the outcome may be creating tension. Loosen your grip and let life surprise you. There you go. So I like that for you. Hopefully that helps, my dear. It looks good. It's very possible, very strong possibility energies. So if we can just, I release it, and I sit in the gratitude of what I have and what I have had. And then I feel like it can come towards you. Right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then we have JV 31504. There you go, JV. There is your timestamp. And thank you again for your donation. And so you just got a job offer today. Congratulations. You also got rejected from your preferred role. Will I get another offer with higher salary soon? but you got rejected from your preferred role. Oh, so you got a job offer, but just not in the one that you in the position that you wanted. So will you get another offer with higher salary soon? All right. So based on current energies, will you get a job offer with us fairly soon here? Let's see what else they want you to know here. All right, I got these here. All right. So your underlying energies here, you do have the Sun card, which is a victory card, which means eventually, yeah, you will. There's also it shines a bright light on things. And I feel like with your first card being the 7 of arrows, the 7 of swords, which they call insecurity. The 7 of swords is the thief card or the it's like a thievery, lying, deceit kind of energy, but there's also this energy of you will see them usually in the original tarot, there's 2 swords left behind. They've got 5 swords in their hands, meaning, they're in conflict between their head and their heart with that 5 of swords, and they're running away from the power of story with the 2 of swords. 2 of swords is, I get to decide what my story is about things. I either can take a higher um, vibration story rooted in unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and gratitude, or a lower vibrational choice rooted in fear or lack or fear, lack, kind of need, want energy, right? And so I feel like they're saying here with the Sun card, they're shining that bright light, saying that it is possible, but it's this storyteller that might be making it a bumpy road to try to get there, and it may be um, pushing out the timeline on when it could happen, which is great that, they're showing you here that there are those possibilities of making those changes in your mind with that story of what things mean or what things are supposed to be or should be or need to be or have to be to kind of free it up. Let's see what these other cards are here. You got 4 cards and then one on the bottom underneath it. Let's see what this is about. Yeah, you got the 2 of stones, the 2 of pentacles, along with the moon energy. And you also have the uh, Hierophant, which they call the ancestors, the major arcana number 5. And then again, um, we've got the forest lovers, which is the lovers card, the power of emotional choice. So, there is all this energy. Let's see what the underline in. Yeah, and you have the Ace of Arrows underneath it all, which is this higher clarity coming in, seeing things from a higher perspective, creating a new story. So there can be something in here about, what story do you have if you don't get a job that you think you're supposed to get? And all this change energy, the Hierophant, the number of 5 is also like the Ace of Swords, which is seeing things from a higher perspective. But there's something below the surface. The Moon card is all about the deep, this hidden thing being revealed. And you can even have a belief that is in your subconscious, not in your conscious mind, that, you know, I always like it could be something along the lines like I don't deserve something until like I have to work so hard to get so little. There can be that belief working below the surface here. And, there's a story, there's an emotional story and the story of the physical world about not getting what I deserve kind of energy. So you might, if there's a recurring belief in your life that I never get the good stuff, that, people are always cheating me out of opportunities, or, that people are withholding abundance from me, there can be something below the surface with all of that. And if you look at those mindsets and sit with that and see if there's anything there that resonates with that kind of energy, you have the ability to, move this and then the sun card comes in and brings that. There's a I'm not sure if I've shared this with you. I have a podcast called The Easier Path, and one of the episodes is called Abundance, Where It Be. I share it often on this channel, but and I'll put it here if you're not watching right now. I'll put it also under your um, timestamp. It'll be there if you're watching on replay. It'll be right underneath your timestamp. But there is this, you know, our energy is what, and it talks about this in that podcast. Our energy that can draw or push away things. And then there's also, if we draw something to us, we still have these city gates that our inner child is the one that either decides, yes, we can let that in, or no, the gates are closed, because it has a belief that I have to give so much before I deserve so little. Like you have to give 1,000 abundance coins before you get one. So there's this freedom energy that can come in with that. And I feel like that's kind of the conflict that they're talking about here. But I definitely feel like there is an opportunity that's coming, but how soon or how fast it comes in has to do with um, with that belief that's kind of working on autopilot below the surface. Like I said, we may not even be realizing it's running down there because it's back from when you were 7 years old and younger. So it's something that's been kind of just there, and we get used to it, right? So hopefully that helps. And then because of your donation, we'll give you one of these Whispers of Healing Oracle for your fortune cookie. So let's see what they have here for you. Okay, I got this one here. And you have Grateful. Yep. The attitude of gratitude. That is that higher vibrational energy, when we focus on what we're grateful for, not focusing on what we haven't got. The more we're grateful, it talks about that in that podcast too. We draw things more to be grateful for to us. When we focus on what we haven't had, we get more of not have energy. Says when faced with crisis, stress, a busy schedule, or other issues, you may lose your ability to slow down and appreciate the beauty of life. You may be focusing on what you don't have rather than what you do have. Commit to offering a daily prayer of gratitude for all the good things in your life. When you're thankful for the people in your life, you show it through your gestures. While you're dealing with a situation, you may start to take your support team for granted. Remember that people in your life are there for a reason. They may be here to help you learn specific lessons. They may be learning something from you. The benefit that comes from valuing the people who touch your life cannot be expressed strongly enough. When you forget to be thankful for the things others do for you, you move away from your true spiritual essence. Stop and analyze your life and the people in it. Appreciate the accomplishments of the last year. Recognize what is important in your life and remember to be grateful for it. A beautiful maiden watches a painted lady butterfly. That's the picture here. This butterfly brings the message that life is short and must be valued. The peacocks above the maiden's head signify integrity and beauty. They are a reminder of all you can achieve when you work to know the truth of who you are. This means showing gratitude to those around you as you truly are a thankful person. So treasure every day, even those that are not the best. All right. So I love that for you. So that is what they have for you. Oh yeah, JV, that was yours. So here is your timestamp. You can backpedal to that timestamp there, and you can listen to it live. Yeah, absolutely. And thank you again so much for your donation. I appreciate that. You missed it by that much. That's from Get Smart, if you ever watched that. All right. And we have, hey, stop stalking me. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Oh, you're so very welcome. Thank you so much for your kind words. Oh, I love that. Phoenix is arising. I love it. I love it. I love it. So thank you so much. I appreciate you. Damn calls. All right. Well, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? So cheers, cheers. Ooh, hot, hot coffee. I forgot that I just got fresh hot coffee. All right. So we'll circle back around here. We have Maria P 32607. So Maria, thank you. Here's your fourth donation. Boom, boom. And of course, we have your free reading. We'll eventually scroll back around for here. And I think this is you. No, wait, hold on. I think this one is you. Hold on. Let me just make sure. Yeah, that's just. There we go. All right. Yeah, we'll dive in there. Hey, Crystal. So I completed your first one already. Here's the timestamp on that one. And then your second one, we have Maria right now, and I have two for Phoenix, then Ashvin, then Mama Sitia, and then you, and then Alice, and then Krabby Loop, and then Jojo, unless she comes back sooner. So that's where we're at there. All right, absolutely. I'll grab your free reading there and get you on the list there. Stop stalking me. All right. So what I'm going to do here, let me refresh this here. So Maria 32743 since I started, but then I started blabbing. So let me get rid of this one here. There we go. All right, Maria. So thank you for all your donations. And so for number 4, you want to know when are work changes happening in your department? All right, let's see here. Use the when deck here. Based on current energies, when are those big work changes happening, right? All right. So you got the Justice card, September 23rd to October 22nd. It's based on current energies, and that's a maybe energy. So that's kind of, it feels like it's fluctuating with that maybe energy. It's kind of like, well, it kind of goes back and forth, further away, closer up, further away, closer up. So right now you're looking around that time frame. Will it be like a promotion for you? You got the 5 of arrows, 5 of swords. That's kind of a conflict here. I don't feel I feel like it is a different position, but I feel you're conflicted about it because I feel like it almost feels like it's lateral, not upward kind of energy. When you were talking to board members, their thoughts on you, you got the hooded man, the hermit. Yeah, I kind of felt there's a little bit, the hermit, of course, is a little bit shy, a little bit not shy, but more introverted, or maybe you were kind of held back a little bit. Um, but I don't feel like there's anything bad or good around that. I just, um, it's just kind of like an independent loner introvert. Not really introverted, because that introverted isn't ringing, but it's like more, I like that energy more of like you're independent and you work alone. It's almost like you feel like you work alone kind of energy, very independent kind of energy. So, and then the hater ladies, you work in your department's thoughts. I don't know, what are you thinking? Oh, are you a hater? Yeah, because I got the 4 of Pentacles and we got the Judgment card, which is this invitation to see things from a different perspective, right? Because, um, the more that you look at them as the hater later ladies, the more hateful you're asking them to become. And so I feel like they're saying this, the 4 of Pentacles is your divinely guided, divinely protected. And but this Judgment card is because you're having this calling, this pulling to go to somewhere else is what is coming in here with that calling, which we talked about from the heart, right? But, they are messengers. You can look at them as messengers of spirit that they're making it more uncomfortable for you because that's their job to make it uncomfortable so that you'll leave the nest to go to where you're being called to, but where you're being stubborn and not doing it. Boom. But so I feel like that's an important thing, and if at the very least, they say the more you think of them as haters and troublemakers and all of that, the more they will become that for you because that's what you're focusing on. You can see it from a different perspective and realize their actions have to do with something that's going on in their homes and their lives, not about you. This is their reaction to their fears, not about you. You're making it about you, but it's not about you. You can release that and you can change it. And then the hater ladies can become instead of the loving ladies because you're going to be focusing on the things you love about them and then you will get more of that instead of the things you don't like about them, which then you get more of that, right? So that's what they have for you for that. And then Dr. Bob's thoughts on you in the gathering. Sounds like I don't know, Hunger Games, the gathering. We have the 10 of arrows, the 10 of swords, which there's like these, it's like Dr. Bob doesn't have expectations here. But I feel like this is more energy, and I feel like they're kind of pointing these back to you, these last couple questions, because it's like, you know, what are your thoughts on Dr. Bob? What are your thoughts about yourself? What are your thoughts about the gathering? Because they're pointing you back here. Both of these last two questions are your expectations about the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, and how when you're focusing in on these, that this is what should happen, this is what should be done, this is what's not happening, that it starts to draw the energy out of it. It sucks the energy out of it instead of it growing. And because Dr. Bob, I feel they were just like, it was a gathering, it was good, it's done, check, check, let's move on to the next thing. There's so much going on right now. I feel is their energy, but I feel like they're more focusing on what expectations do you have around it? This is where you gain your most power. And then message from spirit. Yep, the 9 of bows, the 9 of wands. And this is about the barriers, since they're kind of talking about work here, that, you know, what's holding back with the 9 of wands is giving your power away, which is that my life is dependent upon other people's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence, instead of where I'm focusing my energy. Because if I take one of those magic wands, the 9 wands that are blocking our way, holding us back, when I step into my power and take ownership, realizing I draw everything into my life by my power of choice in each moment. My thoughts, my stories, right? My emotions, my energy, my actions. I'm drawing it in, and if I don't like what's unfolding, there's no one to blame, but there's a source of it, and we get to go look. We can look inward, and we take our power back then we start making the choices and draw different things in our life. But if we feel like we're at the whim of the outside world and, "Oh god, whatever happens, it's just I'm on an out of control drama train that's about to leap off the tracks and explode," then we're gonna live a life of drama when it's not really happening. When we step into our power, then things change. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you. And then for your fortune cookie for this one, you've got realization. Shazam, zap, which says a moment of realization shifts everything. A single insight can change your entire path. Reflect on what belief is limiting you, the Nine of Wands. Shift it and open new doors to possibility. I'm saying. On the flip side, mental resistance, expectations, may be keeping you stuck. Challenge your assumptions and rethink your approach. I like it. All right, so that's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for all your donations. And then, like I said, we'll circle back around for your free reading in a little while, or maybe tomorrow morning. It depends on how long this goes. All right. So we are moving right along. We got Phoenix Oracle Healing 33651. So, Phoenix, here is your time stamp for number one. Thank you again for your dual donations. Let me take a quick sip here. We'll dive in. Cheers, cheers. All right. It's beautiful cinnamon vanilla tea. Coffee with zero sugar coconut creamer. Yum, right? All right. So, what is ER learning during this period of no contact? And is he thinking of you? All right. So, what is he learning? Or were they learning? I do want that one, and I do want this one. I do want that one too. All right. And then, is he thinking of you? All right. So what is going on here? Well, we do have, what is it called? Oh, I thought it said the blasted one. No, it's the blasted oak, which is the tower card. Underlying energy, you know, the tower card is an energy of something or someone being removed out of our life to make space for someone or something that's more in alignment with our higher energy. It blasts open the path to allow us to move forward instead of staying where we're at kind of energy. So there is something in there about, know that this separation, know that the removal of them out of your life was for you. It didn't happen to us, it happened for us to open that space. So I feel like that's important. What are they learning on their side? All right. Yep. So we have the Nine of Wands, which there's this block that they have there, and the Eight of Cups, this is all about, I feel like they're reinforcing this message here that, you know, they were blocked away from you. And that's this Eight of Cups is walking away from like a uh, relationship that doesn't serve us, right? So I feel like they're saying that this happened on purpose. And again, it's like if I didn't read the tower, they had cards in place to reaffirm what I just said, right? And there's this block, I call it a rooster block, wink, wink, the spirit can sometimes, for us, they're blocking someone away that, and then so this walking away, this separation happened for you. Underneath the surface of that, you do have the Knight of Stones, the Knight of Pentacles. When we get a slow moving energy like that, there is this, it's things happen on purpose for a reason to give us the opportunity to let go of our own thoughts and beliefs that don't serve us, emotions that don't serve us, energy that don't serve us, even physical things that don't serve us, to make space and to help us raise our love vibration so we draw in something higher vibrational instead of doing what we've always done and getting what we always got, right? So I feel like that's important here. Underneath everything here, you do have the King of Wands, which is stepping into the power of our emotional choice in a way. The King of Wands is clears out the path, clears out the throne room so that we can sit in silence, getting out of our head and into our hearts to figure out what we want, put a plan in place, and then take action. So there is this indecisiveness that's still there going on with their energy, but this was designed for both of you to be separate from another to work on yourselves. Um, let's see what else they got here. So, what is he learning? Temperance, patience, kind of energy. This is realizing that even when you don't see anything happening, things are happening. There is growth, there is alchemy, something that, it's worth waiting for kind of energy. Um, we got the 10 of bows, the 10 of wands, which is a change of energy. And they're learning that rather than focusing on expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and having all this energy we're investing in trying to control things, trying to have things unfold a certain way, or having a burden of trying to live up to someone else's expectations and fearing we're going to fail. So we bolt away out of and run. That there is this energy of changing the energy, owning our energy, deciding what it is we want to create, and then putting the energy into create it. 10, this 10 energy is endings and beginnings energy. And underneath that, they do have the sun card, which the sun card, in this case, Leo energy, it is getting into their inner child to find out, where did this sense of fearing failing to where it kind of is an energy if I know I'm not going to, um, succeed at it, then I better avoid it kind of energy, or I better leave before failure hits. I feel like they're in this trying to understand and to get to the root of it, um, but it does feel like with all this energy coming in here that it is gonna take a while. So, I don't know. Um, and then is he thinking of you was the other question. We got the 10 of arrows and the 4 of vessels. I don't feel like specifically, like, I wonder what you're doing right now kind of stuff, but more so with this 10 of swords, which is all the expectations, and the 4 of vessels, the 4 of cups, which is I feel like they're kind of looking at the loves that they've had in their lives and the relationships they've had in their lives. And I feel like because I feel like this is a repetitive cycle for them. And I feel like they're looking back over each one and looking at why did I feel I wouldn't live up to these expectations, and where do these come from, and did they even have these on me, or what did I have on them? And so I feel like it's more in reflection that they're thinking of you, but more situationally and how it impacted them, not so much, daydreaming, and it's more action, which is normal for straight men, just so you know. They're not usually sitting going, "Oh, I miss them," and da 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 da. They are taught, don't feel, think, and analyze. Usually that's stereotyping, but for a big part, that's the truth. So hopefully that makes sense. But that's what they have for that. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one, and then we'll go on to your second one here. Nope, they don't want any of those. They want this one. Yep. So, climbing a giant mountain. This is called persistence. It says success comes from consistent effort. Keep going even when the path is unclear. Stay committed to your vision. Overcome obstacles with steady progress. On the flip side, frustration may be tempting you to quit. Push through resistance. And maybe this is for the relationship, but I feel it's definitely for inner reflection. Like, get to the root. Don't give up on getting to the root of what came up for you during this situation. Um, what gift was in this situation for you, and this timing that you have to reflect on yourself. What are you learning, right? We're asking, what are they learning during this period of no contact? What are you learning during this period of no contact, right? What gift is in this for you? So I like that. And are you thinking of yourself during this time? Interesting, right? Right. So that's what they have for the first one. Let me just do a couple quick shout outs. We'll go into your second one here. We got Ruby Grimm. Hey, Ruby. Good to see you. I see your donation. We will get you on the list here. Boom, boom, boom. And we'll give that a love and a like. And then I see your free reading request as well. Put you on that one here. Whoops, don't do that. Try this again. All right. Hey, we got polite. Is that Kumzilem? Probably murdered that. My apologies. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. So we will continue on here. We got Phoenix for number 2, 346. 48 is for number 2. Here's your timestamp. So, is there anything that you should be cautious about when dealing with your ex and the paperwork regarding your house? Ooh, all right. Let me take another sip for this. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, anything to be cautious about? 7 of Swords. Will that come up? Would that tell us anything else? What else? I feel like I want this one. And also this one right here. All right. So the bottom of the deck, we do have the 10 of arrows, the 10 of swords energy that's coming in here. And we also have the archer underneath it, which is the chariot, the power of choice energy. And both of this combined, this isn't something that you have to be cautious of externally. This is telling you what to be aware of internally, right? Because if my expectations, if I'm focusing on what's not happening and lack and need and fears, I'm actually drawing in those fears, and I'm drawing in lack and more of the stuff I feel is not happening. With that power of choice, if I change my story to focusing in on what I'm grateful for in the situation or with that individual or anything, the more we focus in on gratitude, and I know with an ex that's very difficult to do, but you're powerful. You can do it. Where if you focus in on, and it doesn't have to be I'm grateful for who they are. It's I'm grateful for this, I'm grateful for that, I'm grateful, sincerely, that draws in more of that we're what we're grateful for versus, um focusing in on the lack, because that pushes abundance away. The other draws in abundance for us. So I feel like the underlying energy, they're like, be aware of your energy, because your energy is what controls your experience of the situation and can help draw things towards you, or at least not have a wall up blocking it coming your way. So I feel like that's important. All right, so that's underlying energy. Is there anything that you should be cautious about in dealing with your ex? We've got the 8 of bows, the 8 of wands, trying to rush, 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 and the page of arrows. Yeah. Take your time reading through everything. I know, the contracts and stuff. Oh my God, right? Kill me. But this, don't rush and pay attention to detail, of course, right? So I feel like that's an important energy with this, is because there might be a typo, there might be something unintentional that's left out, or that's someone forgot to update or that someone tried to slip in. And if you so don't sign anything until you look at it or you have your, uh, realtor or whoever's being your counsel, um, look over it. Your intelligent, informed counsel that looks into it, right? So, I feel like it's that important. What else? These other ones here. Yeah, we have, this is the justice energy here. So again, there's this balancing energy. See things from a higher perspective, but this justice is also court kind of energy that's coming in here. And I do feel like, again, they're reiterating the importance of making sure all the legal steps are being taken. Don't cut corners. It'll bite you in your bohiny. I feel like it's important. Like if like, oh, we're just gonna do it between the two of us. Well, don't say if he goes like, here's the paperwork, you just need to sign it. Go, well, I'm gonna have my lawyer look at it, or I'm gonna have my realtor look at it first. I just, I just, I'm trying not to, you don't even have to have any reason why, because we know the reason why. It's like, I don't wanna get screwed over. So, I'm just gonna for my safety, I'm just gonna have them do it. "Oh, it's just standard, just sign it." Rush, 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 right? No, no, no. Right. Underneath all that, yeah, we got the Hermit energy and the Wheel of Fortune. Oh, I love this. And the, just not the Justice card, the, Judgment card, which is about trust the drawing that you have here. It's gonna be an energy. The Wheel of Fortune is, it's a positive outcome here. If you will step back and look, it's almost like it's stepping back and shining a bright light on the things, and you know see things from a higher perspective. Kind of step back and because you're in it, kind of step back, take a deep breath, look at what you want, what you don't want. But again, a lot of this with that expectations energy underneath, be aware of that as you're going through it and just try to keep gratitude as much as you can because the other stuff will kind of, you know, be a dam. It'll be like a beaver creating a dam on the river. It's going to slow it to a roll and hold back stuff. So it's important to see things from that higher perspective, from a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude, especially coming in there. So that is what they have for that one for you. So many blessings to you. And here's your fortune cookie. And you've got serenity, right? Peace at last. A calm heart sees clearly, right? True emotional power comes from stillness. There's that taking that step back, right? Take a moment of stillness today, breathe deeply, and connect to inner peace. On the flip side of that, inner restlessness may be disrupting peace. So slow down and find your center. So I like that. Not rushing, not doing anything, but breathe, calmness going in. And if they want you to sign something without having a professional look at it, I would have that double checked. It might be inconvenient, but if it saves hassle and crap in the long run, worth it, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your dual donations. I'm very grateful. All right. We've got polite. Thank you. I'll get you added on to the free reading list here. You're very welcome, friend. Good to see you. All right. Then Mama Sitya, thank you. I got your questions there. Let me add it on since we're getting close to you here. All right, there's number one. There's number two, number three, and number four. All right. All right, so where we're at, we have Ashvin Ray up next, and then Mamacita, and then Crystal, and then Alice, and then Krabby Loop, and then Ruby, and then JoJo, if unless she comes in back sooner. All right. So thank you guys again so much for all your patience and getting to your readings. All righty. So Ashvin, you're up 35544. Wow. Look at those repeating numbers. 35544. All right. So hello, hello. You want to know Anu is not giving commitment because of her family. So what's next? And will I be able to marry her or someone else? All right, let's take a look here. So based on your current energy, what's next? So what's next with Anu? All right, let's take a look here. And will you be able to marry her, or is there someone else? Not one in these two, too. All three? All right, fine. I was trying to get the two out, and they're like, no, that one too. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah, your underlying energy is the Emperor. They call it the Green Man in this deck. But this is your power, right? This is you stepping out of your head, clearing the throne room. What is it that my heart wants? My heart truly wants. Making a plan and then, taking energy and moving forward. So we'll see what that's about here. Because what is next is what we're asking, right? So we have the Nine of Stones, the Nine of Pentacles. So this is a little bit of hermiting energy. And actually, underneath the Emperor, you actually have the Hermit coming in here. So there is a little bit of time spent with yourself. And we'll see what this is about here, because I feel like it's important, especially even the Emperor is a lone kind of energy because they clear the throne and they're tired of everyone telling them the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be kind of energy. So there is this kind of stepping back, getting into yourself kind of energy. We'll see what all these other cards are here in a sec. But so yeah, so that's what's next. Will you be able to marry her? Let's take a look here. We have the King of Stones and the Ace of Cups. So this is about your self-love energy. And even the King of Pentacles I feel like this alone time is to give you the opportunity to look at your worth and look at how you're defining your self-worth by, the three buckets of the outside world, the primary, of course, being relationships, because that's what we're talking about, but also situations like jobs, education. It could be marital status or social status, also things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. Because as we realize, when we define ourselves by those things, we feel unstable because all those things are, right? It's all pointing us back to our self-love, and I feel like that's what kind of this hermit time is, because if you can't be happy alone, you can't be happy in a relationship, is kind of the message of a hermit, the Nine of Pentacles and the Hermit that you both got. And so I feel like it's an important energy, because if we feel unstable, if I can't have that, then who am I, the energy that I have happening. So I feel like this is an important time for you to reflect on that, because that's what changes things. Because when we're focused on the outside world, it feels lacking and unstable. And when we turn inward and upward, we find the pricelessness, the eternal, unconditional love that is the true foundation of our worth. Then when we do that, we fill up with that and overflow. The outside world changes from lack to above and beyond extra. And then our whole kind of life changes when it comes in with that, right? Um, Are you gonna be able to marry her or someone else after you do this and go through this little stuff here? Let's see here. I do feel and we'll see what these other cards are too, but we've got the 9 of bows, 9 of wands, which is like a block to relationships, the 10 of cups. So there is this block, and again, it's like right now, a big piece of all this is this quest with the Knight of Swords, the Knight of Arrows, the quest of seeing things differently, you know, getting out of the expectations of the mind, getting back to that emperor, which is getting out of the head, the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be, all these expectations. And we see things differently. And when we see things differently, then because we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. As we change, then our outside world changes. Let's see what unfolds here. You've got all these cards here. You got the 8 of arrows, the 2 of arrows, the 6 of arrows, and then the death card. Yeah. So you've got all this. The death card is an ending and beginning. I'm sorry. Do you want to see the cards? So you've got the death card, the journey. So the journey is all of this power of story. 8 of swords is about, realizing and releasing our thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, our expectations, right? That make us feel small, bound and blinded and powerless. And the 2 of arrows is the power of story, and the 6 of arrows is also leaving behind old mindsets. So, big part of the journey with the 2 of arrows in the mix of all that is you realizing that every moment you're the one that creates the story about whatever's going on out here means. We're given a lot of supposed to, again, all those expectations of what something's supposed to be, should be, need to be. But when you realize I get to decide the story, my emotions, my energy, my actions, can't determine anyone else's, just mine. There's empowerment going in here, and feels like this is the time of your life where you're going through this journey to set yourself free. Rather than calling it shadow work, I like calling it freedom work because it sets us free. And then eventually, where does that lead you here? Yeah, I mean, you go through, a change of where you're investing your energy with the 10 of wands and the ace of wands. So you're going from trying to live up to all these expectations to a new beginning, a new passion of life. And you do have the justice card too, which is the balancing of the mind, that comes in, seeing things differently. So I do feel like you have possibilities that are available for you in the future. But I feel like what's coming in here, and I know it kind of feels like it sucks right now, and I get it. But this is about a change of mindset, about seeing things differently, seeing things from different perspectives, and this freedom that comes. And then I'm trying to see your future, but they're blocking me off. They're like, that's for another day. I know. You can talk to your spirit guides because I'm just the messenger. But I'm pushing. I was pushing. They were like, "Brother Z," because I wanted to see beyond the veil because they I have access to things. Um, but sometimes things are even veiled for me because they know that if I see it, it'll come out here. So they're like, "Nope, you don't get to see that." I'm like, "Come on." And they're like, "No, that it's distracting." It's like the important thing for you to do now is to accept the journey and the adventure if you want, because otherwise we'll keep repeating the same thing and getting what we always got. So there is this stepping in to those mindsets to find that freedom energy, and that's what sets us free. Um, so my podcast series, The Easier Path, might have some of of the adventures that resonate that can help you do that if you want to check it out. The playlist link is down in the description area as well. So sorry I can't give you more there. Your fortune cookie though is dedication. You got the little candle burning bright that says your commitment defines your success. Consistency creates lasting achievement. Reaffirm your dedication today. Align your daily actions with your bigger vision. On the flip side, wavering focus may be delaying progress. Anchor yourself in your purpose. Interesting, right? All right. Well, that's what they have for you, Ashvin. Hopefully that helps a little bit. So many blessings. Hang in there. All right. Let's see. I think I had here. We had a couple individuals enter the chat. Make some space here. So we got Happy Pill. Hello, hello, Happy Pill. We'll get you on the free list here. And then also Artist Tarot. Hey, good to see you as well. And we'll get you on the free list here as well. Yeah, I'm sure there's always something. Always something. If you ever used to watch Saturday Night Live way back in the day when they had Rosanna, Dana, Dana, Tana. uh, it was, I forget her name, but she goes, just goes to show you it's always something, right? All right. So you got you on the list here for the free readings. Of course, donations do get first priority, and that's what we're working on, everybody. So we will go here. So up next, yeah, we have for donations. I've got Mama Sitia, the Crystal, Alice, Krabby Loop, Ruby Grimm, and then JoJo as well. All righty. So Mama Sitia, hello, hello. 40704 is yours. Happy Wednesday to you. There's your timestamp. And thank you again for your donation. Let me give a quick cheers to you. All right. So you want to know, what is the current energy surrounding the new opportunity that might be presented to you in the month of June? All right, let's take a look here. Hi. Good to see you. You nut. I love you. All right. Let's see what we got here. So I do want that one. I don't want those. I do want these two in this one with that one evidently underneath. All right. What do we got going on here? Yeah, well, you do have here the Judgment card, which is also known as like the calling card, right? Usually it's like the angel with the horn waking you up from the dead to resurrect, to go in a different direction. They're blowing the trumpet, blowing the horn. And I like it. They have the great bear. They're like beckoning you into the cave, beckoning you into this new tunnel. Oh, I like it underneath too. You've got the Wheel of Fortune, which is, of course, unfaded energy unfolding for you here. 20 and 10 energy. Interesting. We'll see what this is about. It's positive, but it is talking about this opportunity feels more like a calling than it does, feel like it's a job kind of energy, right? Hmm. Dun dun dun. Right. I like it. All right. Let's see what we got here. So you do have, yeah, you've even got the Temperance card, which is alchemy. This could be something that's been slowly kind of building within you, something that I feel like has been growing and growing and growing within you. So I feel like this is something that could have been with you for a long time, a yearning, a drawing, something that's pulling at you. You do have the Six of Arrows and the Justice card too. So there has been this. In order for this to unfold, this is about letting go of some kind of strong mindsets about supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be kind of energies. Because the Six of Swords is leaving behind old ways, seeing things from a higher perspective, which takes you from choppy waters to calmer waters, but changing of mind that spawns and creates something in the outside world. The Justice card is also seeing things from a higher perspective, clearing things off of one side. So it's both of the same kind of energy, but it feels like in order to move forward, you kinda have to get past, some of the, uh, I would say, stubborn this is the way your spirit guides are saying it, stubborn, fixed expectations, right? "No, no, no, it has to be this," and they're like, do it need to be that way." "Really? Are you sure?" So I feel like there's something here that has been gnawing at you and bugging you for a long time of, "I wanna go do this, I wanna go do this, I wanna go do this," but your mind has been kinda kiboshing it, going, "Oh, no, no. It has to be this and this and this and this," kind of energy, right? Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we got the Ace of Arrows, the Ace of Swords. Again, seeing things from a different perspective, a higher perspective. I like it called the breath of life on here, but there is this change of perspective. The Nine of Pentacles, which is an energy here. Um, the world is my oyster, right? The it's the Nine of Pentacles is being independent, being alone. Page of Arrows again, uh, both the ace and the page coming out together with that Nine of Pentacles has to do with about being independent, maybe independently, well, it's self-sufficient. So I don't know if you ever thought of being an entrepreneur, open your own, you know, candle making business. I don't know. I just pulled that out of my butt. But, whatever this is, I feel like there's something here of, creating something uh, that's yours. So this is interesting. At first, I thought you said oyster bar. You wanna open an oyster bar? And then I saw the rest of it. Oh, the world is your oyster. Let's see here. What else is coming in here for you? Yeah, the 3 of arrows, the 3 of swords, it's unexpected too. You used to make candles, so maybe that's why I'm picking it up. But, it's, it's this energy. Yeah, and the King of Wands. This King of Wands is you deciding from your heart. And again, this kind of all comes in, even the 10 of Wands on the bottom of the deck again, around the Wheel of Fortune and all this is about an emotional an emotional, um, from the heart kind of pursuit rather than the mind, right? So I feel like this opportunity that's coming up is something that's like I said, it's been growing, growing, growing inside you, but I just feel like it's you being your boss, not someone else being your boss, because you're bossy enough for everyone. That's what your spirit guides are laughing. But a bunch, because it's like true, Um, so I feel like that is the current energy is it's still gnawing there. It's still drawing you to step out of your head and get into your heart. And if you haven't done some sort of meditation where you just kind of imagine your brain as a little tree house and your heart is also another part of the tree house, and you kind of go out of this door, close it, and there's a little spiral staircase. You go down to this one, go knock on your heart's door, and go in and have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee with them, and see what is it? Where are you drawing me? What do you want? Where do you want me to go? What would make you sing and dance? What is it? So hopefully that helps for number one. But I feel like that's where they're kind of pulling you. Number 2 is, will the new opportunity be from the company Lockheed? Ooh, I don't not unless that's that kind of dreamy, dreamy energy, but let's take a look here. No, we've got the Stag here. Again, this is the Justice card, which is seeing things from a higher perspective and from our high mind and not the other, right? Oh, aerospace. Is that Lockheed? Yeah, but this feels oh, since 2021, wow. Yeah, you got the 2 of Vessels again, the Heart's Choice, and the 9 of Pentacles. Oh, wow, how funny that they bring this back in. They're like, the choice of the heart, is that, like, the heart's dream come true, or is that the mind's dream come true? Let me see what else I can get on that here. Yeah, we got the Page of Cups, Page of Vessels, which is, again, this emotion energy. Um, yeah, email rejections. I bet. Yeah, and you have the King of Bows again. So I don't feel like it's Lockheed, this new opportunity. I feel like this is, yeah, I even got the 10 of, yeah, I got the 9 and the 10 of, oh, and the Lovers card, which is like the, oh my god, they're just like boom, 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 over and over. You, even the Knight of Cups. Is that enough? Do I have enough? Got all this cups energy. The Knight of Cups, which is, you know, pursuing your heart. You've got the Ace of Cups, which is pursuing your heart. You've got the Lovers card. Oh yeah, sorry, I bring them both up here. The Lovers card, and the Two of Vessels. It's all the heart choice, the heart choice. And then on the bottom about the 9 and 10 of Swords, which is about getting out of our head all the expectations. I'm exhausted trying to live up to all expectations, and I'm out of here with expectations in the mind. So I feel like it's not Lockheed. I feel like this is definitely something that is bubbling in the heart, and the mind might have been making so much noise and might be making so much noise right now because of all the mental energy going into everything that's going on, that when you have a moment to sit and be still, like maybe recovering from foot surgery, that you'll be able to, you know, sit still and get into your heart, because your mind will be drugged and at peace. And you could step into your heart. But no, I don't think it's Lockheed. I think it's something else. It doesn't feel like that. I feel like they just like really went overboard, saying, "No, it's this." Like, okay, simmer down. All right. And then will you have to relocate for this opportunity? Let's take a look here. Or get to, not have to, right? But get to. Do I get to? Because you don't have to do nothing, but do you get to? Let's see. So this opportunity, let's see what we have here. Yeah. Because we do have the King of Arrows, the King of Swords. Underneath the deck, you did have the 10 of Swords coming up again. I put it in the middle of the deck. It came up on the bottom. But the King of Swords is all about, changing the storyteller here. And I feel like that's what they kind of did, in that I don't have to, but what do I get to? And we're changing the story about that life isn't about that I'm on an out of control drama train that's taking me through life, and that I'm gonna, you know, or even I'm in the trunk of a car and I'm being taken somewhere, and where we end up has nothing to do with me. I'm just being kidnapped by the universe, and but no, this is about the story. What you do up here is, you create a story about what the outside world means, and then there's an emotional soundtrack that goes with it, and then our energy goes into that and draws more that matches that toward us, and then we take physical actions that also gets things moving. So we do what we can physically, and then there's all this energy that draws things to us. So I feel like it's saying that it's almost like you get to create the story. That I feel like with this particular, whatever your heart is taking you to, is you don't have to relocate, but if you want to, you can, because I feel like this is gonna be something you're creating, and that you can do it from anywhere. So I feel like it's that kind of energy. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, got the Ace of Arrows. Again, this here's all this new way of looking at things, new ideas. You've got the Ancestor, the Hierophant, which is there is this energy of, they're the master of change and stepping stones, but I feel like the change of location, I feel like is something that you wanna do, but you got the Devil card here too, the Guardian, which, this is about breaking free of long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, because all of this energy. Oh, because you wanna relocate. Oh, hey, there you go. Yeah, so there is this energy of, you know, transforming and movement and getting out of the head and into the heart, kind of energy here. Yep, and you got the Knight of Wands and the Eight of Wands. So it's like following your passion as well, the quest for your passion. So I definitely feel here that you can relocate, but it's you taking action and you wanting to do it. Yeah, even under the on the bottom of the deck under the 10 of arrows is the Queen of Cups, which is following your heart. Again, salmon, is that where you're from? You're like in a past life, maybe it's like you feel like a salmon returning home to spawn. Is that where you're going? You want a hot Puerto Rican. I. So it looks like you don't have to, but you can, because I feel like you can go anywhere. All right. And then for number 4, you wanna know the general energy for your trip to Vegas in July. All right, let's take a look here. Well, is that after oh, you love the beach. Oh, yeah. Is that after your foot surgery? Let's take a look here. All right. Yeah, get away from the craziness, yeah. I can understand that for sure. Alright, I got that one here. Alright, so what's on the bottom here? Yeah, I like it. You got a very balanced energy for your trip to Vegas. Queen of Arrows, Queen of Swords, balance between the head and the heart. Your first card up is the Four of Arrows, which is actually a rest and relaxation energy. You have the Nine of Arrows to the Nine of Swords. Here's all that letting go of expectations. Yeah. So here is this resting and relaxing and, energy that comes in here. But the Nine of Swords is like the nightmare and insomnia. And I feel like you do a lot of dreaming while you're there because it's the Nine of Arrows being a nightmare, insomnia energy, is a release. It's like a very intense dreaming. Doesn't have to be like, doesn't have to be like a nightmare, but it's intense, so you remember them when you wake up, right? Yeah, and get it done, right? So, yeah, you have the power of choice, the Chariot, which is movement and victory energy. You have a lot of choices. Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, abundance. Woo woo, maybe you hit it big in Vegas. Four of bows, you got the Four of wands, which is celebrations and gatherings. Be careful too. This is the marriage card. You're in Vegas. Don't get married to someone drunk and get married by Elvis. But it is party, celebration, happiness, joy, energy. Yeah. And even the 10 of Pentacles. Well, I don't know. 10 of Pentacles is relationship energy too. Be careful. You might end up married. That's all jokes, of course. But it's abundance. You got Queen of Pentacles and 10 of Pentacles, abundance energy, and of course, all that power of choice energy coming in. But it looks really good. Looks like a good, restful, good restful trip there. Just kind of letting go of expectations a little bit, but yeah, I feel like you're gonna dream, dream, dream. Maybe it's gonna be the pain meds. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that's probably why you're gonna be dreaming. Whoa. You're hilarious. Oh, very good. So it sounds like you'll have some fun there too. So, if you're going, right, is 10 days enough of a recovery before you can, be traveling with foot surgery? Alright, and then, of course, because your donation was $5 or more, you do get a Whispers of Healing oracle. So let's see what else we have here. I do want this one here. Yeah, you're like, "Hmm, well, if you do go, it seems like you'll party a lot." Feels like you can rest. But you got barriers. This dragon, number 13, right? You never know, you might meet a Puerto Rican, in Vegas and get married, and then there's your in to go to Puerto Rico. So you have created barriers or defense mechanisms that may be preventing emotional or mental healing. The universe is eagerly waiting and willing to assist you with your healing, but you may not be receiving the healing you desire. Something seems to be blocking or hindering your restoration. The obstacle may be a protective measure you put in place to keep your heart from further harm. This shield may seem necessary and logical. However, it is also preventing the healing light being sent to you from penetrating and healing your pain. Defense mechanisms are a response to being wronged, hurt, rejected, abandoned, or abused. You may have made a mental vow not to allow yourself to feel a certain type of pain again. And once the block is in place, you may find it difficult to talk about certain situations or to receive corrective information about your experience. By identifying the root cause of your defense mechanism, healing can begin. You need to be willing to tear down the walls that you have built so that healing can occur. In this picture, the card, the woman rides high on the back of a dragon in the middle of the ocean, maybe Costa Rica. The shoreline is covered with jagged rocks and looks completely unapproachable. Smoke comes from the dragon's mouth as if he might breathe fire at any moment. You have created a similar type of energy with the walls you've built around you. Remember, fear does not keep you safe. Be willing to make some changes. Talk to someone about what you are harboring so your healing process can begin. The full moon shines her light on whatever it is you are ready to release. The turbulent water shows this may not be easy for you to do. However, the same turbulent water can be cleansing and will help you move forward. The stars in the sky are your blessings. They suggest there are many sources that will help you become free. I like it. So that is what they have for you, my dear. You'll be scooting with your scooter. Oh, I love that. I love that. Yeah. Singing bowls, sound bowls, all of those things. They just transform, don't they? So I like that for you, mamacita. So hopefully that helps, my dear. Thank you again for your donations. I appreciate those. And enjoy your adventures for sure. The never-ending adventures, right? So I like that. So many blessings. And all right, healing readings by Don Marie. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just saw your question. I was actually in the middle of a reading, so sorry that I didn't see here. But welcome. Thanks for being new here. Thanks for being a new subscriber. And absolutely, I'm taking more questions. So thank you for your donation. We'll get you on the list here, and I'll give an update on where we're at on that list as well. So thank you for that. I'll give that a love and a like. Boom, boom. And then we also have obviously Cancer. Hey, hey, good to see you. Hello. Hope you're doing well. We'll get you on the donation list here too. And give that a love and a like there as well. All right. Absolutely. Thank you so much, my friend. Hang in there. Enjoy. Fun, fun. All right. So where we're at, we have Crystal Ray up next, and then Alice, and then Krabby Loop, and then Ruby Grimm, and then Healing Readings, and then obviously Cancer up after that. So hey, hey. And then if JoJo pops in, uh, since I think I call her Sleeping Beauty because she's way over on the other side of the planet, and it's the middle of the night, and so sometimes she starts and then falls asleep. So when she wakes up, and she puts her question out, we'll of course uh, prioritize her when that happens. So, all right. So let me get up here. Let me take another quick sip here, everybody. Cheers, cheers to you. All righty. So Crystal Ray, we got 431, 38. Here is your second donation. All right, so Crystal, thank you for that. And so Corey and you got in a fight. His thoughts. And he threatened to call the police on you again, even though he was texting you. All right, let's take a look here. So what are Corey's thoughts here? Maybe he had too many special brownies or too much doobie weed and he's seeing dragons. You're like, all right now. All right. So let's see, what do we got going on here? Well, he's definitely in his head here. King of arrows. It's the king of swords. Double mental energy, making the master of the storyteller here. So they're definitely in their head creating some stories, and maybe that is even some of the paranoia that comes with the doobie weed because they did show me in my head seeing dragons and going, "Whoa," like the cat that's had too much catnip, and they're just like their eyes are really big. That's what I was seeing. So I feel like he's in a bit in his head here. We got the 5 of bows, yeah, 5 of wands, which is an energy of drama and conflict. So their energy definitely is in a conflict kind of uh fight or flight energy. And that's when we fight, because that's the fight and fight or flight, right? So when we're in fear, when we're feeling unsafe or out of control or uncomfortable, we can switch into our little inner child who boots out our intelligent, loving, compassionate side, and that's why humans do stupid shit when they're in fear. Pardon my French, but that's what happens. And that's what we fight, because when someone goes into fear and they fight, and they're gonna attack or retreat, and if we're feeling uncomfortable, we're either gonna attack or retreat. So if we're both attacking, then there's the cat fight, right? So let's see what they're thinking here, though, is what your question was, right? His thoughts. So I feel like it's important to know the underlying energy is really in his head and he's in fear around something. And, so it's kicked in here. I also feel like we've got the death card on the bottom, which is that energy of, you know, with the story is that, why are you contacting me? Didn't you say it was over energy? You know, didn't you say that I'm gonna, ditch you in a way and I'm pursuing this other person, right? They're like, why are you investing so much energy? And I feel like there is that kind of underlying rejection feeling, right? But it's, kind of coming up here. Why are you still doing this and getting in my face, right? Yeah, because here's the more fears, 9 of swords with the king of bows, king of wands. I do feel like there's a little bit of energy here. I need to feel in control because of my fears, and that's what I do. I'm gonna call the police on you, right? I need to feel in control because I'm feeling out of control. And so I feel like it's important for you to realize they're in fear and they're igniting and um yeah, and I feel like it's good for you to know that, so not to manipulate it, but to back off, right? To realizing you're igniting them, um, not you, but their fears are being ignited by your interactions. And so it's like, "Oh, then let me back off, because that's not who I wanna be, right?" "No, I know you're saying, 'Yeah, I do.'" I'm like, "No, you don't." Not really. Maybe your little inner child wants to be a little terror, but not you, not the real you. See see what else we have here. We got the temperance, which is patience, which is, temper our attitudes, temper the energy, right? Um, and I feel like that's kind of what's coming in here because, you know, they've got this, you know, 2 of vessels, 2 of cups, and this 10 of wands, which is a ton of energy that's coming in here. Ton of passion, a lot of energy being invested into this relationship energy, um, is what's going on their side, but, not in the newer relationship energy, but there's this it's like they want you to balance, their thoughts are you need to back off, right? Temperance is you need to take all this energy you're investing toward me, you need to just balance it out, and you need to go focus in on your new love, is kind of what all this is coming in here, especially with the death card. It's like, "Why are you contacting me?" is their thoughts, They're like, "You go do you, leave me alone," you know, is is their thoughts because it is their inner child wanting to feel safe and they don't feel safe, right? They feel uncomfortable because you rejected them in a way by saying, I'm going to go hang out with someone else. And whether that was designed to manipulate them, to try to, you know, get them to want you, if there was anything like that, that didn't work on them because they totally went the other direction with it. So, hopefully that helps, Crystal. See what your fortune cookie brings in here too. We've got fulfillment. So, true emotional satisfaction comes from within. Your happiness is not dependent on external factors. Acknowledge what is already fulfilling in your life and find joy in the present moment. And on the flip side, this is about seeking happiness outside yourself, maybe leaving you empty. Turn inward for true fulfillment, not towards Corey, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. Thank you again for your dual donations this eve. All right. Let me get these set up here. I think we're good there. All right. And then up next, we do have Alice for 3901. So, Alice, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And your question is, what kind of woman is Jay drawn to? What is his deal? Oh, his ideal woman. Like, all right, let's take a look here. So, what is going on in Jay's womanly attraction energy here? So we got that in this. All right. Well, with the ace of arrows on the bottom, even with the hanged man on the bottom here, which they call the mirror. It's interesting. We get the four of cups underneath too, which is the boredom with the relationships they've had before. All of this talks of, I don't know. I don't know what I want because what I wanted before hasn't satisfied me. So they're kind of in this editing mode, trying to figure out what is it that is my ideal woman? Who am I drawn to, right? I feel like the ideal woman piece is more of we'll find out what they're drawn to, but I feel like they're like, this hasn't fulfilled me in the past. So what is this, what is this idea, this new idea they might have? Who are they drawn to? We got the Six of Stones. It looks like they've been in the past drawn to codependent relationships, overgiver, and someone who likes to receive, right? So I feel like they've in the past were drawn to big-hearted, overgiving individuals, very nurturing individuals, but then they would end up feeling like they couldn't keep up with with their giving, so then they would drift away, or different things would happen with the different relationships. Because when you feel like you can't keep up with someone else's giving, you feel lacking, right? And you're like, well, if I can't keep up with them, so why try to keep up? They're leaving me in the dust. I'll give to work, or I'll give to I don't know, go to the gym, a hobby, my friends. Sometimes, and I don't feel like with them necessarily, but affairs, right? And so I feel like in the past they were drawn to all these overgivers, right? um, yeah, and then the Tower card, it looks like that they um, would suddenly leave, and I like that because I don't feel like they cheated. They would be like, "This isn't working out. We just need to end it." I don't feel like which I'm glad. That's why I'm glad, because a lot of times that codependency leads to people cheating while they're still with the other person, thinking, "Well, you're giving to me, well, I'll give to them, because I can't give to you and keep up, blah, blah, blah," right? So I like that, and, again, the 10 of arrows, the 10 of swords was about, they would choose people with a lot of expectations, and again, that feeling like they couldn't keep up, pops in there as well, where it's, "I'm afraid I'm gonna disappoint," kind of energy. Yeah, and then they would start again, Ace of Pentacles. So, it was like that constant cycle, with them, and that's where one of the big things they were drawn to, and that's why they've been wanting to make a change. So we're like, What are they drawn to?" It's like, "I don't know, because I don't like the old way, I'm trying to find a new way," right? So, who are they drawn to now? Yeah, we got the 9 of bows. Yeah, I feel like here this is this kind of, I would say like a barrier, because they had the death card with this death and rebirth, so that's kind of reinforcing this energy of, I'm trying to figure out what is it that I want. They do want relationships with the 2 of cups, but I feel like they're kind of slow in moving into one, because they are trying to figure out what is it that I need to change. So, um, I know that's not super helpful else, right? But it's like, wow, yeah, they're definitely at least curious about making a change, and trying to see things differently. So hopefully that helps. Let's look at your fortune cookie too, but my goodness, right? Well, and then you are an overgiver, right? You're a recovering overgiver, like me, where it's like, yeah, I usually am the one that's how I know so much about codependent relationships. I was the overgiver, and they would end up going and cheat. That number one cheated, number two cheated, number three didn't, but they did other stuff. So it's always that repetitive cycle. Yeah. We got the mindset. So I feel like that is what they're trying to change here. So your habitual thoughts create your experiences, align your thinking with your desires. Catch negative self talk and replace it with empowering beliefs. Shift your mental patterns. And on the flip side, self sabotage may be occurring. Consciously rewire your thinking to support your success. Yeah, and you might kind of that's always good reflection. If do we see any patterns? I know I saw patterns when I reflected on my 5 longest term relationships. I saw the patterns that were pointing some wonderful freedom back to myself. So just just saying that might be some good reflective work there as well. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Hang in there. Then we got Cat Marie in the house. Hey, Cat Marie, good to see you. Hello, hello. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you on the list here too. And even times two. Hello. All right, we'll get that here. Look at that one. Let me love and like that one. And then number two, number two, number two. Get you on the list there too. All right. I love and like that one too. So you are on the list. All right. So we'll continue on here. Thank you guys again for all your patience and all your donations. I do so appreciate it. It's how bruddaZEN eats, and he's very grateful. All right. Then we have got Krabby Loop 447 even. So Krabby Loop, here is your timestamp. Oop, and number 3 for you. I'll get that here in a sec. So, hello, good to see you. Can you give me a read for attracting love? All right, what is Spirit's advice for you on attracting love? Love, love, love. Did you ever watch The Love Boat? I have the Love Boat theme playing in my head suddenly now. Maybe it's on a cruise ship. Is there a love boat? It's exciting and new. Gonna have that in my head all night now. Let's take a look here. We do have the page of vessels, the page of cups on the bottom, which is about new love. So can be returning love too. We'll see here with these other cards real quick. But what about this here? Got the Knight of Stones, the Knight of Pentacles, slowest moving horse out of them all, which does mean, and we'll see here, yeah, you right now attracting love, the Knight of Pentacles, when we get a patience card, it means things are slowing down in the love department to give you an opportunity to let go of something to raise your love vibration, which will then draw in the higher love instead of doing what we've always done and end up with what we always got, right? And usually the card that comes out with it tells us what kind of why the space is being created for you to do that. And that is the Eight of Cups. Eight of Cups is an energy of letting go of relationships that don't serve us anymore, and then also looking into the emotions that don't serve us anymore, because it's like we have an emotional bank, and if our emotional bank is like we have all these relationships with friends and families and exes and this and that, where we're given all this energy and we have all these emotions that are charged and below the surface that we're keeping down, that are suppressed from like when we were 7 years old and younger. All of that takes energy. And so all that m- moment by moment withdrawals of that energy, our emotional bank is very low, maybe even on the verge of, zeroing out, right? Can feel that way sometimes. But in order to attract love, we need to have enough love in our bank for our heart to like approve new emotional purchases in a way, right? So if we question these relationships we have with people, and we realize those that we're giving 70, 80, 90% of all the emotional energy, and then they're giving us 10, 20, 30% consistently, not, fluctuating, because That's a healthy relationship sometimes. We only can give 10, sometimes they can only give 10, and that's all right. But if it's always we're over giving all the time and getting very little back, then it's about backing off of those relationships to 50%. So you get a lot of that emotional stuff back. And if there's even some going, no, I know that one needs to go, that one needs to go, that one needs to go, right? Then your emotional bank fills up. So also doing your freedom work and looking at any emotions of anger and sadness when you were 7 years old and younger that you weren't able to express. And so they're charged, you're holding them down because they've been down there all along. We haven't looked at them, right? Not all of them. And so there's some that can be looked at and transmuted, and then that comes back into your emotional bank as well. So that's all part of a preparation. And I feel like that's one piece of advice here on how you can attract love. Let's see what these other three are here. You get the Four of Arrows, Four of Swords, beautiful transformative butterfly. Let me see what these other ones are here too. Yep, Four of Vessels, Four of Cups. Four of Cups is I'm tired of all those relationships that I had. They're bored with what we've always done before and what we've always gotten. And you have the Three of Wands, Three of Bows, which is about changing direction, right? Which is what we're wanting to do here. So, in addition, kind of what you're doing as you're emotionally letting go of a lot of things to bring in a higher love. So, the Page of Cups is not someone returning back from the past, but this is a new, higher level energy that comes in, because the Four of Swords, that transformed a butterfly, is about us letting go of old expectations around what a relationship is supposed to be, should be, needs to be, has to be, must be. And there's a lot of freedom that comes in with realizing those things. And then as you release those old ways of thinking, seeing relationships from a higher place, then your love vibration goes up as you release those mindsets that don't serve, emotions that don't serve, like we were talking about. uh, Energy and even physical things that don't serve allows you to move up, and then you draw on someone that matches here instead of down here, the old stuff. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, Crabby Loop. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. You've got forgiveness. Oh, I know. That F word, I swear. But one of the most beautiful ways I've heard forgiveness said is choosing to no longer be a vessel of pain because of someone else's actions or non actions, their words or their silence. Pouring out that wrath, not forgetting, not going to let anyone else do that ever again, right? But become a vessel of love instead. So I like that. It's for us, not for them. Sorry. So forgiveness. Releasing resentment frees you. Forgiveness is for you, not for them. Let go of past hurts. Choose peace over pain by forgiving yourself and others. On the other extreme or on their side of that, holding on to anger may be weighing you down. Release it to move forward. Ooh, I like it. So that is what they have for you, Crabby Loop. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we got Ruby Grimm for 5353. So, Ruby, hello, hello. Thank you so much for your donation. I appreciate that. And you'd like a general read. All right. I like these repeating numbers 5353. Change and creativity, creating flow, right? All right, let's see. What do they have here for you? 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1, 2. What is this repeating pattern here? All right, we'll see what we got going on here. You do on the bottom of the deck here, you have the Three of Arrows, the Three of Swords, which is an energy of expectations equal disappointment. So let's see what this is about. You do have the Stag, which in this case is the Justice card. Usually they have the Ace of Swords, which they have the axe there, which is a gift of you being able to see things from a higher perspective and cut away the small t truths, which are expectations, right? So I do feel like this is a wonderful message of you have the power to choose differently, to choose the story differently, because those scales of justice, on one side, we have a lot of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be that just weighs it down, and we get all that when we're growing up in the beginning, which leaves the other side of the scale, whoosh, right? This is where we start learning things from the capital T truths of the higher realm, rooted in unconditional love and gratitude and joy and laughter and play and peace. And as we connect to those things and we see things from that beyond the veil, the reason behind things, you know, not, getting caught up in the drama of the story of the human, but seeing our other side and realizing we're so much different. We're so powerful. And when we connect to that and we understand and see the big picture, we start moving things off of this expectations, the supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and all that, and there's freedom. That's the freedom work that we talk about. Some people call it shadow work. I like calling it freedom work now. And it's setting ourselves free from those opinions of humans about how things are supposed to be, the stories behind everything. So I like that. And you're moving in here. Yeah, the 9 of arrows and the 7 arrows. Yeah, I definitely see a trend here. This is all the conflict that comes from all those stories, the nightmares, the insomnia, the lies, the deception, the things that steal um, opportunities out of our life are these stories. It's not about what's out here. What happens in the outside world just is until it gets in here, and then we create a story around what that means. It's meaningless till it gets into the meat loaf between the ears. So there is this conflict energy that is ready to be freed. And we do that by, yeah, again, another page of arrows, seeing things from that higher perspective, seeking clarity from up above, from a different place, not from fear of not being enough, fear of rejection, all that, not that opinion of the outside world, right? But it's about inward and upward, and we connect to that higher mind. And we're able to see things more clearly and understand that every moment is either of fear or unconditional love. Every moment is of unconditional love or a cry out for love, which is fear. And when we realize that, we get the clarity for life, right? My gosh. So we have the ace of arrows. Again, clarity and the power that you have to seek it. All you have to do is ask, can you give me clarity on why? Why do I think this way? Why is this going on? Why are they doing that? Tell me the moral behind the story, right? What's going on behind the scenes, behind the curtain, under the surface, all this craziness that's going on. Why? And they will give you the guidance. Yeah, you have the 7 of stones, the 7 of pentacles coming in here along with it too, and it can feel like things might be slowing down. You might not be having progress in things, or it feels like life goes really slow suddenly, and it's giving you the opportunity to see things differently so that, you can create a new story, and as you create a new story, you start to see the world around you change because you don't see the world as it is. You see the world as you are. So as you change, your perception of the outside world changes too. So I love this for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie has for you as well. And you've got resonance. So look at that. Beautiful card that says you attract what you vibrate. Your energy is aligning with your desires. So elevate your vibration, engage in high frequency activities like joy, love, and gratitude. Can't make it up. On the flip side, it says your energy may be misaligned. Recalibrate by shifting into a positive state. Yeah, we're getting out of those fear, lower vibration, and we're focusing on higher vibration thoughts and beliefs. So, love that for you, Ruby. That is what they got for you. So many blessings. All right, then Kat Marie, thank you for your additional donation. Let's get all 3 of them on here. Oh, just extra, maybe for a deeper dive in the Dorsey question. Oh, thank you. I will put that up there. Sorry, itch, itch, itch. All right. So thank you for that. We will do that. So grateful. All right, let me take a quick sip here. We have up next, we've got Healing Readings by Don Marie, and then obviously Cancer, and then two for Kat Marie, and then one for JoJo as well. So cheers, cheers. All right. So let's see. Donna Marie. Woohoo. 50033. Look at that. So thank you again for your donation and welcome. Glad to have you. So you'd like a message from Spirit. All right. Let's see what they have here for you. I need to shuffle again here. All righty. So what do we have for Donna Marie? All right. Thank you. What else? I got these four, and then what else? Do want that one. Do want that one. And that one there. All right. Let's see what we got here. What we got going on in your life right now. You got the King of Bows, the King of Wands on the bottom. So powerful energy here as your underlying energy for your entire read. It is an energy of kind of clearing the throne room, getting all of the self-appointed advisors out of our head and out of the throne room. We can thank them. Leave all your information and opinions in that box on your way out the door so that you can have this space. They just want to sit in the throne alone with no one else around, get out of our heads and sit into your heart. And then when you're sitting in your heart, then you know what it is you want to do and you create a plan, and then this energy of putting action behind the plan and this movement forward, right? So it's kind of this stepping into your power, realizing that you're not being kidnapped by spirit and thrown in a trunk, right? And being taken somewhere in our life, but that our energy, we're the driver of the party bus. And creator is our in spirit, they're our co-pilot. And all of our spirit guides and posse and spiritual posse are all puppies in the back of the bus, excited just to be going along for the ride. They don't care where we're going. You just have to go, hey, do you want to go to? And they're like, yeah, let's go. They're like a puppy. They don't care where we're going, just as long as we're going, right? And I like this energy of empowerment, and that my energy is the driver of my life, that there's no specific absolute destination I have to get to, but a world of possibilities instead. So I like that energy. You have the Queen of Vessels, Queen of Cups. Obviously, you have gifts, spiritual gifts. It's very like the High Priestess, right? Especially very empathic gifts. Um, and I don't know if I feel like when you do readings, um, I feel like you do them empathically. You pick up the emotion on a card just like you would a human. And I feel like this is an important energy because you get into the essence of things, and that's why you have such a strong healing gift, because you are able to connect into that wonderful heart center. And I feel like this is good energy. There's nothing that you have to do with it, but they ask you, what would you like to do with it, right? There's a world of possibilities. You have these four cards coming in. You have the Page of Arrows, Page of Swords. So there is clarity coming here for you. Yeah, you have the Sun card. I feel like it is time for you to shine bright and to be seen, to stand out. Kind of like the Seven of Wands, which is not dim your light, not ask permission to shine, not defend what you're doing, but shine bright, baby. And if people can't take it, that's not your problem. They just need to get out of the sun. They need to get a giant sun hat with glasses and sunscreen, or get in the house or in the cellar or whatever. But The sun doesn't go, "Oh, sorry, everybody. I'll just be over here." The sun is like, "Here I am. Deal with me." And I feel like this is your time for that. Yeah, the King of Pentacles too, King of Stones. So it is time to step into this powerful sense of your worth and realize you're not defined, of course, by the outside world with people, relationships with people, situations, or things, that you are defined inward and upward by that powerful, eternal, and unconditional love. So you have a solid foundation. And you have the Five of Wands energy here, which this they call it empowerment. And there is this change of energy. And I do feel like you do energy work in your own way, but I feel like you can expand in that too, that stepping outside the boundaries of any kind of belief system that tells you you have to do things a certain way, that Aquarius rebel energy kicking in of going, hell no. you know, Not really that, but it's more of a, I honor the way you guys want to do everything, and that's okay. But I don't need that. That feels restrictive to me, and that's okay. You know, it's the w- what are they saying? Stepping outside the boundaries. Oh, stepping over the boundaries. Going, where's the line in the sand? Okay, boop, here I am. I don't care. I'm living my life, right? That's that sun card, this boldness that's stepping through. You have the Queen of Arrows too. Beautiful balance between your head and your heart. Underneath that, the Nine of Stones, the Nine of Pentacles, being at peace seems to be this energy coming in. Being at peace, knowing that you are never alone, knowing that you are never alone. And I like this energy. And what else is this that's coming in here? There's something about the white swan, because it's like it's not an ugly duckling story. It's not, but it's the you don't have to fit in. Yeah. It's still the ugly duckling story, but you're not an ugly duckling. It's more, I feel like it's more of an energy of, I feel like I'm tired of being a white swan. Can I be a blue swan? I don't even want to be a black swan or an ugly ducky that tries. Can I be a blue swan? I just want to be so different. I just feel like you're ready to break out and do something so different. I just feel like you feel a bit stagnant and you feel a bit ready for change and ready for something new and exciting. And I feel like it's coming here for you. You've got the 10 of Stones, 10 of Pentacles. Yeah. So again, this fullness and how you define success, I feel like is with the Four of Swords, the Four of Arrows, and the Seven of Arrows. Yeah, I feel like you're breaking through some barriers of some old thoughts and beliefs about what does success mean. And it's realizing that a lot of that was rooted in human opinion. You know, we hear a lot of it about, successful spiritual people do this and this and this and this and this and boring, right? You're like, you want to be a pioneer and go where no one's gone before or where you've never gone before. Shamanism, doing inner healing below the in the underworlds, helping people find the lost parts of themselves and helping them feel whole and doing energetic work and in unique and different ways. I feel like all this is coming in here for you, and they're encouraging you to don't don't let anyone limit you. So I feel like that's what they have for your fortune cookie, which is great because it's your whisper. I mean, your healing readings, and your fortune cookie is whispers of healing. So let's see what we have here for you. I love it, I love it. Never met you here, right? I'm sure past lifetime. Are you attracted to the Tibetan Buddhist temples? I'm sure we were probably Buddhist monks together. Yeah, I love it too. Look, you got unexpected. What a beautiful energy coming in here. So, card 48, the unexpected. That's such Aquarius, energy. So much of the world mistakenly believes there is a lack of resources. Holding a scarcity belief can be quite painful and cause unnecessary fear and desperation. An attitude of abundance recognizes there are always new chances, unexpected windfalls, and opportunities on the way. There's never just one opportunity, a lone choice, or a single chance. The number of opportunities matches the number of stars in the sky. This card is a boon. Right now, you have a magical touch. You're going to receive good news, a huge opportunity, or something completely unexpected. Do you have a positive mindset? Believing you are abundant will really help you to get through tight times. Affirming your abundance will help shift your mindset so you can accept a life of plenty. In the card, a young girl walks down a maze of steps to discover a beautiful crystal castle. There are numerous ways to get to this magical location. Fairies watch her as she approaches this place of splendor, and the butterflies prompt you to work on manifesting what you desire. Expect something wonderful to happen soon. I like it. Boom. The unexpected. It's like there's a gateway opening up to this beautiful castle that's back there. Perfect, perfect. Boom, boom. You are so very welcome. So glad that you found the channel. It definitely seems like it was synchronistic, right? So thanks for being here, and hopefully we'll see some more of you. And thank you for being a new subscriber. Much appreciated. And of course, thank you for the donation. All righty. Fun, fun. Seriously. You're so cute. All right. So obviously, Cancer, you're up 5, 12, 47. Here is your timestamp. Thank you again for your donation. Let's see here. A dive into your dynamic with your friend and how to better navigate it into something fair. I like the respect one has for their elders. Oh, nice. Cheers, cheers. All right. So let's take a look here at the dynamic. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see if I can talk. The dynamic duo, eh? And so how to navigate it into something that seems more fair to you. Okay. All right. And okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. But that might be part of this here. But the bottom of the deck, we do have the 10 of arrows, 10 of swords. 10 of swords, is an energy of, I'm tired of trying to live up to other people's expectations and or tired of trying to get other people to live up to my expectations, because underneath that, of course, we've got the 3 of swords, which expectations equal dun, da, 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 disappointment, right? Which we all know, we have these desires of what we feel, like in this case, like what we feel is fair. But from that person's perspective, what they feel is fair is different, right? And they don't match up, right? Yeah, right off the bat, right? Holy shit is right. So it is that it kinda gets to the heart of the matter, our dynamic with every relationship in this world, because we have so many of our own expectations growing up that don't match anyone else's or everyone else's. Sometimes, like with a brother or a sibling or people that grew up in the same, you know, neighborhood, or in the olden days, the people that grew up in the same town, that's been there, everyone the same thing forever and ever and ever and ever. Everyone believed a lot of the same stuff. At least they were conditioned and what is it? Praised and punished into having the same opinions out of fear, right? Or out of reward. But with as much as we move and change, and the, you know, connection we have to the internet and the entire world, there's so many more opinions and different opinions than we've ever had, which is great, but also challenging because and generational gaps too. There's so much, especially over the last century, there's been so much change. I mean, my mom was talking to me about when she lived on the farm with their family and they had an outhouse. They remember when they got indoor plumbing, and like now, like the phone was the one on the wall with the party line, right? And now you carry around a computer in your hand, right? Or on a watch even, And so the amount of changes that has happened, we can realize that no one thinks exactly like we do. It's like we're all aliens from different planets. Like, what do we have? 7, 8 billion people on the planet. Just imagine 7 or 8 billion different planets. One person from each is taken, all brought to the earth and go, here, let's see how this goes. And everyone thinks differently and feels differently and perceives differently. And when we realize I can't control other people. And do we like it when people try to control us? No, we don't. What happens is all these characters that we have resistance. If someone tries pushing us in a direction, we resist. If someone tries pulling us, we pull back. And it's like we're all teenagers at heart, because that's what teenagers do, is when we try to make people do something, they refuse to do it. If we tell people not to do something, makes us really wanna do it. So I feel like they're kinda starting off, underlying energy is, when we realize, instead of trying to get other people to try to believe the way we do and act the way we think they should act, we can get curious on what they're thinking, why they feel a certain way, and then we can get curious about, why do I need this? And what's behind it, my desire to need that so strongly, and see if there's clarity there, right? Let's see what these other cards are here too. We're already starting off deep. So we got here, yeah, we got the Chariot card. They call it the Archer, the power of choice energy. Let's see what else comes in here too. Yeah, we got the Temperance card, balance, patience, energy, another major arcana. Got the 7 of Wands, energy, another 7, 7, 7. Oh, 7, 7, 14, and the Shaman, which is the magician, energy too. So 3 major arcana, boom, boom, boom. But so the 7 of Wands energy, this is about how all of us want to be, don't want to dim our light, don't want to ask permission to shine, don't want to have to defend what we're doing, yet we may want everyone else to listen to us, right? I like that, because we do. We all want to just be like, I just want to be me, but you all need to be what I want you to be. It's very, very, very human of us, right? Um, and I feel like, the Chariot card is the power of choice card, right? And is the big thing is that we can't choose for anyone else. Like, every moment we're choosing the story about what things mean with our mind, right? What emotion we wanna feel according to that story that we're putting, and then the, physical actions we feel we're supposed to take based on that story, and then the energy that we back all that up with that we actually attract toward us, which is the shaman, the magician kind of energy that's coming in there. And I can choose, for myself, but if I'm not consciously choosing, I will, um, go into automatic mode, autopilot, and I will the old stories, the stories that we've been told growing up of, "This is what it's supposed to mean. This is how you're supposed to feel. This is what you're supposed to do," energy, right? All that opinion that we took on as our own, opinion, um, while we were doing that, right? So, we've got this, power that we have to consciously choose, but when we're reacting, we'll go into the old mode. So as we learn to, and this is where the temperance comes in. Now we understand why they had all these cards together. Temperance is when we calm down and we can come to this place of where we can consciously choose the story, our emotions, not on autopilot. Then we can have more, more energy of, peaceful interactions, of course. But we also understand that I can't choose for other people. No one can choose for me. No one can make me feel any way, and I can't make anyone else feel. Now we can make it easier or harder for us to choose higher or lower vibrational choices and all those. But ultimately, someone could give me the world, and I could still choose to be upset. So when we start coming back and bringing our energy back to ourselves, what we can choose, that's when we get our power back. And so I feel like when we're going, when we ask in here, um, dynamic with your friend, how to better navigate into something fair. We start becoming fair to ourselves, right? Um, I'd like the respect one has for their elders. And that self-respect starts here, right? I have to give myself the respect I deserve, which is me taking my power back. Because if I can't respect myself, how can I expect someone else to respect me? Ooh, that's deep. Ooh, let's take a look at these other cards here. Let me just real quick, if you don't mind, I'm just going to grab Katie Stormborn. You changed your name. Ah, okay, there you go. There's your timestamp. So let's we go on to these other three cards here. And you have 4 cards, 3 cards, 2 cards, and then the 1 card to come, right? So these 3 cards, yeah, you have the 4 of arrows, which is about seeing things from a higher perspective, from a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude, which allows our mind to rest, and we put expectations to rest that comes into. We have the Queen of Bows, the Queen of Wands. We step into our power, realizing that we're the ones that get to choose our energy and no one else. But that also means I get to release myself from the responsibility of everyone else's choices. And it's a powerful energy because you lead to the full card, which is the Wanderer. The full card, first card in the major arcana, is when we let go of all those expectations. We can start at 0, right? Where we're like, the world, instead of being full of restrictions and rules and supposed to be's, um, it becomes a world of possibility instead of disappointment and trying to control when you can't. Decades of being a supervisor, with individuals in corporate life where we were taught and told that we're trying to make these people, be productive the way that the corporate wants, you realize you can't control people. How many times it worked? 0. It's collaboration, it's working together with one another, it's becoming curious about what's going on inside this other person and to understand where they're coming from instead of assuming that they're just being unfair or unruly or mean or stupid, you know? We get to understand, "Oh, that's where you're coming from. Wow, okay." And then you get down to the 4 of stones and the ace of bows, which is the ace of wands and the 4 of pentacles. Ace of wands is kinda like the magician we're talking about, stepping into your power, and a big piece of that comes with the 4 of pentacles, which is when we realize when we're defining ourself by the 3 buckets of the outside world, which is what we're taught to do, right? By relationships with people, situations like jobs, education, social status, marital status, or things like our bodies, our bank accounts, possessions, that all those things are unstable. And while we're defining ourselves by the unstable things of the outside world, then we feel unstable. But they all point us back to ourselves. Everyone is a mirror reflecting ourselves back to us. And when we realize that, that's why, when I'm like, I want fairness out there, 3 fingers pointing back at me. How am I being unfair? But I usually start with how am I in some way doing that to myself? And it's like holding myself accountable for other people's actions. That's unfair to me. That's outside of my control. I need to be more fair to myself and take responsibility only for those things that are within my control and release the rest, right? Um, that other people are responsible for my emotional choices, my choice of story, my actions, my energy. That's unfair. I'm releasing them from that, right? It's beautiful. Hopefully that helps a little bit there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Got the whispers of healing. Because your donation was $5 or more, you get one of these. Let's see what we got going on. We've got give back. It's a beautiful card. Interesting too. There's like this message of if you want love, give love. If you want fairness, give fairness. If you want blah, 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 give it, right? If you want a friendship, be a friend. Like there's some sort of saying like that, right? That's echoing through my brain. All right. So you need an interruption from what is going on in your life. A wonderful way to divert your mind is to give back. Giving back does not have to be difficult. Think of simple ways you would like to help or contribute to your community. This can be anything from donating food or clothing to a shelter to volunteering your time to a cause you feel is important. Giving of yourself will give you a different outlook on what is going on in your life. Share your volunteering with family members or friends so they can benefit from giving back as well. Sometimes giving back may be close to home. It can mean assisting a family member, giving a ride to a neighbor, or running an errand for someone. The important issue here is recognizing that health or emotional challenges can create self absorption. Helping someone else will provide a break in the daily grind that has become your routine. There's so much to notice in this card. So pay attention to the imagery that stands out to you. Let's see if I can do this. Maybe if I balance it on this other computer here. Um, it says the foxgloves to the left of the image relate to projects, getting yourself out there, and the willingness to give to others. The Pegasus bounding above the lady's head is about clarity of mind. The children, the elder, and the peacocks indicate various opportunities that will bring healing to you and your heart as you give to others. There are so many programs that rely on volunteers for extra support. Consider whether this is something you would like to do. If not, there are other ways to give back, right? The possibilities are numerous, and you will benefit once you decide to take this step. So I like that. And even again, going on our theme, how can you give back to yourself? Because I feel like you give a lot. And I feel like it's important to start allowing yourself to give to you, fill up, and everyone else gets the overflow. So I like that. So hopefully that helps. Obviously, Cancer, thank you again for your donation and appreciate you. Many blessings to you. All righty. Let's see here. All right. Night, night healing. You're welcome, Katie. uh, I just have, it feels like that energy is coming in here. They're just like, when I was saying that, it just was like, I felt this energy of, I give so much already that to so many other people, I just feel like you give and probably give a lot to people, right? No, just it's, energy, just picking it up. It felt that when I was reading that, I just felt like this, full just like almost exhaustion sometimes, over giving to the point of exhaustion, right? Give, give, give till you feel, exhausted, and then we continue to give until we feel resentful sometimes, right? But I love the analogy of sometimes we feel like we're a barrel. We plug people in. People can't suck away our energy, but we plug people in, and then we're pushing out all of our energy, and we're not having a whole lot come in, so we feel exhausted and drained all the time until we realize, "No, I can unplug all that, trade in that barrel for a chalice that can't be plugged into, and then I get to fill up, and then everyone else gets to overflow." So I feel full, and then everyone else, you know, the other water in the barrel, it starts being sour and bitter water because we start feeling, that, like I said, we overgive until we feel resentful, so it's sour water, at sometimes, but we fill up that delicious, it's like nectar of the gods that's overflowing because we're full and it's extra, and we're full, and that's the biggest gift you can give the world is like a full, healthy, overflowing you, right? Right? You feel like you're dating everyone, all the giving, yeah, and that's obviously Cancer energy too. You have a natural urge to give and care and nurture. Yeah. Yeah, and I like that. So give to yourself, allow yourself to fill up, and then the energy behind feeling like, um, this is a requirement, this is an expectation, this is what I should be doing, this is what I have to do. I feel like that's a lot of that what we were talking about in the reading. It's realizing I get to fill up and everyone else gets the overflow. And it does piss people off at first because, when when you're giving them so much without them giving anything back, when you go, okay, I'm turning off those spigots and I'm blocking them off and I'm trading in that barrel. They're like, where did all the free stuff go? And you're like, I get it all first, and then you guys get the overflow. But at first, they're like, but then they get that beautiful, pure love energy with no expectations or any attachments to it. And it's like, nectar of the gods, like I said. So I like it. You're absolutely many blessings to you. Thank you again so much for your donation. Hopefully that helps coming from an recovering overgiver. I understand completely. All right. So many blessings. Hey, we got Gene XO in the house. Hey, Gene, good to see you. I'll add you to the free reading list here. Right? Chill out, man. I like it. Alrighty. So I think make sure I didn't skip anyone else here. So we got that. I think that is it. Hey, good to see you, love. So we've got Cat Maria up times two, and then if JoJo comes back, well, if she doesn't, I'll give her a general read. But we'll start there. So Cat Marie, you are up 535. 35. Look at that. 53535. So Cat Marie, look at you. So thank you for your dual and triple donations as well. So for number one, you want to know, how do Tyler's parents feel about you deciding not to live with him anymore? Can I ask if he told his parents that I met someone else? They have been being weird about you seeing your kid get an outcome. Absolutely. We can take a look at that here. So cheers, cheers. Turn that down a little bit. I hear something vibrating. What is it? Okay, must have been that. All right. All right, Cat Marie, let's dive in here, see what we got going on here. So, how do Tyler's parents first feel about you deciding not to live with them anymore? All right. All right. So let's see. We got mom's energy first, and then we've got dad's energy. Because I do feel like they come from two different camps sometimes, as they say. And then did he tell his parents that you met someone else? Let's see here. Okay, we'll find that out. And then, yeah, and then an outcome. Based on current energies, what kind of outcome are we looking at here? All right. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the Ace of Stones, which is the Ace of Pentacles. It's interesting, underneath that, we do have the Knight of Stones, the Knight of Pentacles, who that knight is on a quest for the Ace of Stones, which is looking at your self-worth from a different perspective. It's a stronger perspective. It's one that's more rooted in the connection to the higher realms than attachment to the outside world of these humans, these fickle humans with their unstable ways of looking at things. They go into fear and they act all stupid. That's what we do. So hopefully that helps. Let's take a look. Let me grab a throat lozenge here. Give my throat a little treat here. All right. So let's see here. What does mom think of you now that you don't live with them anymore? Got the Page of Stones, Page of Pentacles. She seems okay with it. That's kind of an abundance. This is the best for the best kind of energy. Yeah. Yep. It's like a ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. It's a significant change, but again, there's an energy of I want to say what's the celebration energy from mom? Was mom always she might be a no one's ever good enough for my boy, kind of energy. But they feel like, okay, it's a new beginning, it's a new start. Here we go. It's okay. No problem. It's for the best kind of energy. So I do not that she I don't feel like it was personal towards you. It was more that kind of that energy of, you know, uh like I said, no one's ever good enough for my boy, right? And then father, they have 5 of arrows, 5 of swords. Conflict, conflict, conflict. So definitely conflict between their head and their heart. Um, and yeah, I feel like here with the Empress card here, I kind of feel like he I feel like he was the one that really liked you between mom and dad. And I feel, let's see what is under here. Yeah, and we got the death and the rebirth energy. I feel like they feel like um they can see both sides of it. Again, they're torn between their head and their heart. I feel like in their heart they really liked you. And they feel like, well, I you know, gotta, be on not my son's side, but I gotta not, make it seem so, that um, I don't think that it's almost like I preferred, if I had a choice, I'd keep you and let him go kind of energy. But, they're reminding me of my grandpa. My grandpa really liked my mom. My dad's dad really liked my mom. Even after they divorced, he was always so kind to her, and uh, so he really liked my mom. And I kinda feel like that's the kind of energy that they're bringing in. So I like that. They touched that memory of me realizing that it's when I saw something, um, uh, when I was a child, I think, a younger child, just seeing that, "Oh, you like my mom." Um, so I feel like that is that piece of it. I don't feel like there's more. Did he tell your parents that you met someone else? Let's see, we got the strength card and the 5 of wands. I do feel like they did, um, because 5 of wands is much like a drama energy. And the Leo energy, I feel like Tyler needed to be seen. He needed to have the attention, and so he shared it because he knew that he would get, at least from his mom, that, oh, the emotional support animal coming in. That they did it that way. But yeah, it's like, you know, because it is, and it just dawned on me that, like, that's the emotional support animal right there. It's like, yeah, so I feel like they did, like you did. Um, and then what's the outcome based on current energy of this here? Yeah, I feel like it's a new beginning energy of the Ace of Wands. There is a balance energy here, the temperance energy, that things will transform. It's all kind of a transformation, and it'll take a little bit of time, but I feel like it might be like you might feel weird, and so your energy of weirdness might be drawing in weirdness. So you can kind of check your energy, and like, you can have gratitude as much as you can about what you are grateful for with each one of them. And if you make it a grateful energy, I feel like that'll change the weird feeling for you here, is what they're saying. um yeah, you have the 10 of arrows and the justice card here. So this is about change your mindset, let go of expectations, um and just allow them, because when we focus in on how they should be acting or not acting, then, they'll do this, kind of, um we'll get more of the lacking energy instead of the gratitude, kind of energy, right? So, interesting. So, hopefully that helps here. Oh, hey. Yeah. So, there is that protection of the child, not child, but their child, energy. and their grandchild energy and, all of this. So I get all this here, but, there is that, um, that our energy drives so much, like, especially if we have weird or bitter or um, energies toward them, then we just draw more and more of that. We grow it, right? And so I like, that the awareness that you're getting through all this and that um, you can change your experience of the world by the change of your energy, you know, and that if we have fear and expectations and, those types of things, that is what we draw more of that. And we have the power to change that, which is amazing. Thank God that we're not just stuck at the whim of whatever's going on in the outside world. And we're just like, oh my God, it feels like that because growing up, we're given all these stories of how things are supposed to be and what that means and what that doesn't mean and how we're supposed to feel about it and how our reactions are supposed to be and blah, blah, blah. We do feel like little puppets on strings because we're taught when that happens this is how you have to think and feel and do. And so that thing happens and then blah, 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 right? But when we cut those strings and we realize I'm the one that decides the story, my energy, and we start moving it from that fearful opinion energy that we grew up with into a higher vibrational place of gratitude and unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace, then we take our power back. We're not so much at that whim of the outside world. So hopefully that helps a little bit. I know it's not easy to do, especially when people are being so I can't say that. Jerks. We can say that. It's hard, I know. But when we realize everything they're doing is out of fear, because if it's not of love, it's a cry out for love, and it's rooted in fear. So we know, that that's the stuff. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. You do have awareness. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, right? It's all bringing you awareness of your power. What a beautiful card, too. Card number 30. So, no matter what is happening in your life right now, spirituality can assist you in making sense of what is going on. It can help you find perspective or give meaning to your purpose. How aware are you of your spiritual well being? When you're facing a crisis, having a strong spiritual foundation is valuable. Knowing there is a bigger picture that is yet to be revealed can bring you support and comfort. The ability to pray, meditate, or visualize during a difficult situation will ease your mind and assist you through it. Spirituality means different things for different people. What does it mean to you? Developing a deeper connection to your spirituality in a healthy manner can help you respond to life with resilience and optimism. Not all spiritual philosophies or practices will resonate with you. And while you're developing your spirituality, it's important that you stay true to what feels right for you. Connect to your spiritual self and ask for the guidance that you need. In the picture, the nautilus is said to reveal the inner beauty of the soul. And this nautilus holds an infant, there you go, indicating progress in a spiritual journey. The pool of water below the nautilus signifies the healing water of life. The rainbow is the promise of divine connection that is open to everyone. A tree of life reaches into the heavens with a message of continuity and strength for the soul that resides within you. And many of the symbols in this artwork speak of your ability to connect to your higher self to enhance your well being. I like that. So inward and upward, you really can step into your power. I like that. So what is it? Are those a bunch of animals? I think I can see all those. I don't know if it'll focus in. Is it going to focus? Probably not. It does sometimes, but there's all these animals. It's like Noah's Ark in a ball. All right. But hopefully that helps for that, my dear. And then we'll type in here for number 2 for you here. We got 5, 50, 32. Hey, Artist Tarot. Good to see you. You're on the list. You're on the free list, though, towards the very bottom of the free list. So it's going to be a while for yours. And Jean. Yeah, I like that too, Jean. All right. So, Kat Marie, thank you for the double down donation for your second question. So, how does Dorsey truly feel about you? He's a man of few words, and being so empathetic, I can feel every energy shift, right? He's distant. You want to know why? All right, let's take a look here. Just shuffle these up here. I feel like I need to give these a really good shuffle. Really mix things up while I crunch the last of my cough drop here. All right. So, how does Dorsey truly feel about you? All right. I feel like those two. And then we want to know just why does he feel distant? Do you want that one? I do want that one too. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. So, the bottom, we have the King of Stones. So, King of Pentacles energy underneath the root of all this, which tells us here, one of the big things that the King of Pentacles learns is the Four of Pentacles, because the king goes through it's his entire journey, started at the ace and worked his way all the way up to the king. So he's been through, all of it. And he learned that when he defined his worth by the outside world, that he felt unstable, because the three things that we're taught to define ourselves by in the outside world are unstable: relationships with humans, situations, and things, right? Boom, boom, boom. All of them. People change, people walk away, people pass away, situations never stay the same, things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down, stolen, right? Unstable, unstable, unstable. They all point us back eventually to our inner self, where our true self-worth exists, which is rooted in the eternal, unconditional love of the outside world. So I feel like the underlying energy through for this reading here for you is pointing you back to your self-worth. And within that, they're also saying that when we ask about how other people feel about us, it's realizing that we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. So how I feel, how I think, what my opinion is of other people has a lot to do with the glasses through which I see, which are my own conditioning, my own upbringing, how I'm feeling in the moment, what's going on in my life. So if I wake up feeling sick in the morning, then my opinion of everyone has dropped, usually. If I wake up all happy and excited, my opinion of everyone has expanded and gone up, and it's fluctuating. It's up and down, up and down, up and down. That's the instability again of the outside world. So there is this realization that as we dive into how does he really feel about you, it's like truly feel, they don't know because they truly don't know you and you truly don't know them as well because they are seeing you through their own eyes and you're a mirror reflecting back to them themselves. We all are. We're all mirrors that reflect back to each other. So it's important to know that going in here, our worth isn't defined by that, but we also, um, how we feel about everyone else is a lot about a reflection of how we feel about ourselves and vice versa. So, all right, disclaimer, not disclaimer, but foundation for this reading, right? Not that it's going to be bad or anything. They just want it to be clear. You're like, oh God, what's coming, right? No, no, no. Got the Eight of Stones, the Eight of Pentacles. So their feelings about you are in transformation. Um, the Eight of Pentacles is a lot like a caterpillar in a cocoon transforming to a butterfly. So there are things that, they're letting go of, and that as it transforms into something more beautiful, and it's important to know that they're in a transformative part in their life, and they are also transforming how they're feeling about themselves. So there is change that's happening. That's positive change. We also have the Nine of Vessels. Yeah, the Nine of Cups. You are like an emotional dream come true energy here, and they are turning inward more for their self-love too, trying to understand themselves more. So you might be picking up here a lot, this energy shift is a lot of them dealing with themselves and their inner transformation. Let's see what else we got here. Because we got the Knight of Arrows. Yeah, they're on a quest of seeing things more clearly, seeing things from a higher perspective, and they are seeking a lot of internal clarity. And I am getting a sense of um, figuring some things out. Let's see what those are. We got two and two here. Let's see what this is here. Yeah, we got the Knight of Cups and the Four of Vessels. Yeah. So this is the quest of for their self-love, the Knight of Cups, but it is also a movement of emotion. And the Four of Cups is an energy of internal emotional stagnancy where they have felt like, why am I not feeling full in life? Because, we talked about, right, when we're looking to relationships of all kinds, friends, family, coworkers, lovers, whatever, situations and things, we're told those things are supposed to fill us up emotionally, right? Contentment, woohoo, joy, overflowingness. But the things of the outside world are like American Chinese food. We eat it and it fills us up for a moment, then we feel empty again and we think, what's going on? And I feel like they're in this kind of transformational where the things of the outside world aren't filling up their heart. And it's not something that you can do and nothing that everyone can do for us because we can only fill up our love inward and upward. Once we fill up and overflow, what people give us is above and beyond extra. It takes our relationships to a new level. But when we're looking for each other to fill up something that they can't fill up, that emptiness we feel is, an indicator for us to turn inward and upward. And I feel like they're in this big transformation and they're in this big, why is life feeling so unfulfilling? Not you. Why are you feeling unfulfilling? No, it's why is life? Because it just feels like and they could be going through their Saturn return too. Let's see, do we get the devil card? No, not yet. So, I feel like they're doing some emotional release with the Eight of Cups. And I feel like this is like more the deeper emotional energy that's coming in here. Um, because Eight of Cups can be about what relationships in the outside world am I giving, 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 and getting very little back from. So they could be looking at cutting ties with people. You give and give and give, of course, so you're not one of those that, under gives in the relationship. So your relationship is not one of those, but it's the ones, and then also any suppressed old emotions. Again, kind of this emotional transformation that they're going through, as well. Um, the Two of Wands energy, you know, that's kind of I feel like that is what they are kind of recommending or bringing awareness around for you is whatever emotions you're focusing on is what you're growing and expanding and you're drawing more towards you. So if you have fears with this 8 of Cups, because these came out together, if you have these fears that they're becoming distant and they're going to leave me, the more you're focusing in on what they're not doing, like he's a man of few words, is he doesn't give me as many words as I would like, right? So that's a lack energy. Whereas if we are like, um, I'm grateful for the words that he gives and sincere great gratitude, we can't fake it, can't fake energy, right? So as we focus in on the emotions or their words or emotions that they express to us, when I am grateful for those, then we allow those to grow. If I'm focusing on what's not happening, then I'm restricting my experience of the relationship, right? So I feel like that's an important thing that you something you can do because you can't control their emotional choices or, you know, m mental choices of story or any of that, right? You can only control your own, but we can, and even I'm so grateful. Thank you for that, you know. I love when you feel comfortable sharing that with me, you know. Thank you. You know, and maybe discover what is their love language is what spirit says. Because some people it is what are the 5 languages of love? Ready, everyone? Ready, ready, ready? Test. Do you have a test? Well, okay. The first one, of course, is being told, words that we're told that we're loved. Um, Touch? Yeah, there you go, Gene. Touch is another one. Is that yours, Gene? Oh my gosh. The spoken, the gifts, like physical gifts, and then service and time is the other 2. So good job, Gene. Bonus, right? Like all of them are mine, that are going in there, right? Jing, jing, check, check. And so when we discover what their languages of love are, then that can help us. And then even if we talk about that, then we can say, my language of love, and if it is being told, it's like if words are important, then like being told I am. And this other one, right? Yeah, they get all of you, right? Um, but it's how we express it because we think that the way we want love is how everyone wants love, and we realize there's different languages. If you give someone a whole plantation of corn, or field, what is a plantation for? I don't know. A whole field of corn, but they're allergic to corn, even just one little stalk of wheat is means so much more to them than something that they're allergic to, right? So it's really understanding that. So I like that. All right. Um, all right. And hey, Sarah Marie, I'll answer you after I'm done with this reading. I'll answer in between readings, so I'll get to you here in a sec and let you know how it goes. So I feel like that's the first part there, and then what's the reason for the energetic shift of feeling kind of separate, right? So let's see here. What is this feeling of distance, right? So we have the 8 of Arrows, 8 of Swords coming in here. That is that energy of, doing a lot of thinking, letting go of mindsets that don't serve him anymore. The 6 of Vessels, 6 of Cups. This feels like childhood energy. Ace of Bows, Ace of Wands, and the Temperance card too, which is this balancing energy here. Let's see what we have. 2 other ones here. I should look at those. Yeah, here's the Devil card, right? Here's the Devil card and the Page of Cups. So there's a lot of shaking and rattling going on here, and that's that Saturn return energy I was talking about. We have it like it's when Saturn returns to where it was when we were born. It takes 29 years for it to go full circle, and we'll feel it like up to 5 years before and after, because it starts impacting us because Saturn's way out there, so it starts impacting us. It moves slowly. So it can be like the first one can be like 24 to 34. The second one is 55 to 65. No, 54 to 64. I don't know how to add and subtract, evidently. But, so there is those times when we have big changes in our thinking and our supposed to be and our should be and our need to be and etc. So, there is this, it feels like a lot of internal shaking and baking, a lot of energy, the spark, the 6 of Vessels, I feel like is their old childhood memories and energy coming up. So there is this transformative energy that's going on with them. And I feel like that's a lot of what's going on is they're in this kind of I don't say a midlife crisis, but kind of like it, where they're contemplating their life choices and what their fulfillment and again why they're not feeling fulfilled in life and you know um I've been lied to. I was told that do all this and you'll be happy, but why am I not super happy then? Why do I feel it? Because it's he hasn't found his self-love yet, right? And so that's kind of where it's all pointing to. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is. Get another whispering of healing. Let's see what's going on with the mister here with Dorsey. Nope, didn't want any of those. So what else for Dorsey? All right. It's this one here. And we have nurture. Yeah. It's like Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing themselves. That makes sense with everything that we were talking about here. So no matter what is going on in your being, it is vital to nourish and nurture yourself. This may mean learning how to listen to your needs. And this card is asking you to balance the attention you give to the people and situations around you with the attention you give to yourself. I feel like this is his energy. If it resonates for you or any of us, we can take it as well. This balance will help you make healthier choices for yourself. So do something daily that is just for you. The way you choose to nurture yourself will be unique to you. You may feel the urge to exercise, to take a long bath, to have a massage, or to curl up under a favorite blanket. You might choose to go to sleep at an earlier time. The most important aspect of self nurture is giving yourself permission to make healthful choices. Maintaining a daily flow of self nourishment will help you in many ways. Once a nurturing practice is in place, your energy levels will be higher and more consistent. This will lead to better decision making. A Marengo on this card, that's a Marengo or a mare angel. A mare angel hugs herself. Her posture indicates the need to strengthen the relationship with self. Her wings encourage you to assess your environment and find the information that will best support you. Try to place your own well being at the forefront of your life. Make decisions in accordance with your personal needs. Nurture yourself to address the depletion you might be feeling. This card suggests you've been pushing yourself and need some self care. So, again, it feels like it's all self care kind of energy that's coming in. You're 29 and he just turned 30. You're both Aries. Well, there you go. You guys are right in the middle of your Saturn returns. Shaky bakey, baby. Shaky bakey. I just, last year, because you have the second one at 58. So last year I went through my second Saturn return. Good news is the first one is the bit of the rough one, but the good news is the second one, rather than you experiencing all these shifts, you experience other people having the shifts and you learn from watching others go through it. It's nice, I have to say. In comparison, not nice for the other people, but nice for me. So that's what we have there, all right? So thank you again so much. Hopefully that helps, Kat Marie, and, so grateful. Hang in there. You got this. If I survived mine, I came out when I was 29. That was my big shake, shake, shake of my whole life. Um, so, you know, we all kinda have a coming out of our own when we're 29 around that time because 'cause we're letting go of a long-held thoughts and beliefs, and we're kind of going, "Who am I?" And we're creating who we are, so it totally makes sense that they're going through those things, so, alright. So many blessings, my dear. I appreciate you. Alright. So, thank you so much, Jean. So donations take priority and free questions are done in order that they were received. Alright, very good. Thank you so much for answering that. Oh, like, yeah, when I was, like, 13, when I hit puberty. But we also became well, my mom became a born again Christian, and then so my brother and I my dad wasn't he was really busy and wasn't much in our lives, even though we lived in the house. But so we became born again Christians. So right when I started having the feelings, I also found out and I was abomination, which I thought was cool in the beginning because I thought, "Oh, like the abominable snowman, he's cool." And then we found out what abominable meant, and then I'm like, "Oh, not so cool." Yeah. You just know you're different, and that's alright. Yeah. So wonderful, wonderful. So Sarah Marie, thank you so much. So you'd like a general reading. I'll get you on the free reading list. And as Miss Lovely Jean mentioned, it is first come, first serve for the free readings. And donations do get first priority. That's why I work on those first. So if you want to be moved ahead, right now, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh my goodness. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 readings that are out there. So, if you wanna be moved in front, you can do that. Otherwise, I will at the end of as Jean said, at the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps, and I'm at 6 hours and 14 minutes, so I probably will, because I only have one more donation at this moment, and I'll dive into, free readings. Free readings are faster because 'cause they're 1 to 2 card readings. We go a little deeper, with the donation depending on the donation amount. We go ankle deep, knee deep, or waist deep, or deep dive. So, uh, so we'll do that. And I think was there anyone else? Let me just make sure I didn't miss anyone else here. Okay, very good. Yeah, I almost killed myself at 22 because of it all. But but I didn't, obviously. Well, I did, I just came back as an angel, so that's why I'm so sweet. Lies, all lies. Alright. Alright, so, hey, Jojo, let me send an energetic vibe to Jojo. Wake up if you want, if you have a specific, request. Jojo, Jojo, come to me, come to me. If not, we'll give a general reading. They generally hit on the generals, so we'll do that here. All right. Let's say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nope. Okay. So Jojo, 6:15:37, and as we probably you might have fallen asleep. So we'll give you a general reading, and of course, if it doesn't answer your question, just let me know in the comments, and I'll pull a specific cards for you. We'll make sure you get squared away. Appreciate you being on the other side of the planet and getting some rest. So let's take a look here. What does Spirit have here for you, Jojo? And then there. All right. So at the bottom of the deck, you do have the Queen of Arrows, the Queen of Swords. It's a beautiful balance between head and heart. So we'll see what that has to do with these other cards here. You got these first two. Wow, you got the Sun card. Here's your Leo energy shining bright. And the Four of Arrows, Four of Swords. This is a beautiful butterfly standing out here, which does have to do, with this new way of looking at things. Because I feel like with the Four of Swords, it is, you're sleeping on the Ace of Swords. So you're seeing things from a higher perspective and you're letting things go. And I feel like this does have to do with your sense of self here, that they're nudging you to see yourself as this who you are, this wonderful balance between two worlds, and that you get to release the condemnation, excuse me, the hard time that you're giving yourself, and to be gentler with yourself, and to not even just that, but celebrate yourself, I feel is an energy that's coming in here because you are celebrated. Yeah, again, you've got this beautiful balance. I like that. Again, two worlds, right? This beautiful balance between two worlds. And the Queen of Vessels, the Queen of Cups, huge empathic abilities, and really this connection to the upper worlds, realizing that, again, the head and the heart, right? That you have a huge heart. So you feel things huge, but you also have a great mind that can help balance all of that emotional energy. What's underneath the surface here? Oh my god, yeah. Got the Knight of Cups and the Nine of Cups. So you've got this beautiful quest of your self-love, and the Nine of Vessels is that too. So below the surface, a lot of the balancing energy that you can have with the Queen of Cups is realizing that this love in here is who you are, right? And especially if you start feeling overwhelmed by the outside world energy, that you can bubble up and, push out unconditional love energy. Then all that energy, it's like sometimes, um, it's like I don't need to transmute and transform into all these emotions. I just need to like turn on, this powerful energy, and it just burns away um, all the outside, um, lower vibrational energy, and it just become this little sun that all the energy that it can't get to you. It's or a giant bug zapper that zaps all the lower vibrational bugs, and you're just like, So you can do that. Yeah, that ability here, and I feel like, that's kinda exactly what it's kinda showing here with the sun is zap. I like it. Oh, no, the poor butterfly gets zapped. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see, you also have the 10 of stones, the 10 of pentacles, and the world, here. So there is this celebration, this victory energy, an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, and I feel like this has something to do with what you define success as, and consciously, maybe this is a homework assignment where you get to write down, just write down without thinking about it, what does success mean to you? And then write it down and then sit with that and ask yourself why. And then you can even ask yourself, what's out there that you don't have inside here? What's out here that's not inside here? What do you feel is missing for success? And then that helps us discover there's nothing missing. Got everything I need inside here, right? So hopefully that helps. Again, if that wasn't helpful towards your question, just put your question in the chat. Not that, well, if you come in here before I finish, of course, put it in there. But if you wake up after it's ended, just put it in the comment, and I'll get you squared away tomorrow. Yeah, you got determination. Excuse me, which says strong will and persistence guarantees success. There's that success. Stay committed despite obstacles. Take action today with full determination. Obstacles are merely stepping stones to mastery. And on the flip side of that, wavering commitment may be delaying progress. Renew your dedication to your goal, right? To your dream. So I like that for you, Jojo. Right. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. So I think that was it for the donations. We got Alexander, the Ganja Shaman. Hello, greetings, welcome. New subscriber. Thank you for being a new subscriber. So, if you're new, anyone new, I just finished donations. I'm probably going to take a quick break because I've been on for 6 hours and 22 minutes. I took a break at 3 hours. It's been 3 more hours. I just need to, I'm going to grab something else to drink and get the blood flowing through my buns again. and, uh, and then I will return. I'll start on free readings that I have there. If anyone wants to be moved to the head of the line, because it's first come, first serve, a donation of any kind will bring you to the head of the line, and we'll complete that. We dive a little deeper into those as well, depending on the donation amount. We will dive, you know, different levels of depth. Um, I do post a pinned comment at the end of each session, posting the names with timestamps. So if you ever put your question and come back later, if the session's ended, just look for the pinned comment. You'll see the link and just click on that timestamp. It'll take you right to your reading as well. So I think that's the main skinny. So we'll dive in a moment. And Jean, you said, "Oh, you hate that it drove you to that." I'm kind of grateful that that I experienced it. In fact, I know that I chose it on purpose, so that I would face that early and find freedom in it all as well, because kind of have to face like that the world is going to hate me and that God's going to hate me, and then you discover that no, it doesn't. No, you don't. And you learn that earlier than everything else. Just is more clear. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Right, Alexander, I do have you on the free list as well. So, everyone, if you could just give me a few minutes, I'm going to go freshen up my drink here and hit the facilities. And like I said, walk around, get blood flowing in my I'm gonna say my nether regions, that sounds bad, in my butte, my buns. So, I will be back here in a moment, and then I will start free readings, and, I'll do at least 30 minutes of free readings, regardless if donations come in or not, and then after that, if there's donations, I'll jump back and forth until I finish them out and or until my energy runs out, which we're doing good. My new record is like 8.5 hours, so we're still 2 hours away from that. That's nothing. So cheers, cheers. I'll be right back. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All righty. We have returned. All right. Just get situated here. See, when hate is loud, love must be louder. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that in the microphone there. All right. So you're welcome, Alexander. And then we got May in the house. Hey, May. I'll get you added on to the free list here. And so not artistic, but artist tarot. Yeah, I'm about to start free readings. So there are about 30 people ahead of you. So it's going to be a little while, but please know, everyone, that I do post a pinned comment after I'm finished with the session, listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you if you come back after the session is ended, you can find it there. Or if you think that I might have completed yours, you can go, hey, did you complete mine yet? And in between readings, I'll answer as well. So I think that is it. And yeah, so let's get started here. So we have Swaroop Bobby up. So 63104 is for that one. Boom, boom. And you like a career reading, please? What's coming towards you? Or let's take a look here. What does Spirit have for the career? We got these two. You have the Queen of Arrows and the Great Bear, which is the Judgment card. It's interesting because the Judgment card, it's kind of like a calling card where your higher self is pulling you in a different direction or in a direction somewhere, right? And when you have this Queen of Arrows, that's like something that it's a beautiful balance between head and heart, but it's something like a very compatible career, like the one that it's like this is your calling. And I feel like you're being drawn somewhere that is in alignment with both your head and your heart. So I kind of feel like what's coming towards you is a shift. And it may not be like a 180 where you turn around and go opposite direction of where you're headed now. But I do feel like you're getting ready to have this alteration in your life where you're going to end up going a different direction. Could be an off ramp. It could be in the same, you know, maybe the same kind of career field, but something that's more mutated or merged with something else. But it feels like it's changing course. So I feel like if you haven't like spent time in your heart going, well, heart, what do you want? And mind, what do you want? And let's find something that can, both can be happy with. I feel like that's kind of where you're headed. So if you've been just like super focused on this is what I should do and supposed to do and need to do and have to do, this is an alteration of what could I do? How can I fill up my heart and share it with the world in my own specific, unique, creative way? And what does that look like, right? So I feel like that is what is coming towards you. And if you've been having trouble getting forward in your career, then that can be what happens too, because sometimes our heart is like pulling us. And so doors start to close because it wants us to go in a different direction. So how fun, right? All right. So that's what they got for you, Swaroop. Hang in there. All right. And we have Butterfly 63344. Look at those. That timestamp. Got some numerology going in there. So thank you again for all of your assistance in the chat. I appreciate that. And you want to have a message from the angels. All right, let's see. What do your angels have in store for you here? Yep. You've got the World and the Hermit, two major arcana. So yeah, I feel like there is this of course, you're being drawn into this wonderful, space of connecting with the spirit world. And we knew that already, this guidance, but they're really guiding you on this new path. You're about to hit this new level. It's like a congratulations. It's a victory energy of, look, you reached this level, you've obtained this, you've achieved this, you've released things. It's like almost like a hot air balloon that you've released a lot of course, the ropes that were keeping it down, but then the sandbags you've been dropping off and cutting. So you've been rising and rising and rising, and now you've reached this new level where I feel like this is spirit bringing you an upgrade. There's something about this bird that's really standing out to me here. So it can be something about, a song that's unsung. Like we all have a song inside of us that needs to be sung. That's the kind of energy that's coming in here with this, that they're going to help you bring that out to be shared. So I like this transformation. I like this entering this new season, entering this new beginning, this new world full of possibilities energy that's coming in. So I like that. Hopefully that resonates with maybe you're a singer. It's really a song that needs to be sung, or written, or it could be anything, of course, along those lines. But I feel like that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Lauren, good to see you. So, did you want to replace your request earlier about the spicy picks with this one? Or are we going to make a donation for an additional question? Because there's only one free question per person per session. So let me know and I'll replace it if that's what you're looking for. All right. And then we got Lotus of Serendipity. We have you 635. Wait, 635? Nope, 636. 54. So Lotus, there's your timestamp, and happy hump day to you as well. Any messages from your guides? Let's take a look here. Any messages? Oops. All right. Come on, cards. So you got the Page of Arrows, and you have, which is the Page of Swords, and the King of Vessels, the King of Cups. So, it's interesting here because the Page of Swords feels like contact from someone. This King of Vessels, and it could be romantic or not, but it's someone that felt like such a compatible person in your life, because the King of Vessels is like a great balance between like head and heart. And the Page of Arrows is like new communication or returned communication. That's why I feel like someone who was very important in your life is going to be communicating with you. And if it's someone that's passed, I feel like they're going to communicate you from the other side through signs and that. Or if it's someone that's not passed, it could be both. You could have someone that is on the other side and then someone in the real world. But I feel like you're going to be getting this communication here. And I like this, all of this energy of birds, because this is like messages, even though one's a message of love from the King of Vessels, being the heron who can fly and walk in water. And the Page of this wren energy coming in here as well. So I feel like that's the energy that they're bringing in here for you, is returned messages from the past, someone from the past. That seemed very important and very compatible energy. Like I said, it doesn't have to be romantic, but it can be if that's what you're looking for. But I feel like that is the big message, is just to prepare you so that when it comes your way, you're watching out for it, especially if it's from the other side. You're like, let me watch out for the signs that are coming as well, right? All right. So that is what they have for you, Lotus of Serendipity. So many blessings to you. Absolutely, Alice. Let me grab that real quick here. Let me find you here. Here you go. So, Alice, there you are. And we've got Bites Gnome. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Good to see you. I'll get you on the donation list. I'm in the middle of doing 30 minutes of free reading. So you'll be up here. Let's see, I started at 6:31. So it's only been 5 minutes. So be about 20 minutes or so. I'll be getting to your donation. Okay. So appreciate that. All right. Very good. So we'll continue down here. So we've got Ashish Bakaran, 64034. So Ashish, here is your timestamp. And any messages from your future self? All right, let's take a look here based on the future self that you're on the trajectory to become. Because tomorrow you can make a different choice and be a slightly different future self, right? Isn't that amazing? You got the 9 of arrows, the 9 of swords, and the moon on water, which of course is the moon card here. So the 9 of swords it's interesting because with both the moon and the 9 of swords, this is bringing up big dream energy. And I feel like your dreams are very important right now. Um, and I feel like your future self is telling you pay attention to your dreams because the 9 of arrows is almost like a nightmare energy, but it doesn't have to be a nightmare, but it's a very intense dream. And the reason why we have intense dreams is so that we remember them when we wake up. And because if you have like a giant rabbit in a little ballerina outfit with the big, you know, tutu, um, came running after me and I was dressed up as a giant carrot, it's like you wake up going, "What the hell was that?" Right? And we remember the details of that. But if it was just a regular conversation, we'd wake up and go, "I think I had a dream, I just can't remember it now." So I feel like there's an important energy here coming through of a lot of dreaming, and it's for you to help you begin to work and process, release some fears, some mindsets that don't serve you anymore, and they're starting in your dream world. And then they say it'll start appearing in your outside world, and then you'll then realize, oh, this is this. In your waking hours, you'll put two and two together and go, oh, that's right. Let me transform this, right? But they don't just go out of nowhere and go, hey, surprise, they start introducing it in our dreams and then our outside world and then in our face. So I feel like that's what they want you to know, Ashish. Hopefully that helps. So dream journal, remembering your dreams, and even asking you know, your consciousness to help me remember my dreams when I wake up. Um, and you can ask that before you go to bed. That way you wake up and your mind's ready to remember as much as you can about your dreams as well. All right. So, that is what we have for Ashish. So, Lauren Smith, 64347. So, Lauren. Um, so Lauren, I don't know, you had already asked a question earlier about spicy picks, and then you asked a new question, so I wasn't sure if you move into building S, would he want to see you sooner than before? And then another question about his thoughts on the post the other day. All right. I'll tell you what. Well, we're just going to stick with your original question. And then if you want the second one answered, we can do that tomorrow, or you can make a donation and we can cover that today. So I'm just going to do that. Executive decision. So his thoughts on the post the other day, spicy picks. So he doesn't like stuff, but he likes other people all the time. He's active on social. Will that change at all? All right, let's take a look here. So his thoughts, we have the world tree, which is a victory energy. It is about, uh, the ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, the kind of how they're kind of looking at things. Um, I feel like more it's just the victory energy. They were like, "Oh, wow, you know, I like that." But and then I feel like they went on. I don't feel like they hovered, around it. They just thought, "Well, oh, that's nice," and then went on. I don't feel like a lot of interaction going on with that. And then he, likes other people's things, but not yours. He's active on social. Will that change at all? You know, we've got the 7 of swords and the 6 of vessels. 6 of vessels, 6 of cups is like the return of someone from the past, and there's this, um, it's kind of a thievery energy, but it's the liar, the deceiver kind of energy here. Excuse me. The demon was trying to leave. No, it's a air. You ever have air when you're speaking, it tries to get out? It's not a demon. Don't worry. But so I don't know. This is weird energy here. I almost feel like they've moved on kind of energy, and because this ending and beginning energy and this old energy of someone coming back from the past and lying and deceiving and not telling the truth energy that's coming in here. I just feel like there's just this chop chop kind of energy coming in here. Um, I don't think it'll change. I feel like they're avoiding, they don't like confronting things. So this just feels weird, Lauren. I just feel like you deserve someone that matches your energy more. That might be me. Your older brother Z, popping in there because that feels more like an opinion than it does from spirit, and I can tell the difference. Because I'm like, I feel like an older brother suddenly, and I know when I'm doing that, that's either someone on the other side coming through, because that's what happens, with my friends. I'll start channeling their mothers that have passed, whatever, and I'll start acting like a mother, and I'm like, "Oh my god, oh," I'm like, "It's your mom," you know? So in this case, though, it feels like an older sibling that's telling you. It's like an older brother, an older uncle kind of energy. Could be dad, but it feels too friendly. We're too too much like friends, which if you had, like, a relationship like that with a grandfather or father, that could be that too, but feels more older brother saying, "Move on." So it seems like a brother kind of energy. But that's what they got you for you, Lauren, so hang in there. Many blessings to you, right? All right, then we got Amber, 64828. So Amber, here's your timestamp and a general read for you. Let's take a look here. Got these two. You've got the Page of Stones, which is Page of Pentacles, and the Ancestor, the Hierophant, who's the master of stepping stones and change energy coming in here. So I do feel like you have a new opportunity that's coming your way here, Amber. Um, it's not like if you're looking for a romantic relationship, there is this opportunity. It's just not your forever or your person that you're going to end up with the rest of your life if you're looking for this, because the ancestor or the hierophant, they are the master of stepping stones, which they bring in growth and growing opportunities and transformational energies. So they are bringing in this opportunity for you. Doesn't mean we have to take it, but it's being presented to you, and you'll learn a lot and grow through a lot of it, but you don't have to, you know? That's the wonderful thing is we can learn by inner reflection, or we can learn through experiencing things in the outside world, or both. Humans, we generally like to learn the hard way with the stuff in the outside world, but it doesn't mean we have to. So that's what's coming for you. And it's good that you have options, right? Thank God. But that's what's coming in, Amber. Hopefully that helps. Right. Many blessings to you. All right. Then we got Cat Mia, 65024 is yours. So, Cat Mia, will you find 100% on SRTL or is there something else? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, will you find it or is it something else? Oh, is it just one? Nope, you got the 7 of arrows, 7 of swords energy. So it doesn't feel like uh, SRTL has the capacity for 100%. There's something about not wrong information, but misrepresented information, maybe? It just feels like there's something that's not true in the information regarding this. So I do feel like it is something else. Oh, and they gave me the card. Yeah, we got the 2 of arrows. There's actually 2 different other ways, and one is through the mind, the other's through the heart. So the power of story is so important here for you too, that you're the one that gets to choose the story of what something means. Like, what does 100% mean? That's funny that they're putting it that way. Who says 100% is the correct 100%? And and it's important to weigh it out here on the scales. What is it? What does that mean? What's the story behind it? What's your why behind why you want 100%? What does it mean if you don't? What does it mean if it does? I feel like that's the true question, right? All right. Hopefully that helps, Cat Mia. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. Then we got Maria P. 65234 is yours. And you want a general for you for love and for work. All right, let's see here. What do they have here for? Oh, there we go. Love and work. So, love, you got the page of bows, the page of wands. Interesting that this is about heightened passion, heightened energy, and it's kind of uh, a message about be aware of where you're focusing your energy. That this fire energy, you can bring it inward and become aware of where you're focusing your energy and raising your vibration, raising what you're grateful for, or focusing on expectations and the loss, right? We talk about that all the time. But there's also be aware of, like, this is called a stoat, but I think it's like beware of the weasel in the outside world. They're like, if you put energy toward the weasel comes more towards you. So be aware, very aware of where you're focusing your love energy because you're the one creating the situation. So I feel like that's important. And then for work, I was going to say, are you going to get some sort of cups energy about follow your heart and follow your love? Of course you are. 10 of cups, joy, joy, and happiness. Where's your joy? Where's your happiness? Follow your happiness. Where's your joy leading you? Put it on repeat, right? Because that's the message we keep getting, right? Where is it? What's this thing, Maria, that your heart wants to draw you towards? What is it? What is it? What is it? All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. I know. So many blessings. Thank you for all your donations tonight too. Appreciate it. All right. And then Debbie L, my TechSend friend, 65441. We know you are. Wonder if you made it to Cali. You're probably asleep anyway. It's only it's almost only 11 o'clock in Cali, but it's been a long day. You might be asleep. So, whatever spirit wants you to know. So let's take a look here. What does spirit want you to know right now? Okay, they do it that one. What else? No, none of those. What else? Okay, this one here. So you have the Four of Swords along with the Three of Stones. I like this. I feel like the message here is all about letting expectations go. Be that beautiful butterfly. The Three of Stones, the Three of Pentacles is about creating, being true to your authentic self, not feeling like you have to be someone or not be someone or whatever it may be, but it's about really being true to that authentic self of who you are. So I like this energy. It's, cutting away. Remember that this is a character, but behind this character is an actor, the powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. So I love this empowerment that you are a butterfly, not the caterpillar. You're the butterfly, right? So I like that here. So I like that. So many blessings to you. That is what we have gotten for you here. I like this resting energy too. Make sure you rest. Don't forget to be still a little bit while you're on your vacation too. Don't overdo it. Just barely. Get on the verge of overdoing it. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Well, how rude of me. Thank you so much, Jean. Thanks for keeping me honest. Appreciate you. All right. And let's see, what are we doing on time? 6:35. Oh, nope, that'd be 7:01. So we got couple one or two more here. So content, you're up 6:57:14. Boom, there we go. So what were the people at your gym gossiping about you? Oh, how nice. We got the Hooded Man, ooh, and the Wheel of Fortune. Wow, you got two major arcana that are coming in here. And there's something here about being alone, because the Hooded Man is the hermit, which is this, drawing back this, being off by themselves. Um, and the Wheel of Fortune, though, it's always for us, right? The Wheel of Fortune is the wheel of fortune, the tune of for you, right? And so I kind of feel here like whatever the gossip was about you, it's one of the things is realizing that whenever anyone is saying anything, it's really not about us. It's about what's going on with them. And they remind me of, when I was young, they had this thing, "I'm rubber and you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks to you." And that is such the energy of realizing that when people are saying crap, it's because they're having a crappy life. And that's okay. That's their fear speaking, has nothing to do with us. Their gossip is, and it shows you who your true friends are. If people believe someone saying something about us without coming to us, then thank you for showing me what a crappy person you are, right? We're talking about crap, 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 right? And and I feel like this is for you. It shows you who your true friends are and who aren't. And you're like, thank you for whittling out these people because, you know, And then but I feel like the important thing is, in addition to that, is just knowing that other people gossiping isn't about you. And I feel like that's the most important thing, is that other people gossiping about you is not about you. It's about what they're afraid of or jealous of, or they don't want people looking at them, so they gotta point at other people. This is a fear-based action, and when people are acting from fear, from a place of feeling unsafe or out of control or uncomfortable, people do stupid shit. When humans are in fear, we do stupid shit because when our inner child is freaking out, it rejects out, it booms out our intelligent, loving, compassionate side. And what's left is the little child at the age where the original trauma came from that's been triggered, which is usually somewhere 7 years old and younger. So they're gonna act like a child, and in doing that, they're gonna act childish, right? So, I feel like that is what you need to know. Alright, so hang in there, my dear. So many blessings. Alright, and then we'll get one more in here, and then I'll jump and do the, actually, we're sorry, Ruby, we're right at 30 minutes, so I'm gonna jump over here. Oops, I didn't give you a love and a like there, Bites Gnome. So, you'll be up next here. Let me just do a quick shout out here. I think we had yes, we've got Lisa. Good to see you. We'll get you here on the free reading list. Alright, so let us jump up here. So, Bites Gnome 70139 is yours. So here's your timestamp here. Boom, boom. And so thank you for that. You want to know, what does your person find attractive about you? All right, let's take a look here. See what we got. All right, we got that and this one here. So, ooh, nice. You got both the divine masculine and the divine feminine energy coming in here. You got the Empress, which is the green woman. So that's your sensuality, your huge heart, your ability to create this emotional energy. But primarily, there's this huge nurturing energy, and they just love how you just have like this divine feminine, like Mother Earth, Gaia, nurturing of all things kind of energy in there. And then the magician card too is you to balance that out, you also, because you had this beautiful ability to receive with that Empress energy, but that shaman is powerful, equally powerful on the other side. So you've got this great balance between the divine masculine and feminine that when you need to, you can go up and boom, out of my way. I got stuff to do. I'll make things happen, that you really understand that you have everything that you need within you, and you have this power about you with both of those combined, that they just feel like you're a force to be reckoned with, and they like that you're on their side. I like that. You are on their side. Let's see what else here. Um, what else? Tell us more about these energies here. All right. You also have here, from the 10 of arrows to the page of arrows. I like this because there is the kind of this no nonsense energy. The 10 of arrows is like, I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone else's expectations and trying to make everyone else live up to mine. I have freed everyone from expectations, especially myself, right? And there is this, that's like the being true to yourself and not having like a lot of masks, that you're no nonsense. Like I said, you are who you are. You accept people who they are. um, it's kind of like the if you have ever read Mel Robbins' book, The Let Them Theory, you let everyone be who they are, but you also let me be who I am, right? You're yourself. You're like, I'll let you be who you are, but if your energy doesn't really coincide with mine, it doesn't mean I'm going to spend 24 hours a day with you. I'm going to limit my contact with you, not because out of punishment, just because I very much honor my energy and what I allow around me, right? And I feel like that you do have boundaries, but you also, the boundary is for the energy that you allow, not, whether you're going to tell someone they should change or not. You're just like, "That's okay, you be you." But I just don't want that around me all the time. Little bits and pieces, that's fine, but not whole no, you know? So I feel like they like that about you there too. Um, we have this energy, this is interesting combination because you got the 4 of Wands, which is joy, celebration, gathering energy. You also have the 6 of Vessels, 6 of Cups energy, which has to do with your childhood. And we've got the death and rebirth energy here too. There's something here, kind of a combo. The first is about this lifetime that you lived as this human, which is you you maybe didn't have the ideal childhood. None of us do, but I feel like there was some pretty crazy stuff when you were a child, and I feel like what they know about it, they're just, like, amazed that you overcame that. You had this rebirth, and now you have this joy and celebration energy. Like, you celebrate life, and you chose rather than to have it destroy you, you had it be this abundant thing instead. You're like, I'm gonna find the gift in things." So he likes that perspective. There's also something here about past life connections with the death and rebirth and the 6 of Cups. Both of those are my past life, some of my indicators, and I do feel like you guys were married in a past life with the 4 of Wands, at least one, if not more, and there is that extra draw that there's this extra past life connection where you guys just feel a natural draw to one another, immediate comfort level, this familiarity with each other. And I feel like they like that about you. They don't know why it's there because I don't know if they're as much aware as you are with all that kind of stuff, but I like this, uh, draw that they have in addition to everything else that's there too. So, I like that for you. Let's see what else, here, your fortune cookie. What else do they want you to know here? What else do they like about you or find attractive about you? You've got execution. It says, ideas alone won't create change. Turning thoughts into action is what leads to results. Here's that magician card, right? You make a concrete plan and you take the first step towards execution. Um, I like this because there's the opposite is procrastination or self doubt may be blocking success. Commit and take action. I feel like I feel like you are like an energy where when they are procrastinating or have self-doubt, you're like, "Chop, chop, let's go, mister, let's go, chop, chop." And then you're like, "Come on, come on, come on, let's go." And you give them a little bit of, extra push, and that gets things done in their life. So I like that, but in a gentle, loving way, in a fun way, really. So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. All right. We'll return back here to free readings. Let me just take a quick sip here. If you're here for your free reading and you want it prioritized, a donation of any kind will bring you to the top of the list and will complete you. Otherwise, it's first come, first serve. So cheers, cheers. It's almost like ASMR sipping on the cup, right? So sorry about that. All right. So we got Ruby up 70932. So Ruby, you want to know, should you work with MH? Will he pay you your fees, or will he manipulate in regards to money? All right, let's take a look here. We'll find out first, will he pay you the fees, or will he manipulate you in regards to money? That kind of decides, you get to decide on that, right? Six of arrows. That's good. Six of swords. It's letting go of old ways of thinking, look at things from a different perspective. It does move you from choppy waters to calmer waters. That's a kind of a smooth energy that does allow that kind of movement. What's the energy if you work with MH? Yeah, I got four of swords. More peaceful energy, letting go of expectations energy here. If you let go of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be kind of energy, it's a good restful, peaceful, flowy energy that comes in here. But of course, if you have any concerns, just make sure to, uh, maybe ask for money up front or something, You're like, "How about you pay me half up front and half after the job is done, and charge him twice as much, so you get everything up front. If he doesn't pay you, then you can be like, well, I did fine." But it feels like fine here. Just be aware, of course, tarot is for fun and entertainment purposes. So follow your gut instinct always anyway, but protect yourself. But I don't feel any concerns with that energy. But still, I would be, you know, aware. Right? So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. So, Lisa, thank you so much for your donation. And so we'll take you off the free list and bring you to the front. VIP access, right? All right. So let's grab here. So your timestamp 7/11/52 is your timestamp. So thank you so much for your donation. There you go. And you'd like a general read. All right. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right. Put that, those two. And this one. All right, let's see. What do we got going on? We got the judgment card on the bottom here. And this is a kind of a drawing away of things or to something. So it feels like in your life you have this like it's almost like there's this hook inside of you and you're getting pulled somewhere. Well, that's your spirit. That's your higher self wanting to you to go in a direction. And so uh, I feel like there's a nudge, a draw somewhere. I feel a little bit of resistance there because it feels so sudden. It feels so different. Like you're like, go that way. What? No, it can't be that. No, so I feel like it's the suddenness and the 'cause it's kinda like you're going this direction. They're not wanting you to go, like, this direction, but they're like, "But we do want you to go this direction." So I feel like there's something going on in your life. We'll see what that is here with these, because that's the underlying energy. What is this? Where's this taking you here? Yeah. See, here's that new spark. You have this new passion, this new drive with the Ace of Wands, the Ace of Bows. But the 3 of swords is your it's like there's this fear of failure, right? This fear of disappointment. Like, I can't no, no, I can't do that kind of energy. I'm gonna end up failing it, right? So, I like this, coming in here and coming up for you because they wanna tell you if you do it, the green woman, the empress, you will have abundance. You will have a harvest unlike you've seen. And the King of Vessels, the King of Cups, they're like, "This is such a good fit for you that, this direction, if you go, it's gonna feel like, wow, a perfect match, this beautiful whatever this new direction is, so compatible." Um, that you'll kick yourself if you don't do it now, because eventually you will do it someday. It'll become so uncomfortable that you can't stand not going that direction, and you'll be like, "God, why didn't I do that right away?" So they're like, "If you do it now, you'll be so happy you did. If not, you'll kick yourself a little bit later going, 'Damn it.'" But I feel like they want you to know that because you do have transition. 6 of Swords, let go of old ways of thinking, let go of old fears, let go of these 3 swords of, disappointment because, with this, excuse me, if you let go of these fears, this definition of what success or whatever means, the story that we have, you can change that story. You move from choppy waters to calmer waters. And there's this beautiful, beautiful, transformation that happens. It starts here and then it impacts and changes things in the outside world. So just take it a step at a time, but you're definitely this is a pull, it's a calling. So you're not alone in it. You've got the 3 of cups on the bottom, which is your spiritual posse. They are with you, they're guiding you, they won't leave you, lead you astray. They're leading you in that direction, right? So I like that for you. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. You have, yeah, visionary. Boom. There you go. It says, great change starts with bold imagination. See beyond the present into what could be. Dream big, map out your highest potential without limiting yourself to current circumstances. Can you believe that? And on the, like the upside, says, fear may be clouding your vision. Let go of restrictive thinking and see with new eyes. I love it. So perfect. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donation. Cheers, cheers to you. Excuse me. All right. So, Sonic. Oh, beautiful. I love that. Stubborn. I can say that because I'm a fixed sign. Stubbornness, I can resonate with. So, I'm so glad that resonated for you. So, thank you again, my dear. All right, Sonic Racing, thank you so much for your donation. And oh yeah, let's celebrate your first super chat. Wow, I'm so grateful to be your first. Thank you so much for that. Get you on the donation list here. And I love the hippo. All right, very good. And then just to let everyone know, I've got like, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, probably 30 more free readings. My voice is starting to go. So I think I will make it to like 8 hours, which is about 45 minutes from now. Whatever I don't finish by then, I will come on in the morning after my voice is back and I'm refreshed, um, to, um, finish out, the remaining, free readings that I don't get to. So if you do wanna try to make sure you get in this one, just wanna make sure you guys are aware. I'm not trying to get people to donate or anything like that, but, I do want you to, have the opportunity if you're like, "I wanna know tonight." Otherwise, I will go on a separate stream in the morning, and, like I do, I post a pinned comment with all of that. So if I don't get to it tonight, I will definitely come on in the morning and, finish them up too. So just so you know. I know, right? It's great. I love being able to offer free readings. Just sometimes my voice doesn't, last that long. I know my record is 8.5 hours, but, I appreciate that. Oh, thank you, Gene. I appreciate your support. And Sonic. All right. The stream is so long. All right. So, Sonic, you are up 719.36. So, thank you again for your donation. We'll pitch this timestamp out here. Yeah. Thank you so much. So, do we see love between you and your love interest by the end of the year? All right. Let's take a look here. So, based on your current energies, is there love between that? And what else can you know here? Is that it? All right. So we get here. All right. Based on current energy, we do have the Five of Vessels is a little bit of, it is a sorrow energy. It's kind of a lower vibrational emotional energy. But when it's a five, it can change energy as well. You have the King of Pentacles, which, excuse me, is an energy of, it is an energy of abundance, of fullness kind of energy, which means even though we might have a disappointment kind of energy that comes in with that, it does bring clarity because the bottom of the deck, you do have the Ace of Arrows, the Ace of Swords, which is the card that brings clarity. Let's see what these other three cards are too, because what is this clarity it brings in here? Yeah, you have the Seven of Bows, the Seven of Wands, which is an energy of being true to your authentic self, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not defending who you are or, um, feeling like you have to be someone that you're not kind of energy here. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, because you have the Three of Arrows, the Three of Swords, which is something unexpected comes in here. What is this? Yeah, you have the Hermit energy, which is an energy of being by yourself in relationship to this love interest, and I know. But let's see here what this brings in here, because I feel like the disappointment that leads you to, you know, kind of being alone for a little bit, I feel like, I can resonate a bit with, like, if I ever was interested in someone, I kinda took myself off the market till I found out, oh, they're not interested, or something with, like, this Ace of Swords, I discovered, "Oh, wow, that doesn't match me at all," 'cause excuse me. Let me take a drink here, sorry, there's a frog in my throat. Hello, hello, test, test. Well, it's almost still there, but maybe that has to do with speaking your truth, that if you walk around on eggshells, you're afraid to be who you are around them because you're afraid that they won't like who you are. But it's like you discover something and you're just like, oh, like they say, never get to know your favorite actors. You find out they're human and you're like, oh, off the pedestal they go, right? But I feel like there is something here that because of that, because of you, I'm so sorry, kind of taking yourself off the market, you were saved from some stuff. Um, but then when you realize whatever this disappointment it is, whatever this thing is here, I feel like um, you then open up, and let me see what comes from that because I do feel like there's something here. All right, I think it went out there. Sorry. Let's see here. What comes in here? Yeah. So, I mean, you got the calling card, the judgment card, they call it the Great Bear, which invites you on this new adventure. Um, yeah, and it's like it did help you avoid conflict with something else, something that would have been a huge stepping stone, and I feel like they're like, "You don't need that," kind of energy here, and you do have this victory, this movement energy with the chariot, the archers, they call it in this one, which takes you to the king of wands, the king of bows, and there is something that there through this process, it's like you go through this transformation where you kind of get out of your head and deep into your true heart, kind of energy that's here. And I do feel you, it's like we're drawn to people for a reason, and we gain clarity on this mirror that's reflecting back to us. And I feel like whatever this is that you discover about them, you're just like, oh wow. And it just kind of in an instant, it almost just kind of changes stuff. But it does lead you here, I feel like, to someone, the Queen of Cups, someone who's very intuitive, huge emotion, very empathic, very connected to the spirit realm. And I kind of feel here, I mean, obviously, you believe in tarot and higher spiritual connection. And I'm not sure that this love interest does. And I feel like that is something that you will realize is an important piece of your loving relationships. I know a lot of my relationships thought, "Oh, it was cool, the what I was able to do, and it's like a cool party trick," and they weren't very inner reflective, and I discovered, like, that was a huge piece of who I am. And when I realized that I could talk about it, but they wouldn't, like, get it. Not get it in here. They would get it up here, but not, like, down here, and I feel like that's an important piece for you, and I feel like that's what probably a big thing that you realize that changes, and you're like, "Wow, I do want someone that, shares that depth of emotional connection, uh, and even deeper into empathic and deep, like, spiritual connection to the upper worlds kind of energy." So, hopefully that helps. I know, our heart is attracted to who it is, but our heart also is like a little puppy, you know? In one moment, it's like, "Oh," and then it's like, "Who's that?" So, that can also change. So, hopefully that helps a little bit. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah. So, here's some hope. Beautiful card, my goodness. It says, "Believing in better days lifts your spirit. Optimism fuels emotional resilience. Find one thing to look forward to today and focus on what brings you light." There you go. That's that one thing I gave you, right? On the flip side, discouragement may be clouding your vision. Shift your perspective to gratitude. So it's a good energy to have there. That's all based on current energies, but kind of feel like that's almost a bit faded in a way. So hopefully that helps. All right, Sonic, hang in there. And thank you again for your donation. I appreciate you. Respect. Thank you, Healing Reading. All righty. So I think that was it for the donation. So we'll continue back in here. So we've got Silver Pony 72908. Try that again. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So, a love reading. Absolutely. Let's take a look here and see what we can know about love for you. Got these two. You've got the Eight of Stones and the Two of Cups. Well, you do have love in the future with the Two of Cups. It's literally in the cards. And the Eight of Stones, the Eight of Pentacles, is a bit of a transformational energy here. So it's important for you to know with this energy that it's like when you were a caterpillar, you liked eating leaves, you crawled along the forest floor and and you liked caterpillars. Well, you've been transforming, you've been in the cocoon, you're transforming into a butterfly. And it's like your tastes are changing. And there's this energy of going like, because you don't want to, once you become the butterfly, you don't want to eat leaves. You have the long little tongue thing that they have, right? That seek nectar. You want to seek blossoms and you fly and you can migrate 1,000 miles. Who you are is changing and it has been changing. And because of that, the lower vibrational caterpillar, that energy and the people you liked before don't match anymore. And sometimes it's like we still hang out at caterpillar bars when we want to go into butterfly gardens to find other butterflies. So I feel like there's this energy as who you're looking for isn't in the old locations of where you've been before. It's time to move to, a different direction. It's time to go into different places to search for, not really search for, but to experience new things and continue to work on yourself. Continue to let go of those mindsets that don't serve you, those emotions that don't serve you, that energy that don't serve you, even physical things that don't serve you. Purging, making space for the new because you are becoming new. So it's time to let go of the old because it don't serve you no more. So I feel like that's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. That's what they have there for you. All right, Sonic Racing. Thank you for your additional donation. We got 732.05 for your second one here. So thank you for that. Got the little sticker. I love it. So can you get some advice for how to navigate this relationship for the rest of the year? I don't want to force anything, but I do want to know if there's potential with your person. The readings seem to say that there's no potential for love. Well, there's potential for the new Queen of Cups. But for the person that you have the love interest for, it kind of seems like you're going to find something out. Like clarity comes in where you're like, oh, I'm not, it kind of just switches on a dime almost, where you're just kind of like, oh wow, yeah, I don't want to go that direction. But we can look at that here. So potential with your so so this relationship that uh your love interest, right? So let's see here. Anything else around that? That okay. Anything else here? And that one. And that one. And that one. All right. So the energy on the bottom of the deck, which is the overall energy of this, you have the devil card. The devil card is the shaking and the rattling of our long held beliefs. So, this is an energy of like things that we thought we wanted with our mind, like supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, have to be's kind of energy that sometimes someone kind of matches up on paper, right? Look, they check a lot of these boxes, kind of energy, but then these boxes are shooken up, and we're kind of forced to look at what our beliefs are. Underneath that, we have that Ace of Swords that you have on the other you had in your first reading, right? And so this brings in a little bit of clarity that it's some things that are really important to you, um, at least one huge thing with the Ace of Swords comes to light that you're like, "Oh, so a deal breaker for you, whatever your deal breakers are, one of those you discover is the other person, right? And that is just like, "Oh, man," kind of energy that comes in. Let's see if they can tell us more about what this is here. So we've got the Justice card and got the Empress here, of course, so there's that divine feminine energy. A lot of sensuality, a lot of birthing, a lot of emotional energies, and the Justice card, this is that, they hold this axe, which is normally the Ace of Swords, which is what we were just talking about. That's the clarity that comes in, something about, birthing, sensuality, kind of energy that comes in. And so if any of that resonates or triggers like your any of your deal breakers, that's the kind of energy that they're talking about here. But let's talk about potential because they wanted to bring that in there. You do have the 9 of bows, the 9 of wands, which is kind of like an energetic block that's here that's keeping you from proceeding toward them. There's something that's blocking you. And sometimes that's spirit, right? And I feel like we talked about that in your first one, right? I'm sorry, all the readings start to blend at this point of the night. But it feels like there's this, yeah, there's something standing in between. Oh, yeah, we talked about fatedness. They're saying about, sometimes there's fatedness that we have a stepping stone um, that helps us get to our long term, like kind of life partner that we spend the rest of our life with, right? So there is this kind of energy. Yeah. We have a brand new beginning, the Wanderer, the Full card, which is the ending of a whole new adventure, free of expectations, a whole new adventure. Let's see what's underneath that here. We got the Shaman that follows right after it. Let me see what these other two cards are here. Yeah, and you got the Ace of Cups. You got new love, and that leads to marriage that comes in here. So I feel like they're saying here, that the person that you're interested in, you do find out something that's a deal breaker. And I do feel I don't know if it's about having had children or, not gone to full birth with children or the amount of sensuality that they've had, to try to be politically correct on YouTube. Correct, correct. This new love is someone different because it feels like you learn through your interactions here, but then whatever this thing happens, then you end up with this person who's so connected, empathic heart, huge heart, um, connected to the spirit world in such a way where it's such a just a perfect, it's just, zip, kind of energy. And it isn't, and the Ace of Cups is a new love, it leads to marriage with this Four of Wands that comes in here. But, it's never a downgrade, like if we're looking at someone and we feel like they're like, wow. And then that is like, they're like, that's not for you for this lifetime, you know, but they're like, what we got, but this is headed your way. And you look over and you're like, what? That in me? What? So it is, and that's like that hope card you got. It's like, just know that there's this hope of, that there's this other amazing. It's like having your airline seat in coach, it's given away to someone else, and you're like, "Oh, man, I wanted to be on that flight." And they're like, "Oh, you're still on the flight. We just have a first class seat for you." And you're like, "What?" "Yeah, first class." And you're like, "Oh, okay. Well, I think I'm okay with that," you know? Unless you're really attached to that seat on the back of the plane that only can go back 3 inches because it's the one right by the bathrooms, and everybody's slamming the door, and you smell the odors, and you hear all the chat of all the flight attendants back there, and it takes you forever to get off the plane. You're like, if you're attached to that seat, but we're like, "You know what? I think I'm okay with being open to what's coming," but we learn a lot through your interactions, with this current love interest, but I don't feel like it pans out. I feel like, you will, find uh, a different route to go. Let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is. Yeah, you got simplicity. Beautiful feather. Says, letting go of excess creates space for what truly matters. Declutter one area of your life today, physically, mentally, or emotionally. On the other side of it says, overcomplication may be creating stress. Return to what is essential. Interesting. Right. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. And thank you again for your donations. And hang in there. I know it's we have all been there many times, right? So cheers to you. Hang in there. All right. So I've got about 20 minutes left. Yeah, I know it's a bummer, right? I know. But we can trust it's always for us, you know. It may not make it feel good in the moment. I get it. But the hope and the trust, okay, but something big coming our way. All right. Hey, Keith. Hello, hello. All right. So I do have about, like I said, about at 8 hours, which is about 18 minutes away. Um, I'm gonna need to end the session just because it's almost 1 a.m. here. So I'm gonna close down, and then whatever I don't get to tonight, I will when I wake up in the morning and get alive again and coffee in my system, I will finish out any readings I don't complete this evening. If you do want to make sure I get to one of you before the 8 hour mark, a donation of any kind, like I said, you'll go to the front of the line. But for now, I'm going to continue on with the free reading. So we got Ateshi Singh, 74308. So Ateshi, here is your timestamp. And you said H and L always walk out together, but he said that I will walk out with J, but I will come back to you, so all of us can walk out together. I left before he'd come back, was jealous, but did he actually return? All right, let's take a look here. So did he actually return? That 3 of Wands energy, which is taking a different direction than anticipated, um, I don't know, this doesn't feel like a yes. This feels like a no, I ended up going in a different way here. What's this King of Vessels? Can you tell me more? Let me just ask real quick here. What's this King of Vessels? Because it's like it's a balance between head and heart. Can you tell me about that? What is that? Is it a person? Oh, the Four of Stones. No, it looks like they end up going home because that's the home card there. But it feels like whoever this King of Cups feels like someone. Uh, I feel like they were walking out, and I feel like they told them, "Oh, no, Teshi left." And they're like, "Oh, okay." And then they just went home. So I feel like they, like, had intentions of going back, but when whoever this person is, this it's, it feels like a male e king is a male energy, right? Divine masculine energy. Somebody's kind of not anybody that was trying to, like, do anything, not cause drama or whatever. They're just someone who's really balanced. They were out there and feel like they were parked next to them or whatever and said, um, you know, "Oh, hey." And she went home. "Oh, okay." And then so I don't know if you told someone, "Hey, I'm going home." If he happens to come by, let him know. I feel like they went out there and they were going home and they told them, if that resonates. But they definitely someone it feels like someone told them and they're like, "Oh," and then they just went home. So hopefully that helps Satoshi. That's what they got right now. Jealous. Oh, why do you need to be jealous? You don't need to be jealous. You deserve to be with someone that treats you right. All right. Brenda Globy, you're up. Brenda, 74618. So Brenda, here is your timestamp. So does Christopher Rich now have a crush on AS? Let's see here. Does Christopher Rich actually have it on AS here? All right, let's see what we got here. I don't feel like a crush. We got a lot of mental energy with the King of Arrows. The King of Swords is double the mental energy because the king rolls over swords and gets all kings get a second portion. So I feel like it's been on their mind, and it's been on their mind for a while with the Seven of Stones, the Seven of Pentacles, which is like kind of the last thing that grows on a fruit tree is the fruit, something slowly growing, but and then the Full card, which is like an adventure energy without expectations, but it's more air energy again. The Full card is Uranus, which rules Aquarius. So it's a mental energy, mental, not so much a crush kind of passion or emotional energy. But I feel like they've been on their mind for a long time, and it's been slowly growing, kind of talking, communication, slow growth with them, but it's like there's a story that's unfolding, but it's not like a crush energy. It's more of a friend, but the mind is creating a story around more possibilities, thinking about stuff, but not the heart isn't activated or the passions aren't uh, activated with these cards coming in here. So, and it could be that they're more, maybe they are an air sign and they live more up here than they do in here or in their passion centers. So, hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. Hey, artist tarot. What's that? Are you being held hostage? Yeah, I may not get to yours tonight unless you want to make a donation, then you can get prioritized. but I will complete all of the readings in the morning that I don't get to tonight, but, I'm gonna be on for about 10 more minutes because 'cause I'm getting tired. So, Olivier Vagara, 7:49:26. All right. So, there we are. So, you wanna ask the current energies for what's left of the week. I know, right? Just a couple days. And we got this one here. So, you got the Page of Stones and the 7 of Arrows. Didn't you get this? Like, you've been getting this for a little bit. The 7 of Swords is that, getting caught up here, um, getting caught up in mindsets and thoughts and beliefs that, don't serve. And, what is that, that energy that's happening, that, because the Page of Stones is like new opportunities, but the 7 of Swords is our thoughts and beliefs that steal the new opportunities to us. So I feel like it almost feels like with all this opportunity talk that there is an opportunity coming up for you to break free of that and to see things differently. So I kind of feel like there's this, you know, breaking free from, like, if you're looking for, like, I know you're looking for jobs, right? It's like clearing all the filters of like a job search and just seeing what's out there. And that's kind of like, because that's that limitation kind of energy that's being open and freed, kind of energy that's there. And I like that, that can open up an opportunity because when we filter too much, even with relationships or jobs, it's those expectations, right? When we're like, well, it has to be this or this or this. If there's any have tos or has, then it's like, and I feel like it creates opportunities. So there's an opportunity to create opportunities. So hopefully that helps. All right. That's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right. You're welcome, Crystal. Thank you so much. I'm going to be falling asleep here in a minute. All right, Rahul, you're up 7:51:55. In these 8 hours, they fly by, which is crazy, right? So, Rahul, hey, friend, will you expect any good news in career in the next 2 months? Yes, we all need rest. West and wee wagzation, like Emma Fudd says, right? And yeah, so you got the Page of Cups coming in with the Justice card. So there is this, the Justice card is Libra energy that rules over the house of relationships. And it's the Ace of Swords with scales normally, which is, we're in this process of um, kind of looking at what is our, and I kind of feel like this is, they're bringing in relationships being like your relationship to the career, because it's actually the 10th house that rules over career. But this is interesting that they're, coming in um, with this particular clarity of what you're wanting, because the Page of Cups is about the heart and kind of searching for something that is from the heart and not from the head. And I feel like this is because the scales, the the top scale is the seeing things from a higher perspective. The lower scale is all those supposed to be's and should be's and opinions and, our what we're told, what kind of job you're supposed to have in career and, responsibility and blah, 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 existing, right? Existing energy versus living energy. And even from the heart, it's living energy, not existing, not checking off the boxes. So I feel like you do get good news here in the next 2 months, but the good news is that you have an epiphany and you realize what it is you want and what it is you don't want from from a career, and that your heart is speaking up and has a seat at the table along with your mind, and together they share, I would like to do this, and the mind's like, well, I'm going to do this, and the heart is like, well, how about we do this, and the mind's like, hmm, that works for me too. And you find something that both your head and your heart agree to, and then you're like, you do a little switcheroo. And again, I don't feel like it's a 180 where you're going the opposite direction. I just feel like you're headed in this kind of field and you choose something that's related to that field, but also related to something else, if that resonates for you. But I feel like there's a big change. And that's the good news, is because you find something that, oh, wow, you're excited about. You don't feel like you're just existing, wake up in the morning going, oh crap, I got to go live my dream today. You're excited about where you're gonna go in your career and go in that direction. So hopefully that helps, right? So that's what they got for you right now, Rahul. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Betty Joe, 75535 is yours. So Betty Joe, there's your timestamp. And did he unfollow them because of me? Let's take a look here. All right. Got this and we got this. So, Temperance, the hooded man. Well, it doesn't feel like it. Temperance is kind of my patience ran out and I wanted to be by myself with the hooded man. It's like I feel like they're in this, I don't know, kind of like they're purging and they're just like, uh, just clearing stuff out and wanting to be kind of to themselves. But the temperance card is a patience card. It's the something that's been was building up over time, and then it finally hit a piece where out of nowhere it was just like, I'm done. Psh, and then they did it. So I don't feel like it was because of you, but there could have been a little bit of an extra, like, that's the feather on the camel's back, that broke the back. Could have been like there was all this stuff that had been building up for a while, and then whatever situation may have just been one of the extra little pieces that was added to it, but it's not the only, like, "Oh my god, it was the big reason." I think that was a small piece to a lot of other stuff that had built up over time. So hopefully that helps. So that's what they got, Betty Joe. Hopefully that makes sense. Right, many blessings. And then we got Lemon Lime Lulu, 75724 is for yours. So, Lemon Lime Lulu, I'm reading for you on how to manifest love your way. All right, let's take a look here. How to manifest love your way. All right. None of those. What else? This one here. All right. Oh, all right. Yeah, it feels like here the 9 of Wands is, of course, the blocking energy, and what's blocking it is expectations with the 3 of swords, the 3 of arrows. There's a little bit of, of course, expectations equal disappointment, and that's kind of the source of our fears too. So it's like how we can draw love our way is by getting rid of the blocks that's keeping it from coming our way. So one of the big blocks is expectations. Like, we believe for love that they are supposed to be, this person, supposed to be, should be, need to be that, and this is who they're supposed to be in a relationship, and how a relationship is supposed to start and progress, and how it's supposed to end up, and what it's going to bring to me, and what it's supposed to do for me, and who I'm supposed to be in the relationship, and blah 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 blah, right? All that sucks the life out of a relationship, and it actually, as we're focusing in on all the lack of things, that's what keeps things at bay. So one of the biggest things we can do is question our thoughts about what do I think love is supposed to be? Because when we have all that supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, we get this limited little version here of this is the sliver of who and how and when and blah, blah, blah. And the universe goes, well, this in here is on back order for 1,000 years. So you're willing to wait? We're like, no, I'm not a vampire. I can't wait. So how we open it up is let go of expectations, because as we open up and let go of expectations and we question, like, why do I need that? That's an old story. That's what someone told me I'm supposed to. Is that really what I want? No, that doesn't matter. We start cutting them away. And then our view, and we're like, oh, look, here comes an opportunity, right? And that's what allows us to draw in. So I feel like that's a good start there. And that's what they have for you. So I like it. And if you're wanting more advice on that, if you check out my podcast, I do have Faded Love. I think that has some stuff in it. But if you check out my podcast and here for everyone else in the chat, and if you're not here, I wouldn't expect you to be here now at this time of night. But I'll pin, I'll put it under your pinned timestamp in the pinned comment. So if you want to check that out, it does talk about other things that you can do to help draw love toward us, right? So I feel like that's what they got there for you. All right. So many blessings to you. All right, my dears, I have hit 8:01 hours. So I do have here, let's see, we've got Cat Goddess, Prathy, Picky Cat. I love that. Minu, Plate of Spaghetti, Jamie, Stop Stalking Me, Ruby Grimm, Polite, Happy Pill. We got Artist Tarot, Jean and Sarah Marie and Alexander and May. So I do have all you guys go to bed. Go to bed. So I've got, what was that, 20 maybe? I'll ask count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, you can tell I'm tired if I can't. Oh, no, it's 15. I should have done that in my toes, right? So it's 15. That's not too bad. But I will be back in the morning. Once I wake up, I'll have a separate stream. Oh, it's 3:01 AM in Aruba. Yay, yay, yay. Well, good to see you. I will post, it'll be a separate stream, and uh, I will, once it's done, I will come back to this stream's pinned comment, put the link to that in there too, but you'll be able to see it. It'll be, I'll call it like a catch-up session. I was calling it makeup, but that sounds like I'm now, gonna do makeup tutorials. So I changed it to catch-up reading. So I'll catch up in the morning, and then I will be back tomorrow. I'm on Wednesday night through Sunday nights, so I'll be back tomorrow night too. But I'll finish up those in the morning, so just be on the lookout for that stream, and I'm so grateful for all of your love and support and your patience in getting to your readings. It's just if I continue, I'll start, drawing in dark forces. I'm just kidding. I would never draw in dark forces. But, uh, it starts getting staticky around this time, so I don't wanna I want clear, bright messages for everyone, so I will return, and thank you guys so much for all your love and support. I know, right, Gene? Oh, it'd be more clown makeup than it would be, doing drag. That's more my style, I probably imagine. I think that's it. So if you guys haven't checked out, if you want more guidance, feel free to check out my free podcast, The Easier Path. And here I think, did I do this right? I think that's too big. Yeah. And I remember now. I just need to post this. So here's the link to the actual playlist for my Easier Path. And, you can check out, there's a lot of great messages from Spirit in those too. A lot of different subjects that are out there. And we're in the middle of talking about growing our spiritual gifts and our empathic abilities. So if you want to check those out, feel free to do that. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So till I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Dream well, sleep well, and many blessings to you. We'll see you soon.